The First Book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. The First Book of Homer's Iliads. The Argument. Apollo's priest to the Argive fleet doth bring gifts for his daughter, prisoner to the king, for which her tendered freedom he entreats. But being dismissed with contumelious threats at Phoebus' hands, by vengeful prayer he seeks to have a plague inflicted on the Greeks, which had Achilles doth a counsel cite, emboldening Calchas in the king's despite, to tell the truth why they were punished so. From hence their fierce and deadly strife did grow, for wrong in which Aeacides so raves, that goddess Thetis, from her throne of waves ascending heaven, of Jove assistance won, to plague the Greeks by absence of her son, and make the general himself repent to wrong so much his army's ornament. This found by Juno, she with Jove contends, till Vulcan with heaven's cup the quarrel ends. Another argument. Alpha, the prayer of Chryses sings, the army's plague, the strife of kings. Achilles' baneful wrath resound, O goddess, that imposed infinite sorrows on the Greeks, and many brave souls lost. From breasts heroic sent them far to that invisible cave that no light comforts, and their limbs to dogs and vultures gave. To all which Jove's will gave effect, from whom first strife begun betwixt Atrides, king of men, and Thetis' godlike son. What god gave Eris their command, and oped that fighting vein? Jove's and Latona's son, who fired against the king of men, for contumely shown his priest, infectious sickness sent, to plague the army, and to death by troops the soldiers went. Occasioned thus, Chryses, the priest, came to the fleet to buy, for presents of unvalued price, his daughter's liberty. The golden sceptre and the crown of Phoebus in his hands proposing, and made suit to all, but most to the commands of both the Atrides, who most ruled. Great Atreus' sons, said he, and all ye well-grieved Greeks, the gods, whose habitations be in heavenly houses, grace your powers with Priam's razed town, and grant ye happy conduct home, to win which wist renown of Jove, by honoring his son, far-shooting Phoebus, deign for these fit presents to dissolve the ransomable chain of my loved daughter's servitude. The Greeks entirely gave glad acclamations, for sign that their desires would have the grave priest reverenced, and his gifts of so much price embraced. The general yet bore no such mind, but viciously disgraced with violent terms the priest, and said, Dotard, avoid our fleet, where lingering be not found by me, nor thy returning feet let ever visit us again, lest nor thy godhead's crown nor sceptre save thee. Her thou dost seek'st, I still will hold mine own, till age deflower her, in our court at Argos, far transferred from her loved country, she shall ply her web, and see prepared with all fit ornaments my bed. Incense me then no more, but if thou wilt be safe, be gone. This said, the sea-beat shore, obeying his high will, the priest trod off with haste and fear, and walking silent, till he left far off his enemy's ear, Phoebus, fair-haired Latona's son, he stirred up with a vow to this stern purpose. Hear, thou god that bearest the silver bow, that Chrysa guard'st, rules Tanados with strong hand, and the round of Scylla most divine dost walk. O Smintheus, if crowned with thankful offerings thy rich fane I ever saw, or fired fat thighs of oxen and of goats to thee, this grace desired vouchsafe to me. Pains for my tears let these rude Greeks repay, forced with thy arrows. Thus he prayed, and Phoebus heard him pray, and vexed at heart, down from the tops of steep heaven stooped, his bow and quiver covered round, his hands did on his shoulders throw, and of the angry deity the arrows as he moved rattled about him. Like the night he ranged the hosts, and roved, apart the fleet set, terribly. With his hard loosing hand his silver bow twanged, and his shafts did first the mules command, and swift hounds. Then the Greeks themselves his deadly arrows shot. The fires of death went never out. 9 days his shafts flew hot about the army, and the 10th Achilles called a court of all the Greeks, heaven's white-armed queen, who everywhere cut short, beholding her loved Greeks by death, suggested it, and he, all met in one, arose and said, Atrides, now I see we must be wandering again. Flight must still be our stay. If flight can save us now, at once sickness and battle lay such strong hand on us. Let us ask some prophet, priest, or prove some dream interpreter, for dreams are often sent from Jove, why Phoebus is so much incensed, if unperformed vows he blamed in us, or hecatombs, and if these knees he bows to death may yield his graves no more, but offering all supply of savours burnt from lambs and goats, avert his fervent eye, and turn his temperate. Thus he sat, and then stood up to them Calchas, surnamed Thesorides, of augurs the supreme. He knew things present, past, to come, and ruled the equipage of the Argive fleet to Ilion. For his prophetic rage given by Apollo, who, well seen in the ill they felt, proposed this to Achilles: Jove's beloved, would thy charge see disclose the secret of Apollo's wrath? Then covenant and take oath to my discovery, that, with words and powerful actions both, thy strength will guard the truth in me, because I well conceive that he whose empire governs all, whom all the Grecians give confirmed obedience, will be moved, and then you know the state of him that moves him. When a king hath once marked for his hate a man inferior, though that day his wrath seems to digest the offence he takes, yet evermore he rakes up in his breast brands of quick anger, till revenge hath quenched to his desire the fire reserved. Tell me, then, if whatsoever ire suggests in hurt of me to him, thy valour will prevent? Achilles answered, All thou knowest speak, and be confident, for by Apollo, Jove's beloved, to whom performing vows, O Calchas, for the state of Greece thy spirit prophetic shows skills that direct us, not a man of all these Grecians here, I living, and enjoying the light shot through this flowery sphere, shall touch thee with offensive hands, though Agamemnon be the man in question, that doth boast the mightiest empery of all our army. Then took heart the prophet, unreproved, and said, They are not unpaid vows nor hecatombs that move the god against us. His offence is for his priest impaired by Agamemnon, that refused the present he preferred and kept his daughter. This is cause why heaven's far darter darts these plagues amongst us, and this still will empty in our hearts his deathful quiver, uncontained till to her loved sire the black-eyed damsel be resigned. No redemptory hire took for her freedom, not a gift, but all the ransom quit, and she conveyed with sacrifice, till her enfranchised feet tread Crissa under. Then the god, so pleased, perhaps we may move to remission. Thus he sate, and up the great in sway, heroic Agamemnon rose, eagerly bearing all, his mind's seat overcast with fumes. An anger general filled all his faculties. His eyes sparkled like kindling fire, which sternly cast upon the priest. Thus vented he his ire. Prophet of ill, for never good came from thee towards me, not to a word's worth. Evermore thou took'st delight to be offensive in thy auguries, which thou continued still. Now casting thy prophetic gall, and vouching all our ill, shot from Apollo, is imposed since I refused the price of fair Chryseis' liberty, which would in no worth rise to my rate of herself, which moves my vows to have her home, past Clytemnestra loving her, that graced my nuptial room with her virginity and flower, nor asking her merits less for person, disposition, wit, and skill in housewiferys. And yet for all this she shall go, if more conducible that course be than holding her here. I rather wish the weal of my loved army than the death. Provide yet instantly supply for her, that I alone of all our royalty lose not my winnings. 'Tis not fit. Ye see all I lose mine forced by another. See as well some other may resign his prize to me. To this replied the swift-footed, godlike son of Thetis, thus: King of us all, in all ambition most covetous of all that breathe, why should the great-souled Greeks supply thy lost prize out of theirs? Nor what thy avarice seeks our common treasury can find, so little it doth guard of what our raised towns yield us, of all which most is shared and given our soldiers, which again to take into our hands were ignominious and base. Now then, since God commands, part with thy most loved prize to him. Not any one of us exacts it of thee, yet we all loss thou sufferest thus, will treble, quadruple in gain, when Jupiter bestows the sack of well-walled Troy on us, which by his word he owes. Do not deceive yourself with wit, he answered, godlike man, though your good name may colour it. 'Tis not your swift foot can outrun me here, nor shall the gloss, set on it with the god, persuade me to my wrong. Wouldst thou maintain in sure abode thine own prize, and slight me of mine? Resolve this, if our friends, as fits in equity my worth, will right me with amends, so rest it. Otherwise, myself will enter personally on thy prize, that of Ithacus or Ajax for supply. Let him on who I enter rage. But come, we'll order these hereafter, and in other place. Now put to sacred seas our black sail, in it rowers put, in it fit sacrifice, and to these I will make ascend my so much envied prize, bright-cheeked Chryseis, for conduct of all which we must choose a chief out of our counsellors. Thy service we must use, Idomeneus, Ajax thine, or thine, wise Ithacus, or thine, thou terriblest of men, thou son of Peleus, which fittest were, that thou mightst see these holy acts performed for which thy cunning zeal so pleads, and he, whose bow thus stormed for our offences, may be calmed. Achilles with a frown thus answered, O thou impudent, of no good but thine own ever respectful, but of that with all craft covetous, with what heart can a man attempt a service dangerous, or at thy voice be spirited to fly upon a foe, thy mind thus wretched? For myself I was not injured so by any Trojan, that my power should bid them any blows. In nothing bear they blame of me. Phthia, whose bosom flows with corn and people, never felt impaired of her increase by their invasion. Hills enow, and far resounding seas, pour out their shades and deeps between. But thee, thou frontless man, we follow, and thy triumphs make with bonfires of our bane. Thine and thy brothers' vengeance sought, thou dog's eyes, of this Troy, by our exposed lives, whose deserts thou neither dost employ with honour nor with care. And now thou treat'st to force from me the fruit of my sweat, which the Greeks gave all, and though it be compared with thy part, then snatched up, nothing, nor ever is at any sacked town. But of fight, the fetcher in of this, my hands have most shared, in whose toils, when I have emptied me of all my forces, my amends in liberality, though it be little, I accept, and turn pleased to my tent. and yet that little thou esteem too great a continent in thy incontinent avarice. For Phthia there now my course is, since 'tis better far than here to endure that thou shouldst still be ravishing my right, draw my whole treasury dry, and add dishonour. He replied, If thy heart serve thee, fly, stay not for my cause, others here will aid and honour me, if not, yet Jove I know is sure, that counsellor is he that I depend on. As for thee, of all our Jove-kept kings, thou still art most my enemy. Strifes, battles, bloody things make thy blood feast still. But if strength, that these moods build upon, flow in thy nerves, God gave it thee, and so 'tis not thine own, but in his hand still. What then lifts thy pride in this so high? Home with thy fleet and myrmidons, use there their empery, command not here. I weigh thee not, nor mean to magnify thy rough-hewn rages, but, instead, I thus far threaten thee. Since Phoebus needs will force from me Chryseis, she shall go, my ships and friends shall waft her home, but I will imitate so his pleasure, that mine own shall take in person from thy tent bright-cheeked Briseis, and so tell thy strength how eminent my power is, being compared with thine, all other making fear to vaunt equality with me, or in this proud kind bare their beards against me. Thetis' son at this stood vexed, his heart bristled in his bosom, and two ways drew his discursive part. If, from his thigh his sharp sword drawn, he should make room about Atrides' person, slaughtering him, or sit his anger out and curb his spirit. While these thoughts strived in his blood and mind, and his sword drew, down from heaven Athenia stooped, and shined about his temples, being sent by the ivory-wristed queen Saturnia, who out of her heart had ever loving been, and careful for the good of both. She stood behind, and took Achilles by the yellow curls, and only gave her look to him appearance, not a man of all the rest could see. He turning back his eye, amaze strook every faculty, yet straight he knew by her eyes, so terrible they were, sparkling with ardour, and thus spake, Thou seed of Jupiter, why com'st thou? To behold his pride that boasts our empery? Then witness with it my revenge, and see that insolence die that lives to wrong me. She replied, I come from heaven to see thy anger settled, if thy soul will use her sovereignty in fit reflection. I am sent from Juno, whose effects stand heartily inclined to do both. Come, give us both respects, and cease contention. Draw no sword, use words, and such as may be bitter to his pride, but just, for trust in what I say. A time shall come, when, thrice the worth of what he forceth now, he shall propose for recompense of these wrongs. Therefore throw reins on thy passions, and serve us. He answered, Though my heart burn in just anger, yet my soul must conquer the angry part, and yield you conquest. Who subdues his earthly part for heaven, heaven to his prayers subdues his wish. This said, her charge was given fit honour. In his silver hilt he held his able hand, and forced his broad sword up, and up to heaven did reascend Minerva, who in Jove's high roof, that bears the rough shield, took her place with other deities. She gone, again forsook patience his passion, and no more his silence could confine his wrath, that this broad language gave. Thou ever steeped in wine, dog's face, with heart but of a heart, that nor in the open eye of fight darest thrust into a priest, nor with our noblest lie in secret ambush. These works seem too full of death for thee. 'Tis safer far in the open host to dare an injury to any crosser of thy lust. Thou subject-eating king, base spirits thou govern'st, or this wrong had been the last foul thing thou ever author'st. Yet I vow, and by a great oath swear, even by this sceptre, that, as this never again shall bear green leaves or branches, nor increased with any growth his size, nor did since first it left the hills, and had his faculties and ornaments bereft with iron, which now to the other end of judges of Greece bear, and their laws, received from Jove, defend, for which my oath to thee is great. So, whensoever need shall burn with thirst of me thy host, no prayers shall ever breed affection in me to their aid, though well-deserved woes afflict thee for them, when to death man-slaughtering Hector throws whole troops of them, and thou torment'st thy vexed mind with conceit of thy rude rage now, and his wrong that most deserved the right of all thy army. Thus he threw his sceptre 'gainst the ground, with golden studs stuck, and took seat. Atrides' breast was drowned in rising choler. Up to both sweet Nestor stood, the cunning Pylian orator, whose tongue poured forth a flood of more than honey-sweet discourse. 2 ages were increased of divers languaged men, all born in his time and deceased. In sacred Pylos, where he reigned amongst the third-aged men, he, well seen in the world, advised, and thus expressed it then: O gods, our Greek earth will be drowned in just tears. Rapeful Troy, her king, and all his sons, will make as just a mock and joy of these disjunctions. If of you, that all our host excel in counsel and in skill of fight, they hear this, come, repel these young men's passions. Ye're not both, put both your years in one, so old as I. I lived long since, and was companion with men superior to you both, who yet would ever hear my counsels with respect. My eyes yet never witness were, nor ever will be, of such men as then delighted them. Pirithous, Exadius, and godlike Polypheme, Caeneus, and Dryas, prince of men, Aegean Theseus, a man like heaven's immortals formed, all most vigorous of all men that even those days bred most vigorous men, and fought with beasts most vigorous, mountain beasts, for men in strength were not matched with their forces, fought with them and bravely fought them down. Yet even with these men I conversed, being called to the renown of their societies, by their suits from Pylos far, to fight in the Appian kingdom, and I fought to a degree of might that helped even their mights, against such as no man now would dare to meet in conflict. Yet even these my counsels still would hear, and with obedience crown my words. Give you such palm to them, 'tis better than to wreathe your wraths. Atrides, give not steam to all thy power, nor force his prize, but yield her still his own, as all men else do. Nor do thou encounter with thy crown, great son of Peleus, since no king that ever Jove allowed grace of a sceptre equals him. Suppose thy nerves endowed with strength superior, and thy birth a very goddess gave, yet he of force is mightier, since what his own nerves have is amplified with just command of many other. King of men, command thou then thyself, and I with my prayers will obtain grace of Achilles to subdue his fury, whose parts are worth our entreaty, being chief check to all our ill in war. All this, good father, said the king, is comely and good right. But this man breaks all such bounds, he affects past all men height. All would in his power hold, all make his subjects, give to all his hot will for their temperate law, all which he never shall persuade at my hands. If the gods have given him the great style of ablest soldier, made they that his license to revile men with vile language? Thetis' son prevented him, and said, fearful and vile I might be thought, if the exactions laid by all means on me I should bear. Others command to this, thou shalt not me, or if thou dost, far my free spirit is from serving thy command. Beside, this I affirm, afford impression of it in thy soul, will not use my sword on thee or any for a wench, unjustly though thou takest the thing thou gavest. But all things else, that in my ship thou makest greedy survey of, do not touch without my leave, or do, add that act's wrong to this, that these may see that outrage too, and then comes my part, then be sure thy blood upon my lance shall flow in vengeance. These high terms these two at variance used to each other, left their seats, and after them arose the whole court. To his tent and ships, with friends and soldiers, goes angry Achilles. Atreus' son the swift ship launched, and put within it 20 chosen rowers. Within it likewise shut the hecatomb, to appease the god, then caused to come aboard fair-cheeked Chryseis, for the chief, he in whom Pallas poured her store of counsels, Ithacus, aboard went last, and then the moist waves of the sea they sailed, and now the king of men bade all the host to sacrifice. They sacrificed, and cast the offal of all to the deeps. The angry god they graced with perfect hecatombs, some bulls, some goats, along the shore of the unfruitful sea inflamed. To heaven the thick fumes bore enwrapped savours. Thus, though all the politic king made show respects to heaven, yet he himself all that time did pursue his own affections. The late jar, in which he thundered threats against Achilles, still he fed, and his affections' heats thus vented to Talthybius and grave Eurybates, heralds and ministers of trust, to all his messages. Haste to Achilles' tent, where take Briseis' hand, and bring her beauties to us. If he fail to yield her, say your king will come himself, with multitudes that shall the horribler make both his presence and your charge, that so he dares defer. This said, he sent them with a charge of hard condition. They went unwillingly, and trod the fruitless sea's shore. Soon they reached the navy and the tents, in which the quarter lay of all the Myrmidons, and found the chief in their sway, set at his black bark in his tent. Nor was Achilles glad to see their presence, nor themselves in any glory had their message, but with reverence stood, and feared the offended king, asked not the dame, nor spake a word. He yet, well knowing the thing that caused their coming, graced them thus: Heralds, ye men that bear the messages of men and gods, ye are welcome, come ye near. I nothing blame you, but your king. 'Tis he, I know, doth send you for Briseis. She is his. Patroclus, honoured friend, bring forth the damsel, and these men let lead her to their lord. But heralds, be you witnesses, before the most adored, before us mortals, and before your most ungentle king, of what I suffer, that, if war ever hereafter bring my aid in question, to avert any severest bane it brings on others, I am scused to keep mine aid in wane, since they mine honour. But your king, in tempting mischief, raves, nor sees at once by present things the future. How like waves ills follow ills, injustices being never so secure in present times, but after plagues even then are seen as sure, which yet he sees not, and so soothes his present lust, which, checked, would check plagues future, and he might, in succouring right, protect such as fight for his right at fleet. They still in safety fight, that fight still justly. This speech used, Patroclus did the right his friend commanded, and brought forth Briseis from her tent, gave her the heralds, and away to the Argive ships they went. She sad, and scarce for grief could go, her love all friends forsook, and wept for anger. To the shore of the old sea he betook himself alone, and casting forth upon the purple sea his wet eyes, and his hands to heaven advancing, this sad plea made to his mother: Mother, since you brought me forth to breathe so short a life, Olympius had good right to bequeath my short life honour. Yet that right he doth in no degree, but lets Atrides do me shame, and force that prize from me that all the Greeks gave. This with tears he uttered, and she heard, set with her old sire in his deeps, and instantly appeared up from the grey sea like a cloud, sate by his side, and said, Why weep'st, my son? what grieves thee? Speak, conceal not what hath laid such hard hand on thee. Let both know. He sighed like a storm, replied, Thou dost know. Why should I things known again inform? We marched to Thebes, the sacred town of King Eetion, sacked it, and brought to fleet the spoil, which every valiant son of Greece indifferently shared. Atrides had for share fair-cheeked Chryseis, after which his priest that shoots so far, Chryses, the fair Chryseis' sire, arrived at the Argive fleet with infinite ransom to redeem the dear imprisoned feet of his fair daughter. In his hands he held Apollo's crown and golden sceptre, making suit to every Grecian son, but most the sons of Atreus, the others orderers. Yet they least heard him, all the rest received with reverent ears the motion, both the priest and gifts gracing, and holding worth his wished acceptance. Atreus' son yet, vexed, commanded forth with rude terms Phoebus' reverend priest, who, angry, made retreat, and prayed to Phoebus, in whose grace he standing passing great, got his petition. The god an ill shaft sent abroad that tumbled down the Greeks in heaps. The host had no abode that was not visited. We asked a prophet that well knew the cause of all, and from his lips Apollo's prophecies flew, telling his anger. First myself exhorted to appease the angered god, which Atreus' son did at the heart displease. And up he stood, used threats, performed. The black-eyed Greeks sent home Chryseis to her sire, and gave his god a hecatomb. Then for Briseis to my tents Atrides' heralds came, and took her that the Greeks gave all. If then thy powers can frame wreak for thy son, afford it. Scale Olympus, and implore Jove, if either by word or fact thou ever didst restore joy to his grieved heart, now to help. I oft have heard thee vaunt in court of Peleus, that alone thy hand was conversant in rescue from a cruel spoil the black cloud gathering Jove, whom other godheads would have bound, the power whose pace doth move the round earth, heaven's great queen and palace, to whose bands thou camest with rescue, bringing up him with the 100 hands to great Olympus, whom the gods called Briareus, men Aegeon, who his sire surpassed, and was as strong again, and in that grace sat glad by Jove. The immortals stood dismayed at his ascension, and gave free passage to his aid. Of all this tell Jove, kneel to him, embrace his knee, and pray, if Troy's aid he will ever deign, that now their forces may beat home the Greeks to fleet and sea, embruing their retreat in slaughter, their pains paying the wreak of their proud sovereign's heat, and that far-ruling king may know from his poor soldiers' harms his own harm falls, his own and all in mine his best in arms. Her answer she poured out in tears. O me, my son, said she, why brought I up thy being at all, that brought thee forth to be sad subject to so hard a fate? O would to heaven that since thy fate is little, and not long, thou mightst without offence and tears perform it. But to live thrall to so stern a fate, as grants thee least life, and that least so most unfortunate, grieves me to have given thee any life. But what thou wishest now, if Jove will grant, I'll up and ask. Olympus crowned with snow I'll climb, but sit thou fast at fleet, renounce all war, and feed thy heart with wrath and hope of wreak, till which come thou shalt need a little patience. Jupiter went yesterday to feast among the blameless Ethiops in the ocean's deepened breast, all gods attending him. The 12th high heaven again he sees, and then his brass-paved court I'll scale, clinging to his powerful knees, and doubt not but to win thy wish. Thus made she her remove, and left wrath tiring on her son for his enforced love. Ulysses, with the hecatomb, arrived at Chrysa's shore, and when amidst the haven's deep mouth they came to use the oar, they straight strook sail, then rolled them up, and on the hatches threw. The topmast to the kelson then with halyards down they drew, then brought the ship to port with oars, then forked anchor cast, and 'gainst the violence of storm for drifting made her fast. All come ashore, they all expose the holy hecatomb to angry Phoebus, and with it Chryseis welcomed home. Home to her sire, wise Ithacus, that did at the altar stand, for honour led, and spoken thus, resigned her to his hand. Chryses, the mighty king of men, great Agamemnon sends thy loved seed by my hands to thine, and to thy God commends a hecatomb, which my charge is to sacrifice, and seek our much-sighed mixed woe his recure, invoked by every Greek. Thus he resigned her, and her sire received her highly joyed. About the well-built altar then they orderly employed the sacred offering, washed their hands, took salt cakes, and the priest, with hands held up to heaven, thus prayed: O thou that all things seest, Fautor of Chrysa, whose fair hand doth guard fully disposed celestial cilia, governing in all-powered Tenedos, O hear thy priest, as thy hand in free grace to my prayers shot fervent plague shaft through the Greeks, now hearten their affairs with health renewed, and quite remove the infection from their blood. He prayed, and to his prayers again the God propitious stood. All, after prayer, cast on salt cakes, drew back, killed, flayed the beeves, cut out and dubbed with fat their thighs, fair dressed with double leaves, and on them all the sweetbreads pricked. The priest with small sear wood did sacrifice, poured on red wine, by whom the young men stood, and turned in 5 ranks spits, on which, the legs enough, they eat the inwards, then in gigots cut the other fit for meat, and put to fire, which roasted well they drew. The labour done, they served the feast in, that fed all to satisfaction. Desire of meat and wine thus quenched, the youths crowned cups of wine drunk off, and filled again to all. That day was held divine, and spent in paeans to the sun, who heard with pleased ear, when whose bright chariot stooped to sea, and twilight hid the clear, all soundly on their cables slept, even till the night was worn. And when the Lady of the Light, the rosy-fingered morn, rose from the hills, all fresh arose, and to camp retired. Apollo with the fore-right wind their swelling bark inspired. The topmast hoisted, milk-white sails on his round breast they put, the mizzen struted with the gale. The ship her course did cut so swiftly that the parted waves against her ribs did roar, which coming to the camp they drew aloft the sandy shore, where laid on stocks each soldier kept his quarters as before. But Peleus' son, swift-foot Achilles, at his swift ship sate, burning in wrath, nor ever came to councils of estate that make men honoured, never trod the fierce embattled field, but kept close, and his loved heart pined. What fight and cries could yield thirsting at all parts to the host? And now, since first he told his wrongs to Thetis, 12 fair morns their ensigns did unfold, and then the ever-living gods mounted Olympus, Jove first in ascension. Thetis then, remembered well to move Achilles' motion, rose from sea, and by the morn's first light the great heaven and Olympus climbed, where in supremest height of all that many-headed hill she saw the far-seen son of Saturn, set from all the rest, in his free seat alone, before whom, on her own knees fallen, the knees of Jupiter her left hand held, her right his chin, and thus she did prefer her son's petition: Father Jove, if ever I have stood aidful to thee in work or word, with this implored good requite my aid. Renown my son, since in so short a race, past others, thou confinedst his life. An insolent disgrace is done him by the king of men. He forced from him a prize won with his sword. But thou, O Jove, that art most strong, most wise, honour my son for my sake, add strength to the Trojan side, by his side's weakness in his want, and see Troy amplified in conquest, so much and so long, till Greece may give again the glory reft him, and the more illustrate the free reign of his wronged honour. Jove at this sate silent, not a word in long space passed him. Thetis still hung on his knee, implored the second time his help, and said, Grant or deny my suit, be free in what thou dost. I know thou canst not sit thus mute for fear of any. Speak, deny, that so I may be sure, of all heaven's goddesses 'tis I that only must endure dishonour by thee. Jupiter, the great cloud-gatherer, grieved with thought of what a world of griefs this suit asked, being achieved, swelled, sighed, and answered, Works of death thou urgest. Oh, with this Juno will storm, and all my powers inflame with contumelies. Ever she wrangles, charging me in ear of all the gods that I am partial still, that I add the displeasing odds of my aid to the Ilians. Begone then, lest she cede. Leave thy request to my care. Yet that trust may hearten thee with thy desires grant, and my power to give it act approve how vain her strife is. To thy prayer my eminent head shall move, which is the great sign of my will with all the immortal states, irrevocable, never fails, never without the rates of all the powers else. When my head bows, all heads bow with it, still as their first mover, and gives power to any work I will, he said. And his black eyebrows bent, above his deathless head the ambrosian curls flowed, great heaven shook, and both were severed, their counsels broken. To the depth of Neptune's kingdom dived Thetis from heaven's height. Jove arose, and all the gods received, all arising from their thrones, their sire, attending to his court. None sate when he rose, none delayed the furnishing his port till he came near. All met with him, and brought him to his throne. Nor sate great Juno ignorant, when she beheld alone old Nereus's silver-footed seed with Jove, that she had brought counsels to heaven, and straight her tongue had teeth in it, that wrought this sharp invective. Who was that, thou craftiest counsellor of all the gods, that so apart some secret did implore? Ever, apart from me, thou lovest to counsel and decree things of more close trust than thou think'st are fit to impart to me. Whatever thou determinest, I must ever be denied the knowledge of it by thy will. To her speech thus replied the father both of men and gods. Have never hoped to know my whole intentions, though my wife, it fits not, nor would show well to thine own thoughts. But what fits thy woman's ear to hear? Woman, nor man, nor god, shall know before it grace thine ear. Yet what, apart from men and gods, I please to know, forbear to examine or inquire of that. She with the cow's fair eyes, respected Juno, this returned. Austere king of the skies, what hast thou uttered? When did I before this time inquire, or sift thy counsels? Passing close you are still. Your desire is served with such care, that I fear you can scarce vouch the deed that makes it public, being seduced by this old sea-god's seed, that could so early use her knees, embracing thine. I doubt the late act of thy bowed head was for the working out of some boon she asked, that her son thy partial hand would please with plaguing others. Wretch, said he, thy subtle jealousies are still exploring. My designs can never escape thine eye, which yet thou never canst prevent. Thy curiosity makes thee less cared for at my hands, and horrible the end shall make thy humour. If it be what thy suspects intend, what then? 'Tis my free will it should, to which let way be given with silence. Curb your tongue in time, lest all the gods in heaven too few be and too weak to help thy punished insolence, when my inaccessible hand shall fall on thee. The sense of this high threatening made her fear, and silent she sate down, humbling her great heart. All the gods in court of Jove did frown at this offence given, amongst whom heaven's famous artisan, Hephaestus, in his mother's care, this comely speech began. Believe it, these words will breed wounds beyond our powers to bear, if thus for mortals ye fall out. Ye make a tumult here that spoils our banquet, evermore worse matters put down best. But, mother, though yourself be wise, yet let your son request his wisdom audience. Give good terms to our loved father Jove, for fear he take offence again, and our kind banquet prove a wrathful battle. If he will, the heavenly lightner can take you and toss you from your throne. His power Olympian is so surpassing. Soften then with gentle speech his spleen, and drink to him. I know his heart will quickly down again. This said, arising from his throne, in his loved mother's hand he put the double-handed cup, and said, Come, do not stand on these cross humours. Suffer, bear, though your great bosom grieve, and lest blows force you, all my aid not able to relieve your hard condition, though these eyes behold it, and this hard sorrow to think it. 'Tis a task too dangerous to take part against Olympius. I myself the proof of this still feel. When other gods would fain have helped, he took me by the heel, and hurled me out of heaven. All day I was falling down. At length in Lemnos I strook earth. The likewise falling sun and I together set, my life almost set too. Yet there the Sinti cheered and took me up. This did to laughter cheer white-wristed Juno, who now took the cup of him, and smiled. The sweet peacemaking draught went round, and lame Hephaestus filled nectar to all the gods. A laughter never left shook all the blessed deities, to see the lame so deft at that cup service. All that day, even till the sun went down, they banqueted, and had such cheer as did their wishes crown. Nor had they music less divine. Apollo there did touch his most sweet harp, to which, with voice, the Muses pleased as much. But when the sun's fair light was set, each godhead to his house addressed for sleep, where every one, with art most curious, by heaven's great both-foot halting god, a several roof had built. Even he to sleep went, by whose hand heaven is with lightning gilt. High Jove, where he had us to rest when sleep seized his eyes, by him the golden-throned queen slept, the queen of deities. End of the first book. The second book of the Iliads of Homer, Part 1, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The second book of Homer's Iliads, Part 1. The argument. Jove calls a vision up from Somnus's den, to bid Atrides muster up his men. The king, to Greeks dissembling his desire, persuades them to their country to retire. By Pallas' will, Ulysses stays their flight, and wise old Nestor heartens them to fight. They take their meat, which done, to arms they go, and march in good array against the foe. So those of Troy, when Iris from the sky of Saturn's son performs the embassy. Another argument. Beta, the dreams and synod sites, and catalogues the naval nights. The other gods and knights at arms all night slept. Only Jove sweet slumber seized not. He discoursed how best he might approve his vow made for Achilles' grace, and make the Grecians find his miss in much death. Always cast, this counsel served his mind with most allowance, to dispatch a harmful dream to greet the king of men, and gave this charge: Go to the Argive fleet, pernicious dream, and being arrived in Agamemnon's tent, deliver truly all this charge. Command him to convent his whole host armed before these towers, for now Troy's broad-wayed town he shall take in. The heaven-housed gods are now indifferent grown. Juno's request hath won them. Troy now under imminent ills at all parts labours. This charge heard, the vision straight fulfils. The ships reached Anitrides' tent, in which he found him laid. Divine sleep poured about his powers. He stood above his head like Nestor, graced of old men most, and this did intimate: Sleeps the wise Atreus' tame horse son? A counsellor of state must not the whole night spend in sleep, to whom the people are for guard committed, and whose life stands bound to so much care. Now hear me then, Jove's messenger, who, though far off from thee, is near thee yet in ruth and care, and gives command by me to arm thy whole host. Thy strong hand the broad-wayed town of Troy shall now take in. No more the gods dissentiously employ their high-housed powers. Juno's suit hath won them all to her, and ill fates overhang these towers, addressed by Jupiter. Fix in thy mind this, nor forget to give it action, when sweet sleep shall leave thee. Thus he fled, and left the king of men repeating in discourse his dream, and dreaming still, awake, of power, not ready yet for act. O fool! He thought to take in that next day old Priam's town, not knowing what affairs Jove had in purpose, who prepared by strong fight sighs and cares for Greeks and Trojans. The dream gone, his voice still murmured about the king's ears, who sate up, put on him in his bed his silken innerweed, fair, new, and then in haste arose, cast on his ample mantle, tied to his soft feet fair shoes. His silver-hilted sword he hung about his shoulder, took his father's sceptre never stained, which then abroad he shook, and went to fleet. And now great heaven goddess Aurora scaled to Jove and all gods, bringing light, when Agamemnon called his heralds, charging them aloud to call to instant court the thick-haired Greeks. The heralds called, the Greeks made quick resort. The council chiefly he composed of old great-minded men, at Nestor's ships, the Pylian king. All there assembled then, thus Atreus' son begun the court. Hear, friends, a dream divine amidst the calm of night in my sleep did through my shut eyes shine, within my fantasy. His form did passing naturally resemble Nestor, such attire, a stature just as high. He stood above my head, and words thus fashioned did relate. Sleeps the wise Atreus' tame horse son? A counsellor of state must not the whole night spend in sleep, to whom the people are for guard committed, and whose life stands bound to so much care. Now hear me then, Jove's messenger, who, though far off from thee, is near thee yet in love and care, and gives command by me to arm thy whole host. Thy strong hand the broad-wayed town of Troy shall now take in. No more the gods dissentiously employ their high-housed powers. Saturnia's suit hath won them all to her, and ill fates overhang these towers, addressed by Jupiter. Fix in thy mind this. This expressed, he took wing and away, and sweet sleep left me. Let us then by all our means essay to arm our army. I will first, as far as fits our right, try their addictions, and command with full-sailed ships our flight, which if they yield to, oppose you. He sate, and uprose Nestor, of sandy Pylos king, who, willing to dispose their counsel to the public good, proposed this to the state. Princes and counsellors of Greece, if any should relate this vision but the king himself, it might be held a tale, and move the rather our retreat. But since our general affirms he sought, hold it true, and all our best means make to arm our army. This speech used, he first the council brake. The other sceptre-bearing states arose too, and obeyed the people's rector. Being abroad, the earth was overlaid with flockers to them, that came forth, as when a frequent bee swarms rise out of a hollow rock, repairing the degrees of their aggression endlessly, with ever rising new from forth their sweet nest, as their store, still as it faded, grew, and never would cease sending forth her clusters to the spring, they still crowd out so, this fleck here, that there, belabouring the loaded flowers. So from the ships and tents the army's store trooped to these princes and the court, along the unmeasured shore, amongst whom Jove's ambassadress Fame in her virtue shined, exceeding greediness to hear. The rabble, thus inclined, hurried together, uproar seized the high court, earth did groan beneath the settling multitude. Tumult was there alone. Three-voiced vociferous heralds rose, to check the rout, and get ear to their Jove-kept governors. And instantly was set that huge confusion, every man set fast, the clamour ceased. Then stood divine Atrides up, and in his hand compressed his sceptre, the elaborate work of fiery Mulciber, who gave it to Saturnian Jove, Jove to his messenger Agricides to Pelops, skilled in horse, Pelops to Atreus, chief of men. He, dying, gave it course to Prince Thyestes, rich in herds. Thyestes to the hand of Agamemnon rendered it, and with it the command of many isles, and Argos all. On this he leaning, said, O friends, great sons of Danaus, servants of Mars, Jove laid a heavy curse on me, to vow and bind it with the bent of his high forehead, that this Troy of all her people spent, I should return. Yet now to mock our hopes built on his vow, and charged ingloriously my flight, when such an overthrow of brave friends I have authored. But to his mightiest will we must submit us, that hath raised, and will be raising still, men's footsteps from so many towns. Because his power is most, he will destroy most. But how vile such and so great an host will show to future times, that, matched with lesser numbers far, we fly, not putting on the crown of our so long held war, of which there yet appears no end. Yet should our foes and we strike truce, and number both our powers, Troy taking all that be her armed inhabitants, and we, in tens, should all sit down at our truce banquet, every 10 allowed one of the town, to fill his feast cup, many tens would their attendant want. So much I must affirm our power exceeds the inhabitant. But their auxiliary bands, those brandishers of spears, from many cities drawn, are they that are our hinderers, not suffering well-raised Troy to fall. 9 years are ended now, since Jove our conquest vowed, and now our vessels rotten grow, our tackling falls, our wives, young sons, sit in their doors and long for our arrival. Yet the work, that should have wreaked our wrong and made us welcome, lies unwrought. Come then, as I bid, all obey, and fly to our loved home. For now, nor ever, shall our utmost take in broad-wayed Troy. This said, the multitude was all for home, and all men else that what this would conclude had not discovered. All the crowd was shoved about the shore, in sway like rude and raging waves, roused with the fervent blore of the east and south winds, when they break from Jove's clouds and are borne on rough backs of the Icarian seas, or like a field of corn high grown, that Zephyr's vehement gusts bring easily underneath, and make the stiff up-bristled ears do homage to his breath. For even so easily, with the breath Atrides used, was swayed the violent multitude. To fleet with shouts and disarrayed, all rushed, and with a fog of dust their rude feet dimmed the day. Each cried to other, "Cleanse our ships! Come, launch! Aboard! Away!" The clamours of runners home reached heaven, and then, past fate, the Greeks had left Troy, had not then the goddess of a state thus spoke to Pallas: "O foul shame! thou untamed seed of Jove, shall thus the sea's broad back be charged with these our friends remove? Thus leaving Argive Helen here, thus Priam graced, thus Troy, in whose fields, far from their loved own, for Helen's sake, the joy and life of so much Grecian birth is vanished? Take thy way to our brass-armed people, speak them fair. Let not a man obey the charge now given, nor launch one ship. She said, and Pallas did as she commanded. From the tops of heaven's steep hill she slid, and straight the Greeks' swift ships she reached. Ulysses, like to Jove in gifts of counsel, she found out, who to that base remove stirred not a foot, nor touched a ship, but grieved at heart to see that fault in others. To him close the blue-eyed deity made way, and said, Thou wisest Greek, divine Laertes' son, thus fly ye homewards to your ships? Shall all this headlong run? Glory to Priam thus ye leave, glory to all his friends, if thus ye leave her here, for whom so many violent ends have closed your Greek eyes, and so far from their so loved home. Go to these people, use no stay, with fair terms overcome their foul endeavour, not a man a flying sail let hoist. Thus spake she, and Ulysses knew 'twas Pallas by her voice, ran to the runners, cast from him his mantle, which his man and herald, grave Eurybates, the Ithacensian that followed him, took up. Himself to Agamemnon went, his incorrupted sceptre took, his sceptre of descent, and with it went about the fleet. What prince or man of name he found flight given, he would restrain with words of gentlest blame. Good sir, it fits not you to fly, or fare as one afraid. You should not only stay yourself, but see the people stayed. You know not clearly, though you heard the king's words, yet his mind. He only tries men's spirits now, and whom his trials find apt to this course he will chastise. Nor you nor I heard all he spake in council, nor durst press too near our general, lest we incensed him to our hurt. The anger of a king is mighty, he is kept of Jove, and from Jove likewise spring his honours, which out of the love of wise Jove he enjoys. Thus he the best sort used. The worst, whose spirits break out in noise, he cudgelled with his sceptre, chid, and said, Stay, wretch, be still, and hear thy betters. Thou art base, and both in power and skill poor and unworthy, without name in council or in war. We must not all be kings. The rule is most irregular where many rule. One lord, one king propose to thee, and he to whom wise Saturn's son hath given both law and empery, to rule the public, is that king. Thus ruling, he restrained the host from flight, and then again the council was maintained with such a concourse, that the shore rung with the tumult made, as when the far resounding sea doth in its rage invade his sandy confines, whose sides groan with his involved wave, and make his own breast echo sighs. All sate, and audience gave. Thersites only would speak all. A most disordered store of words he foolishly poured out, of which his mind held more than it could manage. Anything with which he could procure laughter he never could contain. He should have yet been sure to touch no kings. To oppose their states becomes not jesters' parts. But he the filthiest fellow was of all that had deserts in Troy's brave siege. He was squint-eyed, and lame of either foot, so crook-backed that he had no breast, sharp-headed, where did shoot, here and there spersed, thin mossy hair. He most of all envied Ulysses and Aeacides, whom still his spleen would chide, nor could the sacred king himself avoid his saucy vein, against whom, since he knew the Greeks did vehemently hate sustain. Being angry for Achilles' wrong, he cried out, railing thus, Atrides, why complainst thou now? What wouldst thou more of us? Thy tents are full of brass and dames. The choice of all are thine, with whom we must present thee first, when any towns resign to our invasion. Want'st thou then, besides all this, more gold from Troy's knights to redeem their sons, whom to be dearly sold I or some other Greek must take? Or wouldst thou yet again force from some other lord his prize, to soothe the lusts that reign in thy encroaching appetite? It fits no prince to be prince of ill, and govern us, or lead our progeny by rape to ruin. O base Greeks, deserving infamy, and ills eternal! Greekish girls, not Greeks ye are. Come, fly home with our ships. Leave this man here to perish with his praise, and try if we helped him or not. He wronged a man that weighs far more than he himself in worth. He forced from Thetis' son, and keeps his prize still. Nor think I that mighty man hath won the style of wrathful worthily. He's soft, he's too remiss. Or else, Atrides, his had been thy last of injuries. Thus he the people's pastor chid, but straight stood up to him divine Ulysses, who with looks exceeding grave and grim this bitter check gave. Cease, vain fool, to vent thy railing vein on kings thus, though it serve thee well, nor think thou canst restrain with that thy railing faculty their wills in least degree. For not a worse of all this host came with our king than thee to Troy's great siege. Then do not take into that mouth of thine the names of kings, much less revile the dignities that shine in their supreme states. Resting thus this motion for our home, to soothe thy cowardice, since ourselves yet know not what will come of these designments, if it be our good to stay or go. Nor is it that thou standest on, thou revilest our general so, only because he hath so much, not given by such as thou, but our heroes. Therefore this thy rude vein makes me vow, which shall be curiously observed, if ever I shall hear this madness from thy mouth again, let not Ulysses bear this head, nor be the father called of young Telemachus. If to thy nakedness I take and strip thee not, and thus whip thee to fleet from council, send with sharp stripes, weeping hence, this glory thou affects to rail. This said, his insolence he settled with his sceptre, struck his back and shoulders so that bloody wails rose. He shrunk round, and from his eyes did flow moist tears, and, looking filthily, he sate, feared, smarted, dried his blubbered cheeks, and all the priests, though grieved to be denied their wished retreat for home, yet laughed delightsomely, and spake either to other, O ye gods, how infinitely take Ulysses' virtues in our good! Author of counsels, great in ordering armies, how most well this act became his heat, to beat from counsel this rude fool! I think his saucy spirit hereafter will not let his tongue abuse the sovereign merit, exempt from such base tongues as his. Thus spake the people. Then the city raiser Ithacus stood up to speak again, holding his sceptre. Close to him grey-eyed Minerva stood, and like a herald, silence caused, that all the archive brood, from first to last, might hear and know the counsel, when inclined to all their good. Ulysses said, Atrides, now I find these men would render thee the shame of all men, nor would pay their own vows to thee, when they took their free and honoured way from Argos hither, that till Troy were by their brave hands razed, they would not turn home. Yet, like babes and widows, now they haste to that base refuge. 'Tis a spite to see men melted so in womanish changes, though 'tis true that if a man do go only a month to sea, and leave his wife far off, and he, tortured with winter's storms, and tossed with a tumultuous sea, grows heavy, and would home. Us then, to whom the thrice year had filled his revoluble orb since our arrival here, I blame not to wish home much more, yet all this time to stay out of our judgments for our end, and now to take our way without it were absurd and vile. Sustain then, friends, abide the time to set our objective, try if Calchas prophesied true of the time or not. We know ye all can witness well, whom these late death-conferring fates have failed to send to hell, that when in Aulis all our fleet assembled with affright of ills to Ilion and her friends, beneath the fair-grown height a plantain bore, about a fount whence crystal water flowed, and near our holy altar we upon the gods bestowed accomplished hecatombs, and there appeared a huge portent, a dragon with a bloody scale, horrid to sight, and sent to light by great Olympius, which, crawling from beneath the altar, to the plantain climbed, and ruthless crashed to death a sparrow's young, in number 8, that in a top bough lay hid under leaves, the dam the 9th, that hovered every way mourning her loved birth, till at length the serpent watching her wing caught, and devoured her too. This dragon, Jupiter, that brought him forth, turned to a stone, and made a powerful mien to stir our zeals up, that admired, when of a fact so clean of all our ills as our sacrifice, so fearful and ostent should be the issue. Calchas then thus prophesied the event. Why are ye dumbstruck, fair-haired Greeks? Wise Jove is he hath shown this strave ostent to us. 'Twas late, and passing lately done, but that grace it foregoes to us, for suffering all the state of his appearance, being so slow, nor time shall end, nor fate. As these 8 sparrows, and the dam that made the 9th, were eat by this stern serpent, so 9 years we are to endure the heat of ravenous war, and in the 10th take in this Broadwayed town. Thus he interpreted this sign, and all things have their crown as he interpreted, till now. The rest then to succeed believe as certain. Stay we all, till that most glorious deed of taking this rich town our hands are honoured with. This said, the Greeks gave an unmeasured shout, which back the ships repaid with terrible echoes. In applause of that persuasion divine Ulysses used, which yet held no comparison with Nestor's next speech, which was this: O shameful thing! Ye talk like children all, that know not war. In whate'er's region walked are oaths and covenants. Now I see the fit respects of men are vanished quite, our right hands given, our faiths, our counsels vain, our sacrifice with wine, all fled in that profaned flame we made to blind all. For thus still we vain persuasions frame, and strive to work our end with words, not joining stratagems and hands together, though thus long the power of our extremes hath urged us to them. Atreus' son, firm as your first hour stand, make good thy purpose, talk no more in councils, but command in active field. Let 2 or 3 that by themselves advise faint in their crowning, they are such as are not truly wise. They will for Argos, ere they knew if that which Jove hath said be false or true. I tell them all that high Jove bowed his head, as first we went aboard our fleet, for sign we should confer these Trojans their due fate and death. Almighty Jupiter all that day darting forth his flames in an unmeasured light on our right hand. Let therefore none once dream of coward flight, till, for his own, some wife of Troy he sleeps withal, the rape of Helen wreaking, and our sighs enforced for her escape. If any yet dare dote on home, let his dishonoured haste his black and well-built bark but touch, that as he first disgraced his country's spirit, fate and death may first his spirit let go. But be thou wise, king, do not trust thyself, but others. No, I will not use an abject word. See all thy men arrayed in tribes and nations, that tribes, nations may nations aid. which doing thou shalt know what chiefs, what soldiers, play the men, and what the cowards. For they all will fight in several then, easy for note. And then shalt thou, if thou destroyest not Troy, know if the prophecies defect, or men thou dost employ in their approved arts want in war, or lack of that brave heat fit for the venturous spirits of Greece, was the cause to thy defeat. To this the king of men replied, O father, all the sons of Greece thou conquerest in the strife of consultations. I would to Jove, Athena, and Phoebus, I could make of all but 10 such counsellors, then instantly would shake King Priam's city, by our hands laid hold on and laid waste. But Jove hath ordered I should grieve, and to that end hath cast my life into debates past end. Myself and Thetis' son, like girls, in words fought for a girl, and I the offence begun. But if we ever talk as friends, Troy thus deferred fall shall never vex us more 1 hour. Come then, to victuals all, that strong Mars all may bring to field. Each man his lance's steel see sharpened well, his shield well lined, his horses meted well, his chariot carefully made strong, that these affairs of death we all day may hold fiercely out. No man must rest or breathe. The bosoms of our targeteers must all be steeped in sweat. The lancer's arm must fall dissolved. Our chariot horse with heat must seem to melt. But if I find one soldier take the chase, or stir from fight, or fight not, still fixed in his enemy's face, or hid a shipboard, all the world for force nor price shall save his hated life, but fowls and dogs be his abhorred grave. He said, and such a murmur rose, as on a lofty shore the waves make, when the south wind comes, and tumbles them before against a rock, grown near the strand, which diversely beset is never free, but here and there with varied uproars beat. All rose then, rushing to the fleet, perfume their tents and eat, each offering to the immortal gods, and praying to 'scape the heat of war and death. The king of men, an ox of 5 years' spring, t'almighty Jove slew, called the peers, first Nestor, then the king Idomeneus, after them the Ajaces, and the son of Tydeus, Ithacus the 6th, in council paragon to Jove himself. All these he bade, but at a martial cry good Menelaus, since he saw his brother busily employed at that time, would not stand on invitation, but of himself came. All about the offering overthrown stood round, took salt cakes, and the king himself thus prayed for all. O Jove, most great, most glorious, that in that starry hall sits drawing dark clouds up to air, let not the sun go down, darkness supplying it, till my hands the palace and the town of Priam overthrow and burn, the arm on Hector's breast dividing, spoiling with my sword thousands, in interest of his bad quarrel laid by him in dust, and eating earth. He prayed, Jove heard him not, but made more plentiful the birth of his sad toils, yet took his gifts. Prayers past, cakes on they threw. The ox then, to the altar drawn, they killed, and from him drew his hide, then cut him up, his thighs in 2 hewn, dubbed with fat, pricked on the sweetbreads, and with wood leaveless, and kindled at opposed fire, they burned the thighs, which done, the inward slit, they broiled on coals and eat, the rest in gigots cut, they spit, roast cunningly, draw, sit, and feast, not lack to leave allayed each temperate appetite, which served, Nestor began and said, Atrides, most graced king of men, now no more words allow, nor more defer the deed Jove vows. Let heralds summon now the brazen-coated Greeks, and us range everywhere the host, to stir a strong war quickly up. This speech no syllable lost. The high-voiced heralds instantly he charged to call to arms the curled-head Greeks. They called, the Greeks straight answered their alarms. The Jove-kept kings about the king all gathered, with their aid ranged all in tribes and nations. With them the grey-eyed maid great Aegis, Jove's bright shield, sustained, that can be never old, never corrupted, fringed about with serpents forged of gold, as many all suffice to make 100 fringes, worth 100 oxen, every snake all sprawling, all set forth with wondrous spirit. Through the host with this the goddess ran, in fury casting round her eyes, and furnished every man with strength, exciting all to arms, and fight incessant. None now like their loved homes like the wars, and as a fire upon a huge wood, on the heights of hills that far off hurls his light, so the divine brass shined on these, thus thrusting on for fight. Their splendor through the air reached heaven, and as about the flood Caster, in an Asian mead, flocks of the airy brood, cranes, geese, or long-necked swans, here, there, proud of their pinions fly, and in their falls lay out such throats, that with their spiritful cry the meadow shrieks again. So here these many-nationed men flowed over the Scamandrian field, from tents and ships. The din was dreadful that the feet of men and horse beat out of earth, and in the flourishing mead they stood, thick as the odorous birth of flowers, or leaves bred in the spring, or thick as swarms of flies throng then to sheepcotes, when each swarm his erring wing applies to milk dewed on the milkmaid's pails, all eagerly disposed to give to ruin the Ilians. And as in rude heaps closed, though huge goatherds are at their food, the goatherds easily yet sort into sundry herds, so here the chiefs in battle set here tribes, here nations, ordering all, amongst whom shine the king, with eyes like lightning loving Jove, his forehead answering, in breast like Neptune, Mars in waist, and as a goodly bull most eminent of all the herd, most wrong, most masterful, so Agamemnon Jove that day made over-heightened clear, that the heaven-bright army, and preferred to all the heroes there. Now tell me, Muses, you that dwell in heavenly roofs, for you are goddesses, are present here, are wise, and all things know. We only trust the voice of fame, know nothing, who they were that here were captains of the Greeks, commanding princes here. The multitude exceed my song, though fitted to my choice 10 tongues were, hardened palates 10, a breast of brass, a voice infract and trump-like. That great work, unless the seed of Jove, the deathless Muses undertake, maintains a pitch above all mortal powers. The princes then and navy did bring those so inenerable troops, and all their soils I sing. End of the second book, Part 1. The second book of the Iliads of Homer, Part 2, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The second book of Homer's Iliads, Part 2. The Catalogue of Grecian Ships and Captains. Peneleus and Leitus, all that Boeotia bred, Arcesilaus, Clonius, and Prothoenor led, the inhabitants of Hyria and stony Aulida, Skene, Scoli, the hilly Eetion, and holy Thespia of Graia, and great Mechalessa that hath the ample plain, of Harma and Elysius, and all that did remain in Erth, and in Elaon, in Highland, Petaona, in fair Ocalia, and the town well-builded Medaona, Copus, Utresis, Thisbe, that for pigeons doth surpass, of Coronea, Haliart, that hath such store of grass, all those that in Plataea dwelt, that Glyssa did possess, and Hypothebes, whose well-built walls are rare and fellowless, enrich on Castus's famous wood, to watery Neptune vowed, and Arne, where the vine-trees are with vigorous bunches bowed, with them that dwelt in Medea, and Nyssa most divine, all those whom utmost Anthedon did wealthily confine. From all these coasts in general full 50 sail were sent, and 60 strong Boeotian youths in every burthen went. But those who in Aspledon dwelt, and Minion or Comen, god Mars' sons did lead, Ascalaphus and Ialmen, who in Azadon Actor's house did of Astyoche come, the bashful maid, as she went up into the higher room, the war gods secretly compressed. In safe conduct of these did 30 hollow-bottomed barks divide the wavy seas. Brave Schedius and Epistrophus the Phocian captains were, now Bolida Iphitus' sons, all proof 'gainst any fear. With them the Cyparicians went, and bold Pythonians, men of religious Chrysa's soil, and fat Daulidians, Panopeans, and Amores, and fierce Hyampolists, and those that dwell where Cephius casts up his silken mists. The men that fair Lilia held, near the Cephisian spring, all which did 40 sable barks to that designment bring. About the entoiled Phocensian fleet had these their sail assigned, and near to the sinister wing the armed Boeotians shined. Ajax the less, Oileus' son, the Locrians led to war, not like to Ajax Telamon, but lesser man by far. Little he was, and ever wore a breastplate made of lin, but for the manage of his lance he general praise did win. The dwellers of Caliarus, of Bessa, Opoen, the youths of Sinus, Scarphus, and Augeas, lovely men, of Tarphus and of Thronius, near flood Boagrius' fall, twice 20 martial barks of these, less Ajax sailed withal, who near Euboea's blessed soil their habitations had, strength-breathing Abants, who their seats in sweet Euboea made, the Histiaeans rich in grapes, the men of Chalcida, the Cerinths bordering on the sea of rich Eretria, of Dion's highly seated town, Caristus, and of Styra. All these the Duke Alphenor led, a flame of Mars's fire, surnamed Chalcodon Tiades, the mighty Abant's guide, swift men afoot, whose broad-set backs their trailing hair did bide, well seen in fight, and soon could pierce the far-extended darts, the breastplates of their enemies, and reach their dearest hearts. 40 black men of war did sail in this Alphenor's charge, the soldiers that in Athens dwelt, a city builded large, the people of Eurystheus, whom Jove-sprung Pallas fed, and plenteous feeding Tellus brought out of her flowery bed. Him Pallas placed in her rich fane, and every ended year of bulls and lambs the Athenian youths pleased him with offerings there. Mighty Menestheus, Petius' son, had their divided care, for horsemen and for targeteers none could with him compare, nor put them into better place to hurt or to defend, but Nestor, for he elder was, with him did sole contend. With him came 50 sable sail, and out of Salamine great Ajax brought 12 sail, that with the Athenians did combine, who did in fruitful Argos dwell, or strong Tirintha keep, Henion, or in Asinen, whose bosom is so deep, Troezina, Eion, Epidaure, where Bacchus crowns his head, Aegina, and Macetta's soil did follow Diomed, and Sthenelus, the dear-loved son of famous Capaneus, together with Euryalus, heir of Mecisteus, the king of Talionides, past whom in deeds of war the famous soldier Diomed of all was held by far. 80 black ships did follow these, the men fair Mycenae held, the wealthy Corinth, Cleon that for beauteous sight excelled, Erythria's lovely seat, and in Ornia's plain, and Sicyana, where at first did King Adrastus reign. high-seated Gonoes's towers, and Hypericius that dwelt in fruitful Pallenen, and in divine Aegeus, with all the seaside borderers, and wide Halese's friends. To Agamemnon every town her native birth commends. In double 50 sable barks, with him a world of men, most strong and full of valour went, and he in triumph then put on his most resplendent arms, since he did overshine the whole heroic host of Greece in power of that design. Who did in Lacedaemons rule, the unmeasured concave hold, high Pharis, Sparta, Messi's towers, for doves so much extolled, Brissaia and Aegea's grounds, strong Laa, Aetolon, Amyclas, Halos's harbour town, that Neptune beats upon. All these did Menelaus lead, his brother that in cries of war was famous. 60 ships conveyed these enemies to Troy in chief, because their king was chiefly injured there, in Helen's rape, and did his best to make them buy it dear. Who dwelt in Pylos' sandy soil, and Arene the fair, in Threon near Alpheus' flood, and Epi full of air, in Cypariscus, Amphigen, and little Ptolaion, the town where all the Iliads dwelt, and famous Dorion, where all the muses opposite, in strife of poesy, to ancient Thamyris of Thrace did use him cruelly. He coming from Eurytus' court, the wise Icalian king, because he proudly durst affirm he could more sweetly sing than that Pierian race of Jove, who, angry with his vaunt, bereft his eyesight and his song, that did the ear enchant, and of his skill to touch his harp disfurnished his hand. All these in 90 hollow keels grave Nestor did command. The richly blessed inhabitants of the Arcadian land below Cylene's mount, that by Epitus' tomb did stand, where dwelt the bold near-fighting men, who did in Pheneus live, and Orchomen, where flocks of sheep the shepherds clustering drive. In Rhipe, and in Stratia, the fair Mantinean town, and strong Enispe, that for height is ever weather blown, Tegea, and in Stymphalus, Parasia strongly walled. All these Alcaeus' son to field King Agapenor called. In 60 barks he brought them on, and every bark well manned, with fierce Arcadians, skilled to use the utmost of a band. King Agamemnon on these men did well-built ships bestow, to pass the gulfy purple sea, that did no sea rights know. They, who in Hermon, Euphrasis, and Elis did remain, what Olen's cliffs, Alesius, and Myrcen did contain, were led to war by twice 2 dukes, and each 10 ships did bring, which many venturous Epeans did serve for burthening, beneath Amphimachus' charge, and valiant Thalpius, son of Eurytus, actor one, the other Cteatus. Diores Amarancetes the other did employ, the 4th divine Polyxenus, Agasthenes' joy, the king of fair Angiotes, who from the Dulichius came, and from Echinus' sweet isles, which hold their holy frame, by ample Elis region, Meges Philides led, whom Duke Phyleus, Jove's beloved, begat, and whilom fled to large Dulichius, for the wrath that fired his father's breast. Twice 20 ships with ebon sails were in his charge addressed. The warlike men of Cephale, and those of Ithaca, woody Neritus, and the men of wet Crocyllia, sharp Aegilipa, Samos' isle, Zacynthus' sea enclosed, Epirus, and the men that hold the continent opposed. All these did wise Ulysses lead, in council peer to Jove. 12 ships he brought, which in their course vermilion sterns did move. Thoas and Dremon's well-spoke son did guide the Aetolians well, those that in Pleuron, Olenon, and strong Pylene dwell. Great Chalcas that by seaside stands, and stony Calydon, For now no more of Ennius' sons survived, they all were gone. No more his royal self did live, no more his noble son, the golden Meleager, now their glasses all were run. All things were left to him in charge, the Aetolians' chief he was, and 40 ships to Trojan wars the seas with him did pass. The royal soldier Idomen did lead the Cretans stout, the men of Knossos and the town of Gortyna walled about. Of Lyctus and Miletus' towers, of white Lycasta's state, of Phaestus and of Rhytius, the cities fortunate, and all the rest inhabiting the 100 towns of Crete, whom warlike Idomen did lead, co-partnered in the fleet, with Kilman-Marion, 80 ships with them did Troy invade. Tlepolemus Heraclides, right strong and bigly made, brought 9 tall ships of war from Rhodes, with haughty Rhodians manned, who dwelt in 3 dissevered parts of that most pleasant land, which Lindus and Gelissus were, and bright Chimaeras called. Tlepolemus commanded these in battle unappalled, whom fair Astyoche brought forth by force of Hercules, led out of Ephyr with his hand from river Selleis, when many towns of princely youths he levelled with the ground. Tlepolem in his father's house, for building much renowned, brought up to headstrong state of youth, his mother's brother slew, the flower of arms, Lysimnius, that somewhat aged grew. Then straight he gathered him a fleet, assembling bands of men, and fled by sea to shun the threats that were denounced then by other sons and nephews of the Alcidon fortitude. He in his exile came to Rhodes, driven in with tempests rude. The Rhodians were distinct in tribes, and great with Jove did stand, the king of men and gods, who gave much treasure to their land. Nireus out of Simna's haven 3 well-built barks did bring, Nireus, fair Aglaea's son, and Charopus the king. Nireus was the fairest man that to fair Ilion came of all the Greeks, save Peleus' son, who passed for general frame. But weak this was, not fit for war, and therefore few did guide, who did in Cassus, Nisyrus, and Crapathus abide, in Eurypylus' town, and in Calydna's soils. Pheidippas and bold Antiphus did guide to Trojan toils, the sons of crowned Thessalus, derived from Hercules, who went with 30 hollow ships, well ordered to the seas. Now will I sing the sackful troops Pelasgian Argos held, that in deep Alus, Alope, and soft Trichina dwelled, in Phthia and in Halidae, where live the lovely dames, the Myrmidons, Hellenians, and Archives robbed of fames, all which the great Aeacides in 50 ships did lead, for these forgat war's horrid voice, because they lacked their head, that would have brought them bravely forth, but now at fleet did lie, that wind-like user of his feet, fair Thetis' progeny. Wroth for bright-cheeked Briseis' loss, who from Lyrnessus' spoils, his own exploit, he brought away as trophy of his toils. When that town was depopulate, he sunk the Theban towers, Minetta and Epistrophus he sent to Pluto's bowers, who came of King Evenus' race, great Helipiades. Yet now he idly lives enraged, but soon must leave his ease. Of those that dwelt in Phylacee and flowery Pyroson, the wood of Ceres, and the soil that sheep are fed upon, Iton and Antron built by sea, and Pteleus full of grass. Protesilaus, while he lived, the worthy captain was, whom now the sable earth detains, his tear-torn faced spouse, he woefully left in Phylacee, and his half-finished house. A fatal Dardan first his life of all the Greeks bereft. As he was leaping from his ship, yet were his men unleft, without a chief, For though they wished to have no other man, but good Protesilae, their guide, Podarces yet began to govern them, Iphitus's son, the son of Phylacus, most rich in sheep, and brother to short-lived Protesilaus. Of younger birth, less and less strong, yet served he to direct the companies, that still did more their ancient duke affect. Twice 20 jetty sails with him the swelling stream did take, but those that did in Pyrrhus dwell, at the Babean lake, in Bebe, and in Glaphyra, Iacoclus builded fair, in thrice 6 ships to Pergamus did through the seas repair, with old Admetus's tender son, Eumelus, whom he bred of Alceste, Peleus's fairest child, of all his female seed. The soldiers that before the siege Methoni's vales did hold, Thaumatia, flowery Melope, and Olyson the cold, Duke Philoctetes governed, in darts of finest sleight. 7 vessels in his charge conveyed they honorable freight, by 50 rowers in a bark, most expert in the bow, but he in sacred Lemnos lay, brought miserably low, by torment of an ulcer grown with Hydra's poisoned blood, whose sting was such, Greece left him there in most impatient mood. Yet thought they on him at his ship, and chose to lead his men, Medon, Oileus' bastard son, brought forth to him by Ren. From Trica, bleak Ithomens' cliffs, and hapless Icale, Eurytus' city, ruled by him in wilful tyranny, in charge of Aesculapius' sons, physician highly praised, Machaon, Podalirius, were 30 vessels raised, who near Hyperia's fountain dwelt, and in Ormenius, the snowy tops of Titanus, and in Asterius, Avimon's son, Eurypylus, did lead into the field, whose towns did 40 black-sailed ships to that encounter yield, who Girtone and Argissa held, Orthon and Elon's seat, and Chachiolooson were led by Polypete, the issue of Pirithous, the son of Jupiter. Him the Athenian Theseus' friend Hippodamie did bear, when he the bristled savages did give Rhamnusia, and drove them out of Peleus, as far as Ithaca. He came not single, but with him Leonteus, Coron's son, an arm of Mars, and Coron's life Caeneus' seed begun. Twice 20 ships attended these. Gunius next did bring from Cyphus 20 sail, and 2, the Ennians following, and fierce Perabe, that about Dodon's frozen mould did plant their houses, and the men that did the meadows hold, which Titaresius decks with flowers, and his sweet current leads into the bright Peneus that hath the silver heads. Yet with his admirable stream doth not his waves commix, but glides aloft on it like oil, for 'tis the flood of Styx, by which the immortal gods do swear. Teuthredon's honoured birth Protheus led the magnates forth, who near the shady earth of Peleus and Penion dwelt. 40 revengeful sail did follow him. These were the dukes and princes of a vale that came from Greece. But now the man that overshine them all, sing, Muse, and their most famous steeds to my recital call, that both the Atrides followed. Fair Pheretyades, the bravest mares, did bring by much. Eumelus managed these, swift of their feet as birds of wing, both of one hair did shine, both of an age, both of a height, as measured by a line, whom silver-bowed Apollo bred in the Pierian mead. Both slick and dainty, yet were both in war of wondrous dread. Great Ajax Telamon for strength passed all the peers of war, while vexed Achilles was away, but he surpassed him far. The horse that bore that faultless man were likewise past compare. Yet lay he at the crooked stern ships, and fury was his fare. For Atreus' son's ungracious deed, his men yet pleased their hearts, with throwing of the holed stone, with hurling of their darts, and shooting fairly on the shore, their horse at chariots fed, on greatest parsley and on sedge that in the fens is bred. His princes' tents their chariots held, that richly covered were. His princes, amorous of their chief, walked storming here and there about the host, and scorned to fight. Their breaths as they did pass before them flew, as if a fire fed on the trembling grass. Earth undergrown their high-raised feet, as when offended Jove in Erema Typhoeus with rattling thunder drove beneath the earth. In Erema men say the grave is still, where thunder tombed Typhoeus, and is a monstrous hill. And as that thunder made earth groan, so groaned it as they passed. They trod with such hard set down steps, and so exceeding fast. To Troy the rainbow-girded dame right heavy news relates, from Jove, as all to council drew in Priam's palace gates. Resembling Priam's son in voice, Polites, swift of feet, in trust whereof as sentinel, to see when from the fleet the Grecians sallied, he was set upon the lofty brow of aged Aeacides' tomb, and this did Iris show. O Priam, thou art always pleased with indiscreet advice, and framest thy life to times of peace, when such a war doth rise as threats inevitable spoil. I never did behold such and so mighty troops of men, who trample on the mould, in number like autumnus' leaves, or like the marine sand, already round about the walls to use a ruining hand. Hector, I therefore charge thee most this charge to undertake. A multitude remain in Troy, will fight for Priam's sake. Of other lands and languages, let every leader then bring forth well armed into the field his several bands of men. Strong Hector knew a deity gave charge to this essay, dismissed the council straight, like waves clusters to arms do sway. The ports are all wide open set, out rush the troops in swarms, both horse and foot, the city run with sudden cried alarms. A column stands without the town, that high his head doth raise, a little distant, in a plain trod down with divers ways, which men do Battalia call, but the immortals name Myrine's famous sepulchre, the wondrous active dame. Here were the auxiliary bands that came in Troy's defence, distinguished under several guides of special excellence. The Duke of all the Trojan power, great helm-decked Hector was, which stood of many mighty men, well skilled in darts of brass. Aeneas of commixed seed, a goddess with a man, Anchises with the queen of love, the troops Dardanian led to the field. His lovely sire, in Ida's lower shade, begat him of sweet Cyprides. He solely was not made chief leader of the Dardan powers. Antenor's valiant sons, Archilochus and Acamas, were joined companions, who in Zelea dwelt, beneath the sacred foot of Ida, that drank of black Aesepus' stream, and wealth made full of pride. The Aphne, Lycaon's son, whom Phoebus gave his bow, Prince Pandarus did lead to field, who addressed in us, of Pisa's city, Pityeia, and Mount Tereus, addressed us, and stout Amphius led, who did their sire displease, Merops Percosius, that excelled all Troy in heavenly skill of future searching prophecy, for, much against his will, his sons were agents in those arms, whom since they disobeyed the fates, in letting slip their threads, their hasty valours stayed, who in Percotes, Practicus, Arisba did abide, who Cestus and Abydos bred, Hyrtocides did guide. Prince Asius Hyrtocides, that through great Siles' force brought from Arisba to that fight the great and fiery horse. Pyleus and Hippothous the stout Pelasgians led, of them Larissa's fruitful soil before had nourished. These were Pelagian Pithous' sons, son of Teutomidas. The Thracian guides were Pyroas and valiant Acamas, of all that the impetuous flood of Hellespont enclosed. Euphemus the Ciconian troops in his command disposed, who from Troezenius Sciades right nobly did descend. Pyræchmes did the peons rule, that crooked bows do bend. From Axius, out of Amydon, he had them in command, from Axius, whose most beauteous stream still overflows the land. Pylæmon with the well-armed heart the Paphlagonians led, from Ennis, where the race of mules fit for the plough is bred. The men that broad Cytorus' bounds, and Sesamus enfold, about Parthenius' lofty flood, in houses much extolled. From Chroma and Ægialus, the men that arms did bear, and Erythinus situate high, Pylæmon soldiers were. Epistrophus and Dias did the Halizonians guide, far-fetched from Alibi, where first the silver mines were tried. Chromis and augur Ennomus the Mysians did command, who could not with his auguries the strength of death withstand, but suffered it beneath the stroke of great Æacides, in Xanthus, where he made more souls dive to the Stygian seas. Phorcys and fair Ascanius the Phrygians brought to war, well trained for battle, and were come out of Ascania far. With Metles and with Antiphus, Pylæmon's sons, did fight the men of Maion, whom the fen Gygia brought to light, and those Maionians that beneath the mountain Tmolus sprung, the rude unlettered Carabi, that barbarous were of tongue, did under Nastes' colours march, and young Amphimachus, Nomaeon's famous sons, to whom the mountain Thyrorus, that with the famous wood is crowned, Miletus, Mycales, that have so many lofty marks for men that love the seas, the crooked arms Meander bode with his so snaky flood, resigned for conduct the choice of youth of all their martial brood. The fool Amphimachus to field brought gold to be his rack, proud girl-like that doth ever bear her dower upon her back, which wise Achilles marked, slew him, and took his gold in strife. At Xanthus' flood so little death did fear his golden life. Sarpedon led the Lycians, and Glaucus unreproved, from Lycia and the gulfy flood of Xanthus far removed. End of the second book. Part 2. The third book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Shemp. The third book of Homer's Iliads. The argument. Paris, betwixt the hosts, to single fight of all the Greeks, dares the most hardy knight. King Menelaus doth accept his brave, conditioning that he again should have fair Helena, with all she brought to Troy, if he subdued, else Paris should enjoy her and her wealth in peace. Conquest doth grant her dear wreath to the Grecian combatant, but Venus to her champion's life doth yield safe rescue, and conveys him from the field into his chamber, and for Helen sends, whom much her lover's foul disgrace offends. Yet Venus for him still makes good her charms, and ends the second combat in his arms. Another argument. Gamma. The single fight doth sing, twixt Paris and the Spartan king. When every least commander's will best soldiers had obeyed, and both the hosts were ranged for fight, the Trojans would have frayed the Greeks with noises, crying out, in coming rudely on, at all parts like the cranes that fill the air, with harsh confusion of brutish clangies all the air, and in ridiculous war, eschewing the unsuffered storms, shot from the winter's star, visit the ocean, and confer the pygmy soldiers' death. The Greeks charged silent, and like men bestowed their thrifty breath in strength of far resounding blows, still entertaining care of either's rescue, when their strength did their engagements dare. And as, upon a hill's steep tops, The south wind pours a cloud to shepherds thankless, but by thieves that love the night allowed a darkness letting down, that blinds a stone's cast off men's eyes. Such darkness from the Greeks' swift feet, made all of dust, did rise. But ere stern conflict mixed both strengths, fair Paris stepped before the Trojan host. Athwart his back a panther's hide he wore, a crooked bow and sword, and shook two brazen-headed darts, with which, well armed, his tongue provoked the best of Grecian hearts to stand with him in single fight. Whom when the man, wronged most of all the Greeks, so gloriously saw stalked before the host, as when a lion is rejoiced, with hunger half forlorn, that finds some sweet prey, as a hart, whose grace lies in his horn, or sylvan goat which he devours, though never so pursued with dogs and men. So Sparta's king exulted when he viewed the fair-faced Paris so exposed to his so thirsted reek, whereof his good cause made him sure. The Grecian front did break, and forth he rushed, at all parts armed, leapt from his chariot, and royally prepared for charge. Which seen, cold terror shot through the heart of Paris, who retired as headlong from the king as in him he had shunned his death. And as a hilly spring presents a serpent to a man, full underneath his feet, her blue neck swollen with poison, raised and her sting out, to greet his heedless entry, suddenly his walk he altereth, starts back amaze, is shook with fear, and looks as pale as death. So Menelaus Paris scared, so that divine-faced foe shrunk in his beauties, which beheld by Hector, he let go this bitter check at him. Accursed! Made but in beauty's scorn, impostor, woman's man! O heaven, that thou hast ne'er been born, or, being so manless, never lived to bear man's noblest state, the nuptial honour, which I wish, because it were a fate much better for thee than this shame. This spectacle doth make a man a monster. Hark, how loud the Greeks laugh, who did take thy fair form for a continent of parts as fair. A rape thou madest of nature, like their queen. No soul, an empty shape, takes up thy being, yet how spite to every shade of good fills it with ill. For as thou art, thou couldst collect a brood of others like thee, and far hence fetch ill enough to us, even to thy father. All these friends make those foes mock them thus in thee, for whose ridiculous sake so seriously they lay all Greece and fate upon their necks. O wretch, not dare to stay weak Menelaus! But 'twas well, for in him thou hadst tried what strength lost beauty can infuse, and with the more grief died to feel thou robb'st a worthier man, to wrong a soldier's right. Your harp's sweet touch, curled locks, fine shape, and gifts so exquisite, given thee by Venus, would have done your fine dames little good, when blood and dust had ruffled them, and had as little stood thyself instead. But what thy care of all these in thee flies, we should inflict on thee ourselves. Infectious cowardice in thee hath terrified our host, for which thou well deservest a coat of tombstone, not of steel, in which for form thou servest. To this thus Paris spake, for form that might inhabit heaven. Hector, because thy sharp reproof is out of justice given, I take it well, but though my heart, inured to these affrights, cuts through them as an axe through oak, that more used more excites the workman's faculty, whose art can make the edge go far, yet I, less practised than thyself in these extremes of war, may well be pardoned, though less bold. In these your worth exceeds, in others mine. Nor is my mind of less force to the deeds required in war, because my form more flows in gifts of peace. Reproach not, therefore, the kind gifts of golden Cyprides. All heaven's gifts have their worthy price, as little to be scorned as to be won with strength, wealth, state, with which to be adorned some men would change state, wealth, or strength. But if your martial heart wish me to make my challenge good, and hold it such a part of shame to give it over thus, cause all the rest to rest. And twixt both hosts let Sparta's king and me perform our best for Helen and the wealth she brought. And he that overcomes, or proves superior any way, in all your equal dooms, let him enjoy her utmost wealth, keep her, or take her home. The rest strike leagues of endless date, and hearty friends become. You dwelling safe in glebby Troy, the Greeks retire their force to Achaia, that breeds the fairest dames, and Argos' fairest horse. He said, and his amendsful words did Hector highly please, who rushed betwixt the fighting hosts, and made the Trojans cease, by holding up in midst his lance. The Grecians noted not the signal he for parley used, but at him fiercely shot, hurled stones, and still were levelling darts. At last the king of men, great Agamemnon, cried aloud, Argives, for shame, contain, youths of Achaia. Shoot no more, the fair-helmed Hector shows as he desired to treat with us. This said, all ceased from blows, and Hector spake to both the hosts. Trojans, and hardy Greeks, hear now what he that stirred these wars for their secession seeks. He bids us all, and you, disarm, that he alone may fight with Menelaus for us all, for Helen and her right, with all the dower she brought to Troy, and he that wins the day, or is, in all the art of arms, superior any way, the queen, and all her sorts of wealth, let him at will enjoy. The rest strike truce, and let love seal firm leagues twixt Greece and Troy. The Greek host wondered at this brave. Silence flew everywhere. At last spake Sparta's warlike king. Now also give me ear, whom grief gives most cause of reply. I now have hope to free the Greeks and Trojan of all ills they have sustained for me. And Alexander, that was cause I stretched my spleen so far. Of both, then, which is nearest fate, let his death end the war. The rest immediately retire, and greet all homes in peace. Go then, to bless your champion, and give his powers success. Fetch for the earth, and for the sun, the gods on whom ye call, 2 lambs, a black one and a white, a female and a male. And we another for ourselves will fetch, and kill to Jove. To sign which rites bring Priam's force, because we well approve his sons perfidious, envious, and, out of practised bane to faith, when she believes in them, Jove's high truce may profane. All young men's hearts are still unstayed, but in those well-weighed deeds an old man will consent to pass things past, and what succeeds he looks into, that he may know how best to make his way through both the fortunes of a fact and will the worst obey. This granted, a delightful hope both Greeks and Trojans fed, of longed-for rest from those long toils their tedious war had bred. Their horses then in rank they set, drawn from their chariots round, descend themselves, took off their arms, and placed them on the ground. Near one another, for the space twixt both the hosts was small, Hector 2 heralds sent to Troy, that they from thence might call King Priam, and to bring the lambs, to rate the truce they swore. But Agamemnon to the fleet Talthybius sent before, to fetch their lamb, who nothing slacked, the royal charge was given. Iris, the rainbow, then came down ambassadress from heaven, to white-armed Helen. She assumed at every part the grace of Helen's last love's sister shape, who had the highest place in Helen's love, and had to name Odyssey, most fair of all the daughters Priam had, and made the nuptial pair with Helicaon, royal sprout of old Antenor's seed. She found Queen Helena at home, at work about a weed woven for herself. It shined like fire, was rich and full of size, the work of both sides being alike, in which she did comprise the many labours warlike Troy and brass-armed Greece endured, for her fair sake, by cruel Mars and his stern friends procured. Iris came in joyful haste, and said, O come with me, loved nymph, and an admired sight of Greeks and Trojans see, who first on one another brought a war so full of tears, even thirsty of contentious war, now every man forbears, and friendly by each other sits, each leaning on his shield, their long and shining lances pitched fast by them in the field. Paris and Sparta's king alone must take up all the strife, and he that conquers only call fair Helena his wife. Thus spake the thousand-coloured dame, and to her mind commends the joy to see her first espoused her native towers and friends, which stirred a sweet desire in her to serve the which she hied, shadowed her graces with white veils, and though she took a pride to set her thoughts at gaze, and see, in her clear beauty's flood, what choice of glory swum to her yet tender womanhood. Seasoned with tears, her joys to see more joys the more offence, and that perfection could not flow from earthly excellence. Thus went she forth, and took with her women most of name, Aethra, Pythius' lovely birth, and Clymene, whom fame hath for her fair eyes memorized. They reached the Scaean towers, where Priam sat, to see the fight, with all his counsellors, Panthous, Lampus, Clytius, and stout Hicetaon, Thymoetes, wise Antenor, and profound Eucaligon. All grave old men, and soldiers they had been but for age, now left the wars, yet counsellors they were exceeding sage. And as in well-grown woods or trees cold spiny grasshoppers sit chirping, and send voices out that scarce can pierce our ears for softness, and their weak faint sounds, so, talking on the tower, these seniors of the people sat, who, when they saw the power of beauty in the queen ascend even those cold-spirited ears, those wise and utmost withered men found this heat in their years, that they were forced, through whispering, to say what men can blame the Greeks and Trojans to endure for so admired a dame, so many miseries, and so long. In her sweet countenance shine looks like the goddesses, and yet, though never so divine, before we boast unjustly still of her enforced prize, and justly suffer for her sake with all our progenies, labour and ruin, let her go, the profit of our land must pass the beauty. Thus, though these could bear so fit a hand on their affections, yet when all their gravest powers were used, they could not choose but welcome her, and rather they accused the gods than beauty, for thus spake the most famed king of Troy: "Come, loved daughter, sit by me, and take the worthy joy of thy first husband's sight, old friends and princes near allied, and name me some of these brave Greeks so manly beautified. Come, do not think I lay the wars endured by us on thee. The gods have sent them, and the tears in which they swum to me. Sit then, and name this goodly Greek, so tall and broadly spread, who than the rest that stand by him is higher by the head. The bravest man I ever saw, and most majestical, his only presence makes me think him king amongst them all." The fairest of her sex replied, "Most reverend father-in-law, most loved, most feared, would some ill death had seized me when I saw the first mean why I wronged you thus, that I had never lost the sight of these my ancient friends, of him that loved me most, of my sole daughter, brothers both, with all those kindly mates, of one soil, one age, born with me, though under different fates. But these boons envious stars deny, the memory of these in sorrow pines those beauties now, that then did too much please, nor satisfy they your demand, to which I thus reply: That's Agamemnon, Atreus' son, the great in empery, a king, whom double royalty doth crown, being great and good, and one that was my brother-in-law, when I contained my blood, and was more worthy, if at all I might be said to be, my being lost so soon in all that honoured me." The good old king admired and said, "O Atreus' blessed son, born unto joyful destinies, that hast the empire won of such a world of Grecian youths as I discover here. I once marched into Phrygia, that many vines doth bear, where many Phrygians I beheld, well skilled in use of horse, that of the two men, like two gods, were the commanded force. Otreus and great Mygdonus, who on Sangarius' sands set down their tents, with whom myself for my assistant bands, was numbered as a man in chief. That cause of war was then the Amazon dames, that in their facts affected to be men. In all there was a mighty power, which yet did never rise to equal these Achaean youths, that have the sable eyes. Then, seeing Ulysses next, he said, Love daughter, what is he that, lower than great Atreus' son, seems by the head to me, yet in his shoulders and big breast presents a broader show? His armour lies upon the earth, he up and down doth go, to see his soldier keep their ranks, and ready have their arms, if, in this truce, they should be tried by any false alarms. Much like a well-grown bellwether, or feltred ram he shows, that walks before a wealthy flock of fair white-fleeced ewes. High Jove and Leda's fairest seed to Priam thus replies, This is the old Laertes' son, Ulysses, called the wise, who, though unfruitful Ithaca was made his nursing seat, yet knows he every sort of sleight, and is in counsel great. The wise Antenor answered her, "'Tis true, renowned dame, for some time past wise Ithaca to Troy a legate came, with Menelaus for your cause, to whom I gave receipt as guests, and welcome to my house, with all the love I might. I learned the wisdom of their souls, and humours of their blood, for when the Trojan council met, and these together stood, by height of his broad shoulders had Atrides eminence, yet set Ulysses did exceed, and bred more reverence. And when their counsels and their words they wove in one, the speech of Atreus' son was passing loud, small fast, yet did not reach too much, being naturally born laconical, nor would his humour lie for anything, or was, like the other, old. But when the prudent Ithacus did to his counsels rise, he stood a little still, and fixed upon the earth his eyes, his sceptre moving neither way, but held it formally, like one that vainly doth affect of wrathful quality, and frantic, rashly judging him, you would have said he was. But when out of his ample breast he gave his great voice pass, and words that flew about our ears like drifts of winter's snow, none thenceforth might contend with him, though not admired for show. The third man aged Priam marked was Ajax Telamon, of whom he asked, What lord is that so large of limb and bone, so raised in height that to his breast I see there reacheth none? To him the goddess of her sex, the large-veiled Helen, said, That lord is Ajax Telamon, a bulwark in their aid. On the other side stands Idomen, in Crete of most command, and round about his royal sides his Cretan captains stand. Oft hath the warlike Spartan king given hospitable due to him within our Lacine court, and all his retinue, and now the other Argive dukes I generally discern, all which I know, and all their names could make thee quickly learn. Two princes of the people yet I nowhere can behold, Castor, the skilful knight on horse, and Pollux uncontrolled. For all stand fights, and force of hand, both at a birth and bred, my natural brothers, either here they have not followed from lovely Sparta, or arrived within the sea-borne fleet, in fear of infamy for me in broad field shame to meet. Not so, for holy Tellus' womb enclosed those worthy men, in Sparta their beloved soil. The voiceful heralds then the firm agreement of the gods through all the city ring, 2 lambs and spirit-refreshing wine, the fruit of earth, they bring. Within a goatskin bottle closed, Idaeus also brought a massy glittering bowl, and cups that all of gold were wrought, which bearing to the king they cried, Son of Laomedon, rise, for the well-rowed peers of Troy and brass-armed Greeks in one send to thee to descend the field, that they firm vows may make. For Paris and the Spartan king must fight for Helen's sake with long-armed lances, and the man that proves victorious, the woman and the wealth she brought, shall follow to his house. The rest knit friendship and firm leagues, we safe in Troy shall dwell. In Argos and Achaia they that do in dames excel. He said, and Priam's aged joints with chilled fear did shake, yet instantly he bade his men his chariot ready make, which soon they did, and he ascends, he takes the reins, and guide Antenor calls, who instantly mounts to his royal side, and through the Scaean ports to field the swift-foot horse they drive, and when at them of Troy and Greece the aged lords arrive, from horse on Troy's well-feeding soil, twixt both the hosts they go, when straight up rose the king of men, up rose Ulysses too. The heralds in their richest coats repeat, as was the guise, the true vows of the gods, termed theirs, since made before their eyes. Then in a cup of gold they mix the wine that each side brings, and next pour water on the hands of both the kings of kings, which done, Atrides drew his knife, that evermore he put within the large sheath of his sword, with which away he cut the wool from both fronts of the lambs, which as a rite in use of execration to their heads, that brake the plighted truce, the heralds of both hosts did give the peers of both, and then, with hands and voice advanced to heaven, thus prayed the king of men. O Jove, that Ida dost protect, and hast the titles won, most glorious, most invincible, and thou all-seeing Sun, all-hearing, all-recomforting, floods, earth, and powers beneath, that all the perjuries of men chastise even after death, be witnesses, and see performed the hearty vows we make. If Alexander shall the life of Menelaus take, he shall from henceforth Helena with all her wealth retain, and we will to our household gods hoist sail and home again. If, by my honoured brother's hand, be Alexander slain, the Trojans then shall his forced queen with all her wealth restore, and pay convenient fine to us, aid ours for evermore. If Priam and his sons deny to pay his, thus agreed, when Alexander shall be slain, or that perfidious deed, and for the fine will I fight here, till dearly they repay, by death and ruin, the amends that falsehood keeps away. This said, the throats of both the lambs cut with his royal knife. He laid them panting on the earth, till, quite deprived of life, the steel had robbed them of their strength. Then golden cups they crowned, with wine out of a cistern drawn, which poured upon the ground. They fell upon their humble knees to all the deities, and thus prayed, one of both the hosts, that might do sacrifice. O Jupiter, most high, most great, and all the deathless powers, who first shall dare to violate the late sworn oaths of ours, so let the bloods and brains of them, and all they shall produce, flow on the stained face of the earth, as now this sacred juice. And let their wives with bastardess brand all their future race. Thus prayed they, but with wished effects their prayers Jove did not grace. When Priam said, Lords of both hosts, I can no longer stay to see my loved son try his life, and so must take my way to wind-exposed Ilion. Jove yet and heaven's high states know only which of these must now pay tribute to the fates. Thus, putting in his coach the lambs, he mounts and reins his horse, and Tenor to him, and to Troy, both take their speedy course. Then Hector, Priam's martial son, stepped forth and met the ground with wise Ulysses, where the blows of combat must resound. Which done, into a helm they put 2 lots, to let them know which of the combatants should first his brass-piled javelin throw. When all the people standing by, with hands held up to heaven, prayed Jove the conquest might not be forced or fortune given, but that the man who was in right, the author of most wrong, might feel his justice, and no more these tedious wars prolong, but sinking to the house of death, leave them, as long before, linked fast in leagues of amity, that might dissolve no more. Then Hector shook the helm that held the equal dooms of chance, looked back and drew, and Paris first had lot to hurl his lance. The soldiers all sat down and ranked, each by his arms and horse, that then lay down and cooled their hoofs, and now the allotted course bids fair-haired Helen's husband arm, who first makes fast his greaves with silver buckles to his legs, then on his breast receives the curates that Lycaon wore, his brother, but made fit for his fair body. Next his sword he took, and fastened it, all damasked, underneath his arm. His shield then grave and great his shoulders wore, and on his head his glorious helm he set, topped with a plume of horsehair that horribly did dance, and seemed to threaten as he moved. At last he takes his lance, exceeding big and full of weight, which he with ease could use. In like sort Sparta's warlike king himself with arms endues. Thus armed, at either army both, they both stood bravely in. Possessing both hosts with amaze, they came so chin to chin, and with such horrible aspects each other did salute. A fair large field was made for them, where wraths for hugeness mute and mutual made them mutually at either shake their darts before they threw. Then Paris first with his long javelin parts, it smote Atrides' orbitarge, but ran not through the brass, for in it, arming well the shield, the head reflected was. Then did the second combatant apply him to his spear, which ere he threw, he thus besought almighty Jupiter: O Jove, vouchsafe me now revenge, and that my enemy, for doing wrong so undeserved, may pay deservedly the pains he forfeited, and let these hands inflict those pains, by conquering, aye, by conquering dead, him on whom life complains, that any now, or any one of all the brood of men to live hereafter, may with fear from all offence abstain, much more from all such foul offence to him that was his host, and entertained him as the man whom he affected most. This said, he shook and threw his lance, which struck through Paris' shield, and with the strength he gave to it, it made the curates yield, his coat of mail, his breast, and all, and drove his entrails in that low region where the guts in three small parts begin. Yet he, in bowing of his breast, prevented sable death. This taint he followed with his sword, drawn from a silver sheath, which lifting high, he strook his helm full where his plume did stand, on which it piecemeal brake, and fell from his unhappy hand. At which he sighing stood, and stared upon the ample sky, and said, O Jove, there is no God given more illiberally to those that serve thee than thyself. Why have I prayed in vain? I hoped my hand should have revenged the wrongs I still sustain on him that did them, and still dares their foul defence pursue. And now my lance hath missed his end, my sword in shivers flew, and he 'scapes all. With this again he rushed upon his guest, and caught him by the horsehair plume that dangled on his crest, with thought to drag him to the Greeks, which he had surely done, and so besides the victory had wondrous glory won, because the needle-painted lace with which his helm was tied beneath his chin, and so about his dainty throat implied, had strangled him, but that, in time, the Cyprian seed of Jove did break the string, with which was lined that which the needle wove, and was the tough thong of a steer, and so the victor's palm was, for so full a man at arms, only an empty helm, that then he swung about his head, and cast among his friends, who scrambled, and took to up with shouts. Again then he intends to force the life-blood of his foe, and ran on him amain with shaken javelin, when the queen, that lovers loves, again attended, and now ravished him from that encounter quite, with ease and wondrous suddenly, for she, a goddess, might. She hid him in a cloud of gold, and never made him known, till in his chamber, fresh and sweet, she gently sent him down, and went for Helen, whom she found in Scia's utmost height, to which whole swarms of city dames had climbed to see the sight. To give her errand good success, she took on her the shape of beldame Graia, who was brought by Helen in her rape from Lacedaemon, and had trust in all her secrets still, being old, and had, of all her maids, the main bent of her will, and spun for her finest wool. Like her, love's empress came, pulled Helen by the heavenly veil, and softly said, Madam, my lord calls for you. You must needs make all your kind haste home. He's in your chamber, stays and longs, sits by your bed, pray come. 'Tis richly made and sweet, but he more sweet, and looks so clear, so fresh and movingly attired, that seeing you would swear he came not from the dusky fight, but from a courtly dance, or would to dancing. This she made a charm for dalliance, whose virtue Helen felt, and knew by her so radiant eyes, white neck, and most enticing breasts, the deified disguise, at which amazed she answered her, Unhappy deity, why lov'st thou still in these deceits to wrap my fantasy? O whither yet, of all the towns given to their lust beside, in Phrygia or Maeonia, comest thou to be my guide? If there of divers languaged men thou hast, as here in Troy, some other friend to be my shame, since here thy latest joy, by Menelaus now subdued, by him shall I be borne home to his court, and end my life in triumphs of his scorn. And to this end would thy deceits my wanton life allure. Hence, go thyself to Priam's son, and all the ways abjure of gods or god-like minded dames, nor ever turn again thy earth-affecting feet to heaven, but for his sake sustain toils here. Guard, grace him endlessly, till he requite thy grace by giving thee my place with him, or take his servant's place. If, all dishonourable ways, your favour seek to serve his never pleased incontinence, I better will deserve than serve his dotage now. What shame were it for me to feed this lust in him? All honoured dames would hate me for the deed. He lives a woman's love so shamed, and shows so base a mind, to feel nor my shame nor his own, griefs of a greater kind, wound me that such as can admit such kind delights so soon. The goddess, angry that, past shame, her mere will was not done, replied, Incense me not, you wretch, lest, once incensed, I leave thy cursed life to as strange a hate as yet it may receive a love from me, and lest I spread through both hosts such despite for those plagues they have felt for thee, that both abjure thee quite, and setting thee in midst of both, turn all their wraths on thee, and dart thee dead, that such a death may wreak thy wrong of me. This strook the fair dame with such fear it took her speech away, and shadowed in her snowy veil she durst not but obey, and yet to shun the shame she feared she vanished undescried, of all the Trojan ladies there, for Venus was her guide. Arrived at home, her women both fell to their work in haste, when she, that was of all her sex the most divinely graced, ascended to a higher room, though much against her will, where lovely Alexander was, being led by Venus still. The laughter-loving dame discerned her moved mind by her grace, and for her mirth's sake set a stool full before Paris's face, where she would needs have Helen sit, who, though she durst not choose, but sit, yet looked away for all the goddess's power could use, and used her tongue too, and to chide whom Venus soothed so much, and chid too in this bitter kind. And was thy cowardice such, so conquered to be seen alive? O, would to God thy life had perished by his worthy hand, to whom I first was wife. Before this thou wouldst glorify thy valour and thy lance, and past my first loves boast them far. Go once more and advance thy braves against his single power. This foil might fall by chance. Poor conquered man! 'Twas such a chance as I would not advise thy valour should provoke again. Shun him, thou most unwise, lest next thy spirit sent to hell, thy body be his prize. He answered, Prithee, woman, cease to chide and grieve me thus. Disgraces will not ever last. Look on their end. On us will other gods at other times let fall the victor's wreath, as on him Pallas put it now. Shall our love sink beneath the hate of fortune? In love's fire let all hates vanish. Come, love never so inflamed my heart. No, not when, bringing home thy beauty's so delicious prize, on Crini's blest shore I longed for, and enjoyed thee first. With this he went before, she after, to the odorous bed. While these to pleasure yield, perplexed Atrides, savage-like, ran up and down the field, and every thickest troop of Troy, and of their far-called aid, searched for his foe, who could not be by any eye betrayed. Nor out of friendship, out of doubt, did they conceal his sight. All hated him so like their deaths, and owed him such despite. At last thus spake the king of men, Hear me, ye men of Troy, ye Dardans and the rest, whose power you in their aids employ. The conquest on my brother's part ye all discern is clear. Do you then, Argive Helen, with all her treasure here, restore to us, and pay the mullet that by your vows is due? Yield us an honoured recompense, and all that should accrue to our posterities, confirm, that when you render it, our acts may here be memorized. This all Greeks else thought fit. End of the third book. The fourth book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The fourth book of Homer's Iliads. The argument. The gods in council, at last, decree the famous Ilion shall expunged be, and that their own continued faults may prove the reasons that have so incensed Jove. Minerva seeks, with more offences done against the lately injured Atreus' son, a ground that clearest would make seen their sin, to have the Lycian Pandarus begin. He, 'gainst the truce with sacred covenants bound, gives Menelaus a dishonoured wound. Machaon heals him. Agamemnon then to mortal war incenseth all his men. The battles join, and in the heat of fight cold death shuts many eyes in endless night. Another argument. In Delta is the gods' assize, the truce is broke, wars freshly rise. Within the fair paved court of Jove, he and the gods confer about the sad events of Troy, amongst whom ministered blessed Hebe Nectar. As they sat and did Troy's towers behold, they drank, and pledged each other round in full-crowned cups of gold. The mirth at whose feast was begun by great Saturnides in urging a begun dislike among the goddesses, but chiefly in his solemn queen, whose spleen he was disposed to tempt yet further, knowing well what anger it enclosed, and how wives' angers should be used. On which, thus pleased, he played. 2 goddesses there are that still give Menelaus aid, and one that Paris loves, the 2 that sit from us so far, which Argive Juno is, and she that rules in deeds of war, no doubt are pleased to see how well the late seen fight did frame. And yet upon the adverse part the laughter-loving dame made her power good too for her friend, for, though he were so near the stroke of death, in the others' hopes, she took him from them clear. The conquest yet is questionless the martial Spartan king's. We must consult then what events shall crown these future things. If wars and combats, we shall still with even successes strike, or as impartial friendship plant on both parts. If ye like the last, and that it will as well delight as merely please your happy deities, still let stand old Priam's town in peace, and let the Lacedaemon king again his queen enjoy. As Pallas and heaven's queen sat close, complotting ill to Troy, with silent murmurs they received this ill-like choice from Jove, 'gainst whom was Pallas much incensed, because the queen of love could not, without his leave, relieve in that late point of death the son of Priam, whom she loathed. Her wrath yet fought beneath her supreme wisdom, and was curbed, but Juno needs must ease her great heart with her ready tongue, and said, "What words are these, austere, and too much Saturn's son? Why wouldst thou render still my labours idle, and the sweat of my industrious will dishonour with so little power? My chariot horse are tired with posting to and fro from Greece, and bringing banes desired to people mustering Priamus and his perfidious sons. Yet thou protect'st, and join'st with them whom each just deity shuns. Go on, but ever go resolved all other gods have vowed to cross thy partial course for Troy in all that makes it proud." At this the cloud-compelling Jove a far-fetched sigh let fly, and said, "Thou Fury, what offence of such impiety hath Priam or his sons done thee, that with so high a hate thou shouldst thus ceaselessly desire to raze and ruinate so well a builded town as Troy? I think, hadst thou the power, thou wouldst the ports and far-stretched walls fly over, and devour old Priam and his issue quick, and make all Troy thy feast. And then at length I hope thy wrath and tired spleen would rest, to which run on thy chariot, that not be found in me of just cause to our future jars. In this yet strengthen thee, and fix it in thy memory fast, this if I entertain as peremptory a desire to level with the plain a city where thy loved live, stand not twixt my ire and what it aims at, but give way, when thou hast thy desire, which now I grant thee willingly, although against my will. For not beneath the ample sun and heaven's star-bearing hill there is a town of earthly men so honoured in my mind as sacred Troy, nor of earth's kings as Priam and his kind, who never let my altars lack rich feast of offerings slain, and their sweet savours, for which grace I honoured them again." Dread Juno, with the cow's fair eyes, replied, "3 towns there are of great and eminent respect, both in my love and care, Mycenae, with the broad highways, and Argos, rich in horse, and Sparta, all which 3 destroy, when thou enviest their force. I will not aid them, nor malign thy free and sovereign will, for if I should be envious, and set against their ill, I know my envy were in vain, since thou art mightier far. But we must give each other leave, and wink at either's war. I likewise must have power to crown my works with wished end, because I am a deity, and did from thence descend whence thou thyself, and the elder born, wise Saturn, was our sire, and thus there is a twofold cause that pleads for my desire. Being sister, and am called thy wife, and more, since thy command rules all gods else, I claim therein a superior hand. All wrath before then now remit, and mutually combine in either's empire, I thy rule, and thou illustrate mine. So will the other gods agree, and we shall all be strong. And first, for this late plot, with speed let Pallas go among the Trojans, and some one of them entice to break the truce, by offering in some treacherous wound the honoured Greeks abuse. The father of both men and gods agreed, and Pallas sent with these winged words to both the hosts: Make all haste, and invent some mean by which the men of Troy, against the truce agreed, may stir the glorious Greeks to arms with some inglorious deed. Thus charged he her with haste that did before in haste abound, who cast herself from all the heights with which steep heaven is crowned. And as Jove, brandishing a star, which men a comet call, hurls out his curled hair abroad, that from his brand exhales 1,000 sparks, to fleets at sea, and every mighty host of all presages and ill haps assign mistrusted most. So Pallas fell twixt both the camps, and suddenly was lost, when through the breasts of all that saw she struck a strong amaze with viewing, in her whole descent, her bright and ominous blaze. When straight one to another turned, and said, Now thundering Jove, great arbiter of peace and arms, will either stablish love amongst our nations, or renew such war as never was. Thus either army did presage, when Pallas made her pass amongst the multitude of Troy, who now put on the grace of brave Laodocus, the flower of old Antenor's race, and sought for Lycian Pandarus, a man that, being bred out of a faithless family, she thought was fit to shed the blood of any innocent, and break the covenant sworn. He was Lycaon's son, whom Jove into a wolf did turn for sacrificing of a child, and yet in arms renowned as one that was inculpable. Him Pallas standing found, and round about him his strong troops that bore the shady shields. He brought them from Aesopus' flood, let through the Lycian fields, whom standing near she whispered thus: Lycaon's warlike son, shall I despair at thy kind hands to have a favour done? Nor darest thou let an arrow fly upon the Spartan king? It would be such a grace to Troy, and such a glorious thing, that every man would give his gift, but Alexander's hand would load thee with him, if he could discover from his stand his foe's pride struck down with thy shaft, and he himself ascend the flaming heap of funeral. Come, shoot him, princely friend, but first invoke the god of light, that in thy land was born, and is in archer's art the best that ever sheaf hath worn. To whom 100 first-yewed lambs vow thou in holy fire, when safe to sacred Zelia's towers thy zealous steps retire. With this the mad, gift-greedy man Minerva did persuade, who instantly drew forth a bow, most admirably made, of the antler of a jumping goat, bred in a steep upland, which, archer-like, as long before he took his hidden stand, the evokeet, skipping from a rock, into the breast he smote, and headlong felled him from his cliff. The forehead of the goat held out a wondrous goodly palm, that 16 branches brought, of all which joined an useful bow a skilful bowyer wrought, which picked and polished, both the ends he hid with horns of gold, and his bow, bent, he close laid down, and bade his soldiers hold their shields before him, lest the Greeks, discerning him, should rise in tumults ere the Spartan king could be his arrow's prize. Mean space with all his care he choosed, and from his quiver drew an arrow, feathered best for flight, and yet that never flew. strong-headed, and most apt to pierce. Then took he up his bow, and knocked his shaft, the ground whence all their future grief did grow. When praying to his god the sun, that was in Lycia bred, and king of archers, promising that he the blood would shed of full 100 first-fallen lambs, all offered to his name. When to Zelia's sacred walls from rescued Troy he came, he took his arrow by the nock, and to his bended breast the oxy sinew close he drew, even till the pile did rest upon the bosom of the bow, and as that savage prize his strength constrained into an orb, as if the wind did rise, the coming of it made a noise, the sinew-forged string did give a mighty twang, and forth the eager shaft did sing, affecting speediness of flight amongst the archived throng. Nor were the blessed heavenly powers unmindful of thy wrong, O Menelaus, but in chief Jove's seed, the pillager, stood close by, and slacked the force the arrow did confer, with as much care and little hurt as doth a mother use, and keep off from her babe when sleep doth through his powers diffuse his golden humour, and the assaults of rude and busy flies she still checks with her careful hand. For so the shaft she plies that on the buttons made of gold, which made his girdle fast, and where his curate's double were, the fall of it she placed. And thus much proof she put it to, the buckle made of gold, the belt it fastened, bravely wrought, his curate's double fold, and last the charmed plate he wore, which helped him more than all, and 'gainst all darts and shafts bestowed, was to his life a wall. So through all these the upper skin the head did only race, yet forth the blood flowed, which did much his royal person grace, and showed upon his ivory skin, as doth a purple dye laid by a dame of Caira or lovely Meone, on ivory, wrought in ornaments to deck the cheeks of horse, which in her marriage room must lie, whose beauties have such force that they are wished of many knights, but are such precious things that they are kept for horse that draw the chariots of kings, which horse so decked the charioteer esteems a grace to him. Like these, in grace, the blood upon thy solid thighs did swim. O Menelaus, down by calves and ankles to the ground, for nothing decks a soldier so as doth an honoured wound. Yet fearing he had fared much worse, the hair stood up on end on Agamemnon when he saw so much black blood descend, and stiffened with the like dismay was Menelaus too. But seeing the arrows stale without, and that the head did go no further than it might be seen, he called his spirits again, which Agamemnon marking, not but thinking he was slain. He gripped his brother by the hand, and sighed as he would break, which sigh the whole host took from him, who thus at last did speak. O dearest brother, is't for this that thy death must be wrought? Wrought I this truce? For this hast thou the single combat fought for all the army of the Greeks? For this hath Ilion sworn, and trod all faith beneath their feet? Yet all this hath not worn the right we challenged out of force. This cannot render vain our stricken right hands, sacred wine, nor all our offerings slain. For though Olympius be not quick in making good our ill, he will be sure, as he is slow, and sharply reprove his will. Their own hands shall be ministers of those plagues they despise, which shall their wives and children reach, and all their progenies. For both in mind and soul I know that there shall come a day when Ilion, Priam, all his powers, shall quite be worn away, when heaven-inhabiting Jove shall shake his fiery shield at all. For this one mischief, this I know the world cannot recall. But be all this, all my grief still for thee will be the same, dear brother, if thy life must here put out his royal flame. I shall to sandy Argos turn with infamy my face, and all the Greeks will call for home old Priam and his race, will flame in glory. Helena, untouched, be still their prey, and thy bones in our enemies' earth our cursed fates shall lay. Thy sepulchre be trodden down, the pride of Troy desired insulting on it. Thus, oh, thus, let Agamemnon's ire in all his acts be expiate, as now he carries home his idle army, empty ships, and leaves here overcome good Menelaus. When this rave breaks in their bated breath, then let the broad earth swallow me, and take me quick to death. Nor shall this ever chance, said he, and therefore be of cheer, lest all the army, led by you, your passions put in fear. The arrow fell in no such place a death could enter at. My girdle curates double here, and my most trusted plate objected all twixt me and death, the shaft scarce piercing one. Good brother, said the king, I wish it were no further gone, for then our best in medicine skilled shall ope and search the wound, applying balms to ease thy pains, and soon restore thee sound. This said, divine Talthybius he called, and bade him haste Machaon, Aesculapius' son, who of most men was graced with physic's sovereign remedies, to come and lend his hand to Menelaus, shot by one well skilled in the command of bow and arrows, one of Troy, or of the Lycian aid, who much hath glorified our foe, and us as much dismayed. He heard, and hasted instantly, and cast his eyes about the thickest squadrons of the Greeks to find Machaon out. He found him standing guarded well with well-armed men of Thrace, with whom he quickly joined, and said, Man of Apollo's race, haste, for the king of men commands to see a wound impressed in Menelaus, great in arms, by one instructed best in the art of archery of Troy or of the Lycian bands, that them with much renown adorns, us with dishonour brands. Machaon much was moved with this, who with the herald flew from troop to troop amongst the host, and soon they came in view of hurt Atrides, circled round with all the Grecian kings, who all gave way, and straight he draws the shaft, which forth he brings without the forks. The girdle then, plate curates off he plucks, and views the wound, when first from it the clottered blood he sucks. Then medicines, wondrously composed, the skilful leech applied, which loving Chiron taught his sire, he from his sire had tried. While these were thus employed to ease the Atrian martialist, the Trojans armed and charged the Greeks arm and resist. Then not asleep, nor mazed with fear, nor shifting off the blows, you could behold the king of men, but in full speed he goes to set a glorious fight on foot, and he examples this, with toiling like the worst on foot, who therefore did dismiss his brass-armed chariot and his steeds, with Ptolemaeus' son of Pieriades, their guide, the good Eurymedon. Yet, said the king, attend with them, lest weariness should seize my limbs, surcharging with ordering troops so thick and vast as these. Eurymedon then reined his horse, that trotted neighing by. The king a footman, and so scours the squadrons orderly. Those of his swiftly mounted Greeks, that in their arms were fit, those he put on with cheerful words, and bade them not remit the least spark of their forward spirits, because the Trojans durst take these abhorred advantages, but let them do their worst, for they might be assured that Jove would patronize no lies, and that who, with breach of truce, would hurt their enemies, with vultures should be torn themselves, that they should raze their town, their wives and children at their breast, led vassals to their own. But such as he beheld hang off from that increasing fight, such would he bitterly rebuke, and with disgrace excite. Base Argives, blush ye not to stand as made for butts to darts? Why are ye thus discomfited, like hinds that have no hearts, who, wearied with a long-run field, are instantly embossed? Stand still, and in their beastly breasts is all their courage lost? And so stand you struck with amaze, nor dare to strike a stroke. Would ye the foe should nearer yet your dastard spleens provoke, even where on Neptune's foamy shore our navies lie in sight, to see if Jove will hold your hands and teach ye how to fight? Thus he, commanding, ranged the host, and passing many a band, he came to the Cretensian troops, where all did armed stand, about the martial Idomen, who bravely stood before, in vanguard of his troops, and matched for strength a savage boar, Meriones his charioteer the rear guard bringing on, which seen to Atreus' son, to him it was a sight alone. And Idomen's confirmed mind with these kind words he seeks: O Idomen, I ever loved thyself past all the Greeks, in war or any work of peace, at table, everywhere. For when the best of Greece besides mix ever at our cheer, my good old ardent wine with small and our inferior mates, drink even that mixed wine measured too, thou drinkest without those rates. Our old wine neat, and evermore thy bowl stands full like mine, to drink still when and what thou wilt. Then rouse that heart of thine, and whatsoever heretofore thou hast assumed to be, this day be greater. To the king in this sort answered he: Atrides, whatever I seemed the same at every part, this day shall show me at the full, and I will fit thy heart. But thou shouldst rather cheer the rest, and tell them they in right of all good war must offer blows, and should begin the fight, since Troy first brake the holy truce, and not endure these braves, to take wrong first, and then be dared to the revenge it craves, assuring them that Troy in fate must have the worst at last, since first and 'gainst a truce they hurt, where they should have embraced. This comfort and advice did fit Atrides' heart indeed, who still through new-raised swarms of men held his laborious speed, and came where both the Ajaces stood, whom like the last he found, armed, casqued, and ready for the fight. Behind them hid the ground a cloud of foot, that seemed to smoke, and as a goatherd spies, on some hill's top, out of the sea a rainy vapour rise, driven by the breath of Zephyrus, which, though far off he rest, comes on as black as pitch, and brings a tempest in his breast. Whereat he frighted, drives his herds apace into a den, so darkening earth with darts and shields showed these with all their men. This sight with like joy fired the king, who thus let forth the flame, in crying out to both the dukes, O you of equal name, I must not cheer, nay, I disclaim all my command of you. Yourselves command with such free minds, and make your soldiers show, as you nor I led, but themselves. O would our Father Jove, Minerva and the God of Light, would all our bodies move with such brave spirits as breathe in you, then Priam's lofty town should soon be taken by our hands, forever overthrown. Then held he on to other troops, and Nestor next beheld the subtle Pelian orator ranged up and down the field, embattling his men-at-arms, and stirring all to blows, points every legion out his chief, and every chief he shows the forms and discipline of war, yet his commanders were all expert and renowned men. Great Pelagon was there, Alastor, manly Chromius, and Heman worth a throne, and Bias that could armies lead. With these he first put on his horse troops with their chariots, his foot, of which he choosed many the best and ablest men, and which he ever used as rampire to his general power, he in the rear disposed. The slothful and the least of spirit he in the midst enclosed, that such a want of noble wills base need might force to stand. His horse troops that the vanguard had, he strictly did command to ride their horses temperately, to keep their ranks and shun confusion, lest their horsemanship and courage made them run, too much presumed on, much too far, and charging so alone, engage themselves in the enemy's strength, where many fight with one. Who his own chariot leaves to range, let him not freely go, but straight unhorse him with a lance, for 'tis much better so. And with this discipline, said he, this form, these minds, this trust, our ancestors have walls and towns laid levelled with the dust. Thus prompt, and long inured to arms, this old man did exhort, and this Atrides likewise took in wondrous cheerful sort, and said, O Father, would to heaven, that as thy mind remains in wonted vigour, so thy knees could undergo our pains. But age, that all men overcomes, hath made his prize on thee. Yet still I wish that some young man, grown old in mind, might be put in proportion with thy years, and thy mind young in age, be fitly answered with his youth, that still, where conflicts rage, and young men use to thirst for fame, thy brave exempling hand might double our young Grecian spirits, and grace our whole command. The old knight answered, I myself could wish, O Atreus' son, I were as young as when I slew brave Ereuthalion. But gods at all times give not all their gifts to mortal men. If then I had the strength of youth, I'd miss the counsels then that years now give me, and now years want that main strength of youth. Yet still my mind retains her strength, as you now said the sooth, and would be where that strength is used, affording counsel sage, to stir youth's minds up. 'Tis the grace and office of our age. Let younger sinews, men sprung up whole ages after me, and such as have strength use it, and as strong in honour be. The king, all this while comforted, arrived next where he found well-rode Mnestheus, Pedas' son, stand still, environed round with his well-trained Athenian troops, and next to him he spied the wise Ulysses, deedless too, and all his bands beside of strong Cephallenians, for as yet the alarm had not been heard in all their quarters. Greece and Troy were then so newly stirred, and then first moved as they conceived, and they so looked about to see both hosts give proof of that they had yet cause to doubt. Atrides, seeing them stand so still and spend their eyes at gaze, began to chide. And why, said he, dissolve thus in amaze, thou son of Peteus, Jove-nursed king, and thou in wicked sleight, a cunning soldier, stand ye off? Expect ye that the fight should be by other men begun? 'Tis fit the foremost band should show you there, your first should front who first lifts up his hand. First you can hear, when I invite the princes to a feast, when first, most friendly, and at will, ye eat and drink the best. Yet in the fight, most willingly, 10 troops ye can behold take place before ye. Ithacus at this his brows did fold, and said, How hath thy violent tongue broke through thy set of teeth, to say that we are slack in fight, and to the field of death look others should enforce our way, when we were busied then, even when thou spakest against the foe to cheer and lead our men? But thy eyes shall be witnesses, if it content thy will, and that, as thou pretend'st, these cares do so affect thee still. The father of Telemachus, who I esteem so dear, and to whom as a legacy I leave my deeds done here, even with the foremost band of Troy hath his encounter dared, and therefore are thy speeches vain, and had been better spared. He, smiling, since he saw him moved, recalled his words, and said, Most generous Laertes' son, most wise of all our aid, I neither do accuse thy worth more than thyself may hold fit, that inferiors think not much, being slack, to be controlled, nor take I on me thy command, for well I know thy mind, knows how sweet gentle counsels are, and that thou standst inclined, as I myself, for all our good, On then, if now we spake what hath displeased, another time we full amends will make, and gods grant that thy virtue e'er may prove so free and brave, that my reproofs may still be vain, and thy deservings grave. Thus parted they, and forth he went, when he did leaning find against his chariot, near his horse, him with the mighty mind, great Diomedes, Tydeus' son, and Sthenelus, the seed of Capaneus, whom the king seemed likewise out of deed. Thus cried he out to Diomed, O me, in what a fear the wise great warrior Tydeus' son stands gazing everywhere, for others to begin the fight? It was not Tydeus' use to be so daunted, whom his spirit would evermore produce before the foremost of his friends in these affairs of fright, as they report that have beheld him labour in a fight. For me, I never knew the man, nor in his presence came, but excellent above the rest he was in general fame. And one renowned exploit of his, I am assured is true, he came to the Mysian court without arms, and did sue at godlike Polynices' hands, to have some worthy aid to their designs that 'gainst the walls of sacred Thebes were laid. He was great Polynices' guest, and nobly entertained, and of the kind Mysian state what he requested gained, in mere consent. But when they should the same in act approve, by some sinister prodigies, held out to them by Jove, they were discouraged. Thence he went, and safely had his pass back to Aesopus' flood, renowned for bulrushes and grass. Yet once more their ambassador the Grecian peers addressed, Lord Tydeus, to Eteocles, to whom being given access, he found him feasting with a crew of Cadmeans in his hall, amongst whom, though an enemy, and only one to all yet he his challenge made at every martial feat, and easily foiled all, since with him Minerva was so great. The rank-rode Cadmeans, much incensed with their so foul disgrace, lodged ambuscados for their foe in some well-chosen place, by which he was to make return, twice 25 men, and 2 of them great captains too, the ambush did contain. The names of those 2 men of rule were Meon, Haemon's son, and Lycophontes, Keepfield called, the heir of Autophon, by all men honoured like the gods, yet these and all their friends were sent to hell by Tydeus' hand, and had untimely ends. He trusting to the aid of gods, revealed by augury, obeying which one chief he saved, and did his life apply to be the heavy messenger of all the others' deaths. And that sad message with his life to Meon he bequeaths. So brave a knight was Tydeus, of whom a son is sprung, inferior far in martial deeds, though higher in his tongue. All this Tydides silent heard, awed by the reverend king, which stung hot Sthenelus with wrath, who thus put forth his sting. Atrides, when thou knowest the truth, speak what thy knowledge is, and do not lie so, for I know, and I will brag in this, that we are far more able men than both our fathers were. We took the 7-fold ported Thebes, when yet we had not there so great a help as our fathers had, and fought beneath a wall, sacred to Mars, by help of Jove, and trusting to the fall of happy signs from other gods, by whom we took the town, untouched, our fathers perishing here by follies of their own. And therefore never more compare our fathers' worth with ours. Tydides frowned at this, and said, Suppress thine anger's powers, good friend, and hear why I refrained. Thou seest I am not moved against our general, since he did but what his place behoved, admonishing all Greeks to fight, for if Troy prove our prize, the honour and the joy is his, if here our ruin lies. The shame and grief for that as much is his in greatest kinds. As he then his charge, weighed we ours, which is our dauntless minds. Thus from his chariot, amply armed, he jumped down to the ground. The armour of the angry knight so horribly did sound, it might have made his bravest foe let fear take down his braves. And as when, with the west wind flaws, the sea thrusts up her waves, one after other, thick and high, upon the groaning shores, first in herself loud, but opposed with banks and rocks she roars, and all her back in bristles set, spits every way her foam. So after Diomed, instantly the field was overcome with thick impressions of the Greeks, and all the noise that grew, ordering and cheering up their men, from only leaders flew. The rest went silently away, you could not hear a voice, nor would have thought in all their breasts they had one in their choice. Their silence uttering their awe of them that them controlled, which made each man keep right his arms, march, fight still where he should. The Trojans, like a sort of ewes penned in a rich man's fold, close at his door till all be milked, and never bawing hold, hearing the bleating of their lambs, did all their wide host fill with shouts and clamours, nor observed one voice, one bawing still, but showed mixed tongues from many a land of men called to their aid. Rude Mars had the ordering of their spirits, of Greeks the learned maid. But terror followed both the hosts, and flight, and furious strife the sister, and the mate of Mars that spoiled of human life. And never is her rage at rest, at first she is but small, yet after, but a little fed, she grows so vast and tall, that while her feet moved here in earth, her forehead is in heaven. And this was she that made even then both hosts so deadly given. Through every troop she stalked, and stirred rough sighs up as she went. But when in one field both the foes her fury did content, and both came under reach of darts, then darts and shields opposed to darts and shields, strength answered strength, then swords and targets closed. With swords and targets, both with pikes, and then did tumult rise up to her height, then conquerors' boasts mixed with the conquered's cries. Earth flowed with blood, and as from hills rain waters headlong fall, that always eat huge ruts, which met in one bed fill of all, with such a confluence of streams, that on the mountain grounds, far off, in frightened shepherds' ears, the bustling noise rebounds. So grew their conflicts, and so showed their scuffling to the ear, with flight and clamour still commixed, and all effects of fear. And first renowned Antilochus slew, fighting in the face of all Achaea's foremost bands, with an undaunted grace. Echepolus Thaliciades, he was an armed man, whom on his hair-plumed helmet's crest the dart first smote, then ran into his forehead, and there stuck, the steel pile making way quite through his skull. A hasty night shut up his latest day. His fall was like a fight-raced tower, like which lying there dispread King Eliphenor, who was son to Chalcodon, and led the valiant Abonts, covetous that he might first possess his arms, laid hands upon his feet, and hauled him from the press of darts and javelins hurled at him. The action of the king, when great in heart Agenor saw, he made his javelin sing to the other's labour, and along as he the trunk did rest, his side, at which he bore his shield, in bowing of his breast, lay naked, and received the lance, that made him lose his hold and life together, which in hope of that he lost, he sold. But for his sake the fight grew fierce, the Trojans and their foes, like wolves on one another rushed, and man for man it goes. The next of name that served his fate, great Ajax Telamon, preferred so sadly, he was heir to old Anthemion, and decked with all the flower of youth, the fruit of which yet fled, before the honoured nuptial torch could light him to his bed. His name was Simoeisius, for some few years before, his mother walking down the hill of Ida by the shore of silver Simois to see her parents' flocks With them she, feeling suddenly the pains of childbirth, by the stream of that bright river brought him forth. And so of Simois they called him Simoisius. Sweet was that birth of his to his kind parents, and his growth did all their care employ. And yet those rites of piety, that should have been his joy to pay their honoured years again in as affectionate sort, he could not graciously perform, his sweet life was so short. Cut off with mighty Ajax's lance, for as his spirit put on, he strook him at his breast's right pap, quite through his shoulder bone. And in the dust of earth he fell, that was the fruitful soil of his friends' hopes, but where he sowed he buried all his toil. And as a poplar shot aloft, set by a river side, in moist edge of a mighty fen, his head in curls implied. But all his body plain and smooth, to which a wheelwright puts the sharp edge of his shining axe, and his soft timber cuts from his in native root, in hope to hew out of his bowl the fellifs, or out parts of a wheel, that compass in the whole, to serve some goodly chariot, but being big and sad, and to be hauled home through the bogs, the useful hope he had sticks there, and there the goodly plant lies withering out his grace. So lay by Jove-bred Ajax's hand Enthymion's forward race. Nor could through that vast fen of toils be drawn to serve the ends intended by his body's powers, nor cheered his aged friends. But now the gay-armed Antiphus, a son of Priam, threw his lance at Ajax through the prease, which went by him and flew on Lucas, wise Ulysses' friend. His groin it smote, as fain he would have drawn into his spoil the carcass of the slain, by which he fell, and that by him it vexed Ulysses' heart, who thrust into the face of fight, well armed at every part, came close, and looked about to find an object worth his lance, which when the Trojans saw him shake, and he so near advance, all shrunk, he threw, and forth it shined, nor fell but where it felled. His friend's grief gave it angry power, and deadly way it held upon Democoon, who was sprung of Priam's wanton force, came from Abydos, and was made the master of his horse. Through both his temples struck the dart, the wood of one side shewed, the pile out of the other looked, and so the earth he strewed, with much sound of his weighty arms. Then back the foremost went, even Hector yielded, then the Greeks gave worthy clamours vent. Effecting then their first dumb powers, some drew the dead and spoiled, some followed, that in open fight Troy might confess it foiled. Apollo, angry at the sight, from top of Ilion cried, "Turn, head, ye well-rowed peers of Troy, feed not the Grecians' pride. They are not charmed against your points, of steel nor iron framed, nor fights the fair-haired Thetis' son, but sits at fleet inflamed." So spake the dreadful god from Troy. The Greeks, Jove's noblest seed, encouraged to keep on the chase, and where fit spirit did need, she gave it, marching in the midst. Then flew the fatal hour back on Diores in return of Ilion's sunburned power. Diores Amaryncetes, whose right leg's ankle bone, and both the sinews with a sharp and handful charging stone, Pyrrhus Imbracides did break, that led the Thracian bands, and came from Enos, down he fell, and up he held his hands to his loved friends, his spirit winged to fly out of his breast, with which not satisfied, again Imbracides addressed his javelin at him, and so ripped his navel, that the wound, as endlessly it shut his eyes, so opened, on the ground it poured his entrails. As his foe went, then sufficed away, Thoas Aetolius threw a dart, that did his pile convey, above his nipple through his lungs, when quitting his stern part, he closed with him, and from his breast first drawing out his dart, his sword flew in, and by the midst it wiped his belly out. So took his life, but left his arms, his friends so flocked about. and thrust forth lances of such length before their slaughtered king, which though their foe were big and strong, and often brake the ring, forged of their lances, yet enforced, he left the affected prize. The Frasians and Epean dukes laid close with closed eyes, by either other drowned in dust, and round about the plain, all hid with slaughtered carcasses, yet still did hotly reign the martial planet, whose effects had any eye beheld, free and unwounded, and were led by Pallas through the field. To keep off javelins and suggest the least fault could be found, he could not reprehend the fight, so many strewed the ground. End of the fourth book. The fifth book of the Iliads of Homer, Part 1, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The fifth book of Homer's Iliads, Part 1. The Argument. King Diomed, by Pallas' spirit inspired, with will and power, is for his acts admired. Mere men and men derived from deities, and deities themselves, he terrifies, adds wounds to terrors. His inflamed lance draws blood from Mars and Venus. In a trance he casts Aeneas with a weighty stone. Apollo quickens him, and gets him gone. Mars is recured by Paeon, but by Jove rebuked for authoring breach of human love. Another argument. In Epsilon, heaven's blood is shed by sacred rage of Diomed. Then Pallas breathed in Tydeus' son, to render whom supreme to all the Greeks. At all his parts she cast a hotter beam on his high mind, his body filled with much superior might, and made his complete armor cast a far more complete light. From his bright helm and shield did burn a most unwearied fire, like rich Autumnus' golden lamp, whose brightness men admire past all the other host of stars, when with his cheerful face, fresh washed in lofty ocean waves, he doth the skies enchase. To let whose glory lose no sight, still Pallas made him turn where tumult most expressed his power, and where the fight did burn. An honest and wealthy man inhabited in Troy, Dares, the priest of Mulciber, who 2 sons did enjoy, Idaeus and bold Phegeus, well seen in every fight. These, singled from their troops and horsed, assailed Minerva's knight, who ranged from fight to fight on foot, all hasting mutual charge, and now drawn near, first Phegeus threw a javelin swift and large, whose head the king's left shoulder took, but did no harm at all. Then rushed he out a lance at him, that had no idle fall, but in his breast struck 'twixt the paps, and struck him from his horse, which stern sight when Idaeus saw, distrustful of his force to save his slaughtered brother's spoil, it made him headlong leap from his fair chariot, and leave all, yet had not scaped the heap of heavy funeral, if the god, great president of fire, had not in sudden clouds of smoke, and pity of his sire, to leave him utterly unaired, given safe pass to his feet. He gone, Tydides sent the horse and chariot to the fleet. The Trojans, seeing Dares' sons, one slain, the other fled, were strook amazed. The blue-eyed maid, to grace her Diomed, in giving free way to his power, made this so ruthful fact a fit advantage to remove the war-god out of act, who raged so on the Ilion side. She gripped his hand and said, Mars, Mars, thou ruiner of men, that in the dust hath laid so many cities, and with blood thy godhead dost disdain. Now shall we cease to show our breasts as passionate as men, and leave the mixture of our hands, resigning Jove his right, as rector of the gods, to give the glory of the fight where he affecteth, lest he force what he should freely yield? He held it fit, and went with her from the tumultuous field, who set him in an herby seat on broad Scamander's shore. He gone, all Troy was gone with him, the Greeks drave all before, and every leader slew a man. But first the king of men deserved the honour of his name, and led the slaughter then, and slew a leader, one more huge than any man he led, great Odius, Duke of Halizons. Quite from his chariot's head he strook him with a lance to earth, as first he flight addressed. It took his forward turned back, and looked out of his breast. His huge trunk sounded, and his arms did echo the resound. Idomeneus to the death did noble Phaestus wound, the son of Meon Borus, that from cloudy Turna came, who, taking chariot, took his wound, and tumbled with the same from his attempted seat. The lance through his right shoulder strook, and horrid darkness struck through him, the spoil his soldiers took. Atrides Menelaus slew, as he before him fled, Scamandrius, son of Strophius, that was a huntsman bred. A skilful huntsman, for his skill Diana's self did teach, and made him able with his dart infallibly to reach all sorts of subtlest savages, which many a woody hill bred for him, and he much preserved, and all to show his skill. Yet not the dart delighting queen taught him to shun this dart, nor all his hitting so far off the mastery of his art. His back received it, and he fell upon his breast withal. His body's ruin and his arms so sounded in his fall, that his affrighted horse flew off, and left him like his life. Meriones slew Phereclus, whom she that never was wife, yet goddess of good housewives, held in excellent respect for knowing all the witty things that grace an architect, and having power to give it all the cunning use of hand. Harmonides, his sire, built ships, and made him understand, with all the practice it required, the frame of all that skill. He built all Alexander's ships, that authored all the ill of all the Trojans and his own, because he did not know the oracles advising Troy, for fear of overthrow, to meddle with no sea affair, but live by tilling land. This man Meriones surprised, and drave his deadly hand through his right hip. The lance's head ran through the region about the bladder, underneath the end muscles and the bone. He, sighing, bowed his knees to death, and sacrificed to earth. Phylides stayed Pedaeus' flight, and Tenor's bastard birth, whom virtuous Theano his wife to please her husband kept, as tenderly as those she loved. Phylides near him stepped, and in the fountain of the nerves did drench his fervent lance, at his head's back part, and so far the sharp head did advance, it cleft the organ of his speech, and the iron cold as death he took betwixt his grinning teeth, and gave the air his breath. Eurypylus, the much renowned, and great Evaemon's son, divine Hypsenor slew, begot by stout Dolopion, and consecrate Scamander's priest. He had a god's regard amongst the people. His hard flight the Grecian followed hard, rushed in so close that with his sword he on his shoulder laid a blow that his arm brawn cut off, nor there his vigour stayed, but drave down, and from off his wrist it hewed his holy hand, that gushed out blood, and down it dropped upon the blushing sand. Death with his purple finger shut, and violent fate his eyes. Thus fought these, but distinguished well. Tydides so implies his fury that you could not know whose side had interest in his free labours, Greece or Troy, but as a flood increased by violent and sudden showers, that down from hills, like hills melted in fury, swells and foams, and so he overfills his natural channel, that besides both hedge and bridge resigns to his rough confluence far spread, and lusty flourishing vines drowned in his outrage. Tydeus' son so overran the field, strewed such as flourished in his way, and made whole squadrons yield. When Pandarus, Lycaon's son, beheld his ruining hand, with such resistless insolence, make lanes through every band, he bent his gold-tipped bow of horn, and shot him rushing in. At his right shoulder, where his arms were hollow, forth did spin the blood, and down his cuirass ran. Then Pandarus cried out, "Rank-riding Trojans, now rush in! Now, I make no doubt! Our bravest foe is marked for death, he cannot long sustain my violent shaft. If Jove's fair son did worthily constrain my foot from Lycia." Thus he braved, and yet his violent shaft struck short with all his violence. Tydides' life was sapped, who yet withdrew himself behind his chariot and steeds, and called to Sthenelus, "Come, friend, my wounded shoulder needs thy hand to ease it of this shaft." He hasted from his seat before the coach, and drew the shaft. The purple wound did sweat, and drowned his shirt of mail in blood, and as it bled he prayed, "Hear me, of Jove Aegiacus, thou most unconquered maid. If ever in the cruel field thou hast assistful stood, or to my father or myself, now love and do me good. Give him into my lance's reach that thus hath given a wound. To him thou guard'st, preventing me, and brags that never more I shall behold the cheerful sun." Thus did the king implore. The goddess heard, came near, and took the weariness of fight from all his nerves and lineaments, and made them fresh and light, and said, "Be bold, O Diomed, in every combat shine. The great shield-shaker Tydeus' strength, that knight, that sire of thine, by my infusion breathes in thee, and from thy knowing mind I have removed those erring mists that made it lately blind, that thou mayst difference gods from men, and therefore use thy skill against the tempting deities, if any have a will to try if thou presum'st of that, as thine that flows from them, and so assum'st above thy right, where thou discern'st a beam of any other heavenly power than she that rules in love, that calls thee to the change of blows, resist not, but remove. But if that goddess be so bold, since she first stirred this war, assault, and mark her from the rest with some infamous scar." The blue-eyed goddess vanished, and he was seen again amongst the foremost, who before, though he were prompt and fain to fight against the Trojans' powers, now on his spirits were called, with thrice the vigour, lion-like, that hath been lately galled, by some bold shepherd in a field where his curled flocks were laid, who took him as he leaped the fold, not slain yet, but apaid, with greater spirit, comes again, and then the shepherd hides, the rather for the desolate place, and in his cot abides, his flock left guardless, which amazed, shake and shrink up in heaps. He ruthless freely takes his prey, and out again he leaps. So sprightly, fierce, victorious, the great hero flew upon the Trojans, and at once he 2 commanders slew. Hypenor and Astynous, in one his lance he fixed, full at the nipple of his breast, the other smote betwixt the neck and shoulder with his sword, which was so well laid on, it swept his arm and shoulder off. These left he rushed upon Abas and Polyidus, of old Eurymedus the hapless sons, who could by dreams tell what would come to pass. Yet when his sons set forth to Troy, the old man could not read by their dreams what would chance to them, for both were stricken dead by great Tydides. After these he takes into his rage Xanthus and Thoon, Phaenops' sons, born to him in his age. The good old man even pined with years, and one son more to heir his goods, yet Diomed took both, and left him store of tears and sorrows in their steads, since he could never see his sons leave those hot wars alive. So this the end must be of all his labours, what he heaped to make his issue great. authority heired, and with her seed filled his forgotten seat. Then snatched he up 2 Priamists, that in one chariot stood, Achaemon and fair Chromius, as feeding in a wood oxen or steers are, one of which a lion leaps upon, tears down and wrings in 2 his neck, so sternly Tydeus' son threw from their chariot both these hopes of old Dardanides. Then took their arms, and sent their horse to those that ride the seas. Aeneas, seeing the troops thus tossed, break through the heat of fight, and all the whizzing of the darts, to find the Lycian knight, Lycaon's son, whom having found, he thus bespake the peer: "O Pandarus, where's now thy bow, thy deathful arrows where? In which no one in all our host but gives the palm to thee, nor in the sun-loved Lycian greens, that breed our archery, lives any that exceed thyself? Come, lift thy hands to Jove, and send an arrow at this man, if but a man he prove, that wins such godlike victories, and now affects our host with so much sorrow, since so much of our best blood is lost by his high valour. I have fear some god in him doth threat, incensed for want of sacrifice, the wrath of God is great." Lycaon's famous son replied, "Great counsellor of Troy, this man, so excellent in arms, I think is Tydeus' joy. I know him by his fiery shield, by his bright 3-plumed casque, and by his horse, nor can I say if or some god doth mask in his appearance, or he be whom I name Tydeus' son. But without God the things he does for certain are not done. Some great immortal, that conveys his shoulders in a cloud, goes by, and puts by every dart at his bold breast bestowed, or lets it take with little hurt. For I myself let fly a shaft that shot him through his arms, but had as good gone by, yet which I gloriously affirmed had driven him down to hell. Some god is angry, and with me, for far hence where I dwell, my horse and chariots idle stand, with which some other way I might repair this shameful miss. 11 fair chariots stay in old Lycaon's court, new made, new trimmed to have been gone, curtained and arrased underfoot, 2 horse to every one, that eat white barley and black oats, and do no good at all. And these Lycaon, that well knew how these affairs would fall, charged, when I set down this design, I should command with here, and gave me many lessons more, all which much better were than any I took forth myself. The reason I'd laid down was but the sparing of my horse, since in a sieged town I thought our horse meat would be scant, when they were used to have their manger full. So I left them, and like a lackey slave am come to Ilion, confident in nothing but my bow, that nothing profits me. 2 shafts I vainly did bestow at 2 great princes, but of both my arrows neither slew. Nor this, nor Atreus' younger son, a little blood I drew, that served but to incense them more. In an unhappy star I therefore from my armory have drawn those tools of war, that day when for great Hector's sake to amiable Troy I came to lead the Trojan bands. But if I ever joy in safe return my country's sight, my wife's, my lofty towers, let any stranger take this head, if to the fiery powers this bow, these shafts, in pieces burst, by these hands be not thrown. Idle companions that they are to me and my renown." Aeneas said, "Use no such words, for any other way than this they shall not now be used. We first will both assay this man with horse and chariot. Come then, ascend to me, that thou mayest try our Trojan horse, how skilled in field they be, and in pursuing those that fly, or flying being pursued, how excellent they are afoot. And these, if Jove conclude the scape of Tydeus again, and grace him with our flight, shall serve to bring us safely off. Come, I'll be first shall fight. Take thou these fair reins and this scourge, or, if thou wilt, fight thou, and leave the horses' care to me. He answered, I will now descend to fight. Keep thou the reins, and guide thyself thy horse, who with their wonted manager will better wield the force of the impulsive chariot, if we be driven to fly, than with a stranger, under whom they will be much more shy, and fearing my voice, wishing thine, grow resty, nor go on, to bear us off, but leave engaged for mighty Tydeus' son, themselves and us. Then be thy part thy one-hoofed horse's guide. I'll make the fight, and with a dart receive his utmost pride. With this the gorgeous chariot both, thus prepared, ascend, and make full way at Diomed, which noted by his friend. Mine own most loved mind, said he, two mighty men of war, I see come with a purpose charged, one's he that hits so far, with bow and shaft, like Caon's son, the other fames the brood of great Anchises, and the queen that rules in amorous blood, Aeneas, excellent in arms. Come up, and use your steeds, and look not war so in the face, lest that desire that feeds thy great mind be the bane of it. This did with anger sting the blood of Diomed, to see his friend that chid the king before the fight, and then preferred his Ablasse and his mind to all his ancestors in fight, now come so far behind, whom thus he answered, Urge no flight, you cannot please me so, nor is it honest in my mind to fear a coming foe, or make a flight good, though with fight my powers are yet entire, and scorn the help tire of a horse. I will not blow the fire of their hot vapours with my flight, but cast upon the blaze this body borne upon my knees. I entertain amaze. Minerva will not see that shame, and since they have begun, they shall not both elect their ends, and he that scapes shall run, or stay and take the other's fate. And this I leave for thee, if amply wise Athenia give both their lives to me. Rein our horse to their chariot hard, and have a special heed to seize upon Aeneas' steeds, that we may change their breed, and make a Grecian race of them that have been long of Troy. For these are bred of those brave beasts which for the lovely boy that waits now on the cup of Jove, Jove, that far-seeing god, gave Tros, the king, in recompense, the best that ever trod the sounding centre, underneath the morning and the sun. Anchises stole the breed of them, for where their sires did run, he closely put his mares to them, and never made it known to him that aired them, who was then the king Laomedon. 6 horses had he of that race, of which himself kept 4, and gave the other 2 his son, and these are they that scour the field so bravely toward us, expert in charge and flight. If these we have the power to take, our prize is exquisite, and our renown will far exceed. While these were talking thus, the fired horse brought the assailants near, and thus spake Pandarus, Most suffering-minded Tydeus' son, that hast of war the art, my shaft that strook thee slew thee not, I now will prove a dart. This said, he shook, and then he threw a lance aloft and large, that in Tydides' curate stuck, quite driving through his targe. Then brayed he out so wild a voice, that all the field might hear, Now have I reached thy root of life, and by thy death shall bear our praises chief prize from the field. Tydides, undismayed, replied, Thou errest, I am not touched, but more charge will be laid to both your lives before you part. At least the life of one shall satiate the throat of Mars. This said, his lance was gone. Minerva led it to his face, which at his eye ran in, and, as he stooped, strook through his jaw, his tongue's root, and his chin. Down from the chariot he fell, His gay arms shined and rung. The swift horse trembled, and his soul forever charmed his tongue. Aeneas, with his shield and lance, leapt swiftly to his friend, afraid the Greeks would force his trunk, and that he did defend, bold as a lion of his strength. He hit him with his shield, shook round his lance, and horribly did threaten all the field, with death, if any durst make in. Tydides raised a stone, with his one hand, of wondrous weight, and poured it mainly on the hip of Anchises, where the joint doth move the thigh. 'Tis called the huckle bone, which all in shreds it drove, brake both the nerves, and with the edge cut all the flesh away. It staggered him upon his knees, and made the hero stay, his strook blind temples on his hand, his elbow on the earth. And there this prince of men had died, if she that gave him birth, kissed by Anchises on the green, where his fair oxen fed. Jove's loving daughter instantly had not about him spread her soft embraces, and conveyed within her heavenly veil, used as a rampire 'gainst all darts that did so hot assail, her dear-loved issue from the field. Then Sthenelus in haste, remembering what his friend advised, from forth the priest made fast his own horse to their chariot, and presently laid hand upon the lovely coated horse Aeneas did command, which bringing to the wondering Greeks, he did their guard commend to his beloved Deipylus, who was his inward friend, and of his equals one to whom he had most honour shown, that he might see them safe and fleet. Then stepped he to his own, with which he cheerfully made into Tydeus' mighty race. He, mad with his great enemy's rape, was hot in desperate chase of her that made it, with his lance, armed less with steel than spite, well knowing her no deity that had to do in fight, Minerva, his great patroness, nor she that raceth towns, Bellona, but a goddess weak, and foe to men's renowns. Her through a world of fight pursued, at last he overtook, and thrusting up his ruthless lance, her heavenly veil he strook, that even the Graces wrought themselves at her divine command, quite through, and hurt the tender back of her delicious hand. The rude point piercing through her palm, forth flowed the immortal blood, blood such as flows in blessed gods that eat no human food, nor drink of our inflaming wine, and therefore bloodless are, and called immortals. Out she cried, and could no longer bear her loved son, whom she cast from her, and in a sable cloud Phoebus receiving hid him close from all the Grecian crowd, lest some of them should find his death. Away flew Venus then, and after her cried Diomed, Away, thou spoil of men, though sprung from all preserving Jove, these hot encounters leave. Is't not enough that silly dames thy sorceries should deceive, unless thou thrust into the war, and rob a soldier's right? I think a few of these assaults will make thee fear the fight, wherever thou shalt hear it named. She, sighing, went her way, extremely grieved, and with her griefs her beauties did decay, and black her ivory body grew. Then from a dewy mist brake foot swift Iris to her aid, from all the darts that hissed at her quick rapture, and to Mars they took their plaintive course, and found him on the fight's left hand, by him his speedy horse, and huge lance lying in a fog. The queen of all things fair, her loved brother on her knees, besought with instant prayer his golden ribbon bound maned horse to lend her up to heaven, for she was much grieved with a wound a mortal man had given. Tydides, that 'gainst Jove himself durst now advance his arm, he granted, and his chariot, perplexed with her late harm, she mounted, and her wagoness was she that paints the air. The horse she reined, and with a scourge importuned their repair, that of themselves outflew the wind, and quickly they ascend Olympus, high seat of the gods. The horse knew their journey's end, stood still, and from their chariot the windy-footed dame dissolved, and gave them heavenly food. And to Dione came, her wounded daughter bent her knees. She kindly bade her stand, with sweet embraces helped her up, stroked her with her soft hand, called kindly by her name, and asked, "What god hath been so rude, sweet daughter, to chastise thee thus, as if thou wert pursued, even to the act of some light sin, and deprehended so? For otherwise each close escape is in the great let go." She answered, "Haughty Tydeus' son hath been so insolent, since him who most my heart esteems of all my loved descent I rescued from his bloody hand. Now battle is not given to any Trojans by the Greeks, but by the Greeks to heaven." She answered, "Daughter, think not much, though much it grieve thee. Use the patience, whereof many gods examples may produce, in many bitter ills received, as well that men sustain by their inflictions as by men repaid to them again. Mars suffered much more than thyself by Ephialtes' power, and Otus, Aloeus' sons, who in a brazen tower and in inextricable chains cast that war-greedy god, where twice 6 months and 1 he lived, and there the period of his sad life perhaps had closed, if his kind stepdame's eye fair Arabia had not seen, who told it Mercury, and he by stealth enfranchised him, though he could scarce enjoy the benefit of franchisement. The chains did so destroy his vital forces with their weight. So Juno suffered more, when with a 3-forked arrow's head Amphitryo's son did gore her right breast, past all hope of cure. Pluto sustained no less by that self-man, and by a shaft of equal bitterness shot through his shoulder at hell gates, and there amongst the dead were not he deathless, he had died, but up to heaven he fled, extremely tortured, for recure, which instantly he won at Paeon's hand with sovereign balm, and this did Jove's great son, unblessed, great high-deed daring man, that cared not doing ill, that with his bow durst wound the gods, but by Minerva's will, thy wound the foolish Diomed was so profane to give, not knowing he that fights with heaven hath never long to live, and for this deed he never shall have child about his knee, to call him father coming home. Besides, hear this from me, strength-trusting man, though thou be strong, and art in strength a tower, take heed a stronger meet thee not, and that a woman's power contains not that superior strength, unless that woman be Adrastus' daughter, and thy wife, the wise Aegiale. When from this hour not far she wakes, even sighing with desire, to kindle our revenge on thee with her enamouring fire, in choosing her some fresh young friend, and so drowned all thy fame, won here in war, in her court peace, and in an opener shame." This said, with both her hands she cleansed the tender back and palm of all the sacred blood they lost, and never using balm, the pain ceased, and the wound was cured of this kind queen of love. Juno and Pallas, seeing this, essayed to anger Jove, and quit his late-made mirth with them about the loving dame, with some sharp jest, in like sort, built upon her present shame. Grey-eyed Athenia began, and asked the Thunderer, if nothing moving him to wrath, she boldly might prefer what she conceived to his conceit, and staying no reply, she bade him view the Cyprian fruit he loved so tenderly, whom she thought hurt, and by this means, intending to suborn some other lady of the Greeks, whom lovely veils adorn, to gratify some other friend of her much-loved Troy, as she embraced and stirred her blood to the Venerean joy. The golden clasp, whose Grecian dames upon their girdles wear, took hold of her delicious hand, and heard it, she had fear. The Thunderer smiled, and called to him love's golden arbitress, and told her those rough works of war were not for her excess. She should be making marriages, embracings, kisses, charms. Stern Mars and Pallas had the charge of those affairs in arms. While these thus talked, Tydides' rage still thirsted to achieve his prize upon Anchises' son, though well he did perceive the sun himself protected him, but his desires inflamed with that great Trojan prince's blood, and arms so highly famed, not that great god did reverence. Thrice rushed he rudely on, and thrice betwixt his darts and death the sun's bright target shone. But when upon the fourth assault, much like a spirit he flew, the far-off working deity exceeding wrathful grew, and asked him, "What? Not yield to gods? Thy equals learn to know. The race of gods is far above men creeping here below." This drave him to some small retreat, he would not tempt more near the wrath of him that strook so far, whose power had now set clear. Aeneas from the stormy field, within the holy place of Pergamus, where to the hope of his so sovereign grace a goodly temple was advanced, in whose large inmost part he left him, and to his supply inclined his mother's heart, Latona, and the dart-pleased queen, who cured and made him strong. End of the fifth book, Part 1. The fifth book of the Iliads of Homer, Part 2, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The fifth book of Homer's Iliads, Part 2. The silver-bowed fair god then threw in the tumultuous throng an image that in stature, look, and arms he did create, like Venus' son, for which the Greeks and Trojans made debate, laid loud strokes on their oxide shields, and bucklers easily borne, which e'er Phoebus pleased to urge on Mars himself in scorn. "Mars, Mars," said he, "thou plague of men, smeared with the dust and blood of humans and their ruined walls, yet thinks thy godhead good to fright this fury from the field, who next will fight with Jove? First in a bold approach he hurt the moist palm of thy love, and next, as if he did affect to have a deity's power, he held out his assault on me." This said, the lofty tower of Pergamus he made his seat, and Mars did now excite the Trojan forces in the form of him that led to fight the Thracian troops, swift Acamas. "O Priam's son," said he, "how long the slaughter of your men can ye sustain to see? Even till they brave you at your gates, ye suffer beaten down Aeneas, great Anchises' son, whose prowess we renown, as much as Hector's. Fetch him off from this contentious prease." With this the strength and spirits of all his courage did increase. And yet Sarpedon seconds him with this particular taunt of noble Hector: "Hector, where is thy unthankful vaunt, and that huge strength on which it built, that thou and thy allies, with all thy brothers, without aid of us or our supplies, and troubling not a citizen, the city safe would hold? In all which friends and brothers' helps I see not, nor am told, of any one of their exploits, but all held in dismay of Diomed, like a sort of dogs that at a lion bay, and entertain no spirit to pinch. We, your assistants here, fight for the town as you helped us, and I an aiding peer, no citizen, even out of care, that doth become a man, for men and children's liberties, add all the aid I can. Not out of my particular cause, far hence my profit grows, for far hence Asian Lycia lies, where gulfy Xanthus flows, and where my loved wife, infant son, and treasure nothing scant, I left behind me, which I see those men would have that want, and therefore they that have would keep. Yet I, as I would lose their sure fruition, cheer my troops, and with their lives propose mine own life, both to general fight and to particular cope with this great soldier, though, I say, I entertain no hope to have such gettings as the Greeks, nor fear to lose like Troy. Yet thou, e'en Hector, deedless stand'st, and carest not to employ thy town-born friends, to bid them stand, to fight and save their wives, lest as a fowler cast his nets upon the silly lives of birds of all sorts, so the foe your walls and houses hails one with another on all heads, or such as 'scape their falls, he made the prey and prize of them, as willing overthrown, that hope not for you with their force, and so this brave-built town will prove a chaos, that deserves in thee so hot a care, as should consume thy days and nights, to hearten and prepare the assistant princes, pray their minds to bear their far-brought toils, to give them worth with worthy fight, in victories and foils, still to be equal, and thyself, exempling them in all, need no reproofs nor spurs. All this in thy free choice should fall. This stung great Hector's heart, and yet, as every generous mind should silent bear a just reproof, and show what good they find in worthy counsels, by their ends put into present deeds, not stomach nor be vainly shamed, so Hector's spirit proceeds, and from his chariot, wholly armed, he jumped upon the sand, on foot so toiling through the host, a dart in either hand, and all hands turned against the Greeks. The Greeks despised their worst, and thickening their instructed powers, expected all they durst. Then with the feet of horse and foot the dust in clouds did rise, and as, in sacred floors of barns, upon corn winnowers flies the chaff, driven with an opposite wind, when yellow Ceres dites, which all the diters' feet, legs, arms, their heads and shoulders whites, so looked the Grecians, grey with dust, that strook the solid heaven, raised from returning chariots, and troops together driven, each side stood to their labours firm. Fierce Mars flew through the air, and gathered darkness from the fight, and, with his best affair, obeyed the pleasure of the sun, that wears the golden sword, who bade him raise the spirits of Troy, when Pallas ceased to afford her helping office to the Greeks, and then his own hands wrought, which, from his fane's rich chancel cured, the true Aeneas brought, and placed him by his peers in field, who did with joy admire to see him both alive and safe, and all his powers entire. Yet stood not sifting how it chanced, another sort of task than stirring the idle sieve of news, did all their forces ask, inflamed by Phoebus, harmful Mars, and Eris eagerer far. The Greeks had none to hearten them, their hearts rose with the war, but chiefly Diomed, Ithacus, and both the Ajaces used stirring examples and good words, their own fames had infused spirit enough into their bloods, to make them neither fear the Trojans' force, nor fate itself, but still expecting were, when most was done, what would be more, their ground they still made good, and in their silence and set powers, like fair still clouds they stood, with which Jove crowns the tops of hills, in any quiet day, when Boreas and the ruder winds, that used to drive away air's dusky vapours, being loose in many a whistling gale, are pleasingly bound up and calm, and not a breath exhale. So firmly stood the Greeks, nor fled for all the Ilians' aid. Atrides yet coasts through the troops, confirming men so stayed. "O friends," said he, "hold up your minds, strength is but strength of will. Reverence each other's good in fight, and shame at things done ill. Where soldiers show an honest shame, and love of honour lives, that ranks men with the first in fight, death fewer liveries gives than life, or than where fame's neglect makes cowards fight at length. Flight neither doth the body grace, nor shows the mind hath strength." He said, and swiftly through the troops a mortal lance did send, that reft a standard-bearer's life, renowned Aeneas' friend, the Icoan Pergasides, whom all the Trojans loved, as he were one of Priam's sons. His mind was so approved, in always fighting with the first, the lance his target took, which could not interrupt the blow that through it clearly strook, and in his belly's rim was sheathed, beneath his girdle stead, he sounded falling, and his arms with him resounded dead. Then fell two princes of the Greeks, by great Aeneas' ire, Diocles' sons, Orsilochus and Crethon, whose kind sire in bravely built Phera dwelt, rich and of sacred blood. He was descended lineally from great Alpheus' flood, that broadly flows through Pyle's fields. Alpheus did beget Orsilochus, who in the rule of many men was set, and that Orsilochus begat the rich Diocles. Diocles sire to Crethon was, and this Orsilochus. Both these, arrived at man's estate, with both the Atrides went, to honour them in the Iliad wars, and both were one day sent to death as well as Troy, for death hid both in one black hour, as two young lions with their dam sustained but to devour, bred on the tops of some steep hill, and in the gloomy deep of an inaccessible wood rushed out and preyed on sheep, steers, oxen, and destroyed men's stalls, so long that they come short, and by the owner's steel are slain, in such unhappy sort. Fell these beneath Aeneas' power, when Menelaus viewed, like two tall fir trees these two fall, their timeless falls he rued, and to the first fight, where they lay, a vengeful force he took. His arms beat back the sun in flames, a dreadful lance he shook. Mars put the fury in his mind, that by Aeneas' hands, who was to make the slaughter good, he might have strewed the sands. And Telecus, old Nestor's son, observing he was bent to urge a combat of such odds, and knowing the event, being ill on his part, all their pains alone sustained for him, ere from their end made after hard, and took them in the trim of an encounter. Both their hands and darts advanced, and shook, and both pitched in full stand of charge, when suddenly the look of Anchises took note of Nestor's valiant son, in full charge too, which 2 to 1 made Venus' issue shun the hot adventure, though he were a soldier well approved. Then drew they off their slaughtered friends, who given to their beloved, they turned where fight showed the deadliest hate, and there mixed with the dead Pylaemon, that the targeteers of Paphlagonia led, a man like Mars, and with him fell good Medon, that did guide his chariot, Atimnus' son. The prince Pylaemon died by Menelaus. Nestor's joy slew Medon, one before the other in the chariot. Atrides' lance did gore Pylaemon's shoulder in the blade, and Telecus did force a mighty stone up from the earth, and as he turned his horse, struck Medon's elbow in the midst. The reins of ivory fell from his hands into the dust, and Telecus let fly his sword withal, and rushing in, a blow so deadly laid upon his temples, that he groaned, tumbled to earth, and stayed a mighty while preposterously, because the dust was deep, upon his neck and shoulder there, even till his foe took keep of his prized horse, and made them stir, and then he prostrate fell. His horse Antilochus took home. When Hector had heard tell, amongst the uproar of their deaths, he laid out all his voice, and ran upon the Greeks. Behind came many men of choice, before him marched great Mars himself, matched with his female mate, the dread Bellona. She brought on, to fight for mutual fate, the tumult that was wild and mad. He shook a horrid lance, and now led Hector, and anon behind would make the chance. This sight when great Tydides saw, his hair stood up on end, and him whom all the skill and power of arms did late attend, now like a man in council poor, that travelling goes amiss, and having passed a boundless plain, not knowing where he is, comes on the sudden where he sees a river rough, and raves, with his own billows ravished, into the king of waves, murmurs with foam, and frights him back, so he amazed retired, and thus would make good his amaze. O friends, we all admired great Hector, as one of himself, well darting bold in war, when some god guards him still from death, and makes him dare so far. Now Mars himself, formed like a man, is present in his rage, and therefore whatsoever cause importunes you to wage war with these Trojans, never strive, but gently take your rod, lest in your bosoms for a man ye ever find a god. As Greece retired, the power of Troy did much more forward prease, and Hector 2 brave men of war sent to the fields of peace. Menestheus and Anchialus, one chariot bare them both. Their falls made Ajax Telamon ruthful of heart and wroth, who lightened out a lance that smote Amphius Selagus, that dwelt in Pissos, rich in lands, and did huge goods possess. But fate, to Priam and his sons, conducted his supply. The javelin on his girdle struck, and pierced mortally his belly's lower part. He fell, his arms had looked so trim, that Ajax needs would prove their spoil. The Trojans poured on him whole storms of lances, large and sharp, of which a number stuck in his rough shield, yet from the slain he did his javelin pluck, but could not from his shoulders force the arms he did affect. The Trojans with such drifts of darts the body did protect, and wisely Telamonius feared their valorous defence, so many and so strong of hand stood in with such expense of deadly prowess, who repelled, though big, strong, bold he were, the famous Ajax, and their friend did from his rapture bear. Thus this place filled with strength of fight, in the army's other priest, Tlepolemus, a tall big man, the son of Hercules, a cruel destiny inspired, with strong desire to prove, encounter with Sarpedon's strength, the son of cloudy Jove, who coming on to that stern end had chosen him his foe. Thus Jove's great nephew and his son 'gainst one another go. Tlepolemus, to make his end more worth the will of fate, began as if he had her power, and showed the mortal state of too much confidence in man, with this superfluous brave. Sarpedon, what necessity or needless humour drave thy form to these wars, which in heart I know thou dost abhor? A man not seen in deeds of arms, a Lycian counsellor? They lie that call thee son to Jove, since Jove bred none so late. The men of elder times were they, that his high power begat. Such men as had Herculean force. My father Hercules was Jove's true issue. He was bold, his deeds did well express. They sprung out of a lion's heart. He whilom came to Troy, for horse that Jupiter gave Tros, for Ganymede his boy, with 6 ships only, and few men, and tore the city down, left all her broad ways desolate, and made the horse his own. For thee, thy mind is ill disposed, thy body's powers are poor, and therefore are thy troops so weak. The soldier evermore follows the temper of his chief, and thou pull'st down aside. But say thou art the son of Jove, and hast thy means supplied with forces fitting his descent. The powers that I compel shall throw thee hence, and make thy head run ope the gates of hell. Jove's Lycian issue answered him, Tlepolemus, 'tis true, thy father holy Ilion in that sort overthrew. The injustice of the king was cause, that where thy father had used good deservings to his state, he quitted him with bad. Hesione, the joy and grace of King Laomedon, thy father rescued from a whale, and gave to Telamon in honoured nuptials. Telamon, from whom your strongest Greek boasts to have issued, and this grace might well expect the like. Yet he gave taunts for thanks, and kept against his oath his horse, and therefore both thy father's strength and justice might enforce the wreak he took on Troy. But this and thy cause differ far. Sons seldom heir their father's worths. Thou canst not make his war. What thou assumest for him is mine, to be on thee imposed. With this he threw an ashen dart, and then Tlepolemus loosed another from his glorious hand. Both at one instant flew, both struck, both wounded. From his neck Sarpedon's javelin drew the lifeblood of Tlepolemus. Full in the midst it fell, and what he threatened the other gave, that darkness and that hell. Sarpedon's left thigh took the lance, it pierced the solid bone, and with his raging head ran through, but Jove preserved his son. The dart yet vexed him bitterly, which should have been pulled out, but none considered then so much, so thick came on the rout, and filled each hand so full of cause to ply his own defence. 'Twas held enough, both fallen, that both were nobly carried thence. Ulysses knew the events of both, and took it much to heart, that his friend's enemy should scape, and in a twofold part his thoughts contended, if he should pursue Sarpedon's life, or take his friend's wreak on his men. Fate did conclude this strife, by whom 'twas otherwise decreed that Ulysses' steel should end Sarpedon. In this doubt Minerva took the wheel from fickle chance, and made his mind resolve to right his friend with that blood he could surest draw. Then did Revenge extend her full power on the multitude. Then did he never miss Alastor, Halius, Chromius, Noemon, Prytanis, Alcander, and a number more he slew, and more had slain, if Hector had not understood whose power made in amain, and strook fierce through the Grecian troops, but to Sarpedon gave hope of full rescue, who thus cried, O Hector, help and save my body from the spoil of Greece, that to your loved town my friends may see me borne, and then let earth possess her own in this soil, for whose sake I left my countries, for no day shall ever show me that again, nor to my wife display, and young hope of my name, the joy of my much thirsted sight. All which I left for Troy. For them let Troy then do this right. To all this Hector gives no word, but greedily he strives with all speed to repel the Greeks, and shed in floods their lives, and left Sarpedon. But what face soever he put on, of following the common cause, he left this prince alone, for his particular grudge, because so late he was so plain in his reproof before the host, and that did he retain. However, for example's sake, he would not show it then, and for his shame too, since 'twas just. But good Sarpedon's men ventured themselves, and forced him off, and set him underneath the goodly beech of Jupiter, where now they did unsheath the ashen lance, strong Pelagon, his friend, most loved, most true, and forced it from his maimed thigh, with which his spirit flew. And darkness overflew his eyes, yet with a gentle gale, that round about the dying prince cool Boreas did exhale. He was revived, recomforted, that else had grieved and died. All this time flight drave to the fleet the Argives, who applied no weapon 'gainst the proud pursuit, nor ever turned ahead. They knew so well that Mars pursued, and dreadful Hector led. Then who was first, who last, whose lives the iron Mars did seize? And Priam's Hector? Helenus, surnamed Enopides, good Teuthras, and Orestes, skilled in managing of horse, bold Enomaus, and a man renowned for martial force, Trechus, the great Aetolian chief, or Resbius, that did wear the gaudy mitre, studied wealth extremely, and dwelt near the Atlantic lake Caphasides in Hyla, by whose seat the good men of Boeotia dwelt. This slaughter grew so great, it flew to heaven. Saturnia discerned it, and cried out to Pallas, O unworthy sight, to see a field so fought, and break our words to Sparta's king, that Ilion should be raced, and he return revenged, when thus we see his Greeks disgraced, and bear the harmful rage of Mars. Come, let us use our care, that we dishonour not our powers. Minerva was as yare, as she at the despite of Troy. Her golden bridled steeds then Saturn's daughter brought aboard, and Hebe she proceeds to address her chariot. Instantly she gives it either wheel. Beamed with 8 spokes of sounding brass, the axle tree was steel, the felves incorruptible gold, their upper bands of brass, their matter most unvalued, their work of wondrous grace. The naves in which the spokes were driven were all with silver bound, the chariot seat 2 hoops of gold and silver strengthened round, edged with a gold and silver fringe. The beam that looked before was massy silver, on whose top gears all of gold it wore, and golden poitrels. Juno mounts, and her hot horses reigned, that thirsted for contention, and still of peace complained. Minerva wrapped her in the robe that curiously she wove, with glorious colours, as she sate on the azure floor of Jove, and wore the arms that he puts on, bent to the tearful field. About her broad spread shoulders hung his huge and horrid shield, fringed round with ever fighting snakes. Through it was drawn to life the miseries and deaths of fight. In it frowned bloody strife. In it shined sacred fortitude. In it fell pursuit flew. In it the monster Gorgon's head, in which held out to view were all the dire ostents of Jove. On her big head she placed his 4-plumed glittering casque of gold, so admirably vast, it would 100 garrisons of soldiers comprehend. Then to her shining chariot her vigorous feet ascend, and in her violent hand she takes his grave, huge solid lance, with which the conquest of her wrath she useth to advance, and overturn whole fields of men, to show she was the seed of him that thunders. Then heaven's queen, to urge her horses' speed, takes up the scourge, and forth they fly. The ample gates of heaven rung, and flew open of themselves, the charge whereof is given, with all Olympus and the sky, to the distinguished hours, that clear or hide it all in clouds, or pour it down in showers. This way their scourge obeying horse made haste, and soon they won the top of all the topful heavens, where aged Saturn's son sat severed from the other gods. Then stayed the white-armed queen her steeds, and asked of Jove if Mars did not incense his spleen with his foul deeds, in ruining so many and so great in the command and grace of Greece, and in so rude a heat. At which she said, Apollo laughed, and Venus, who still sue to that mad god for violence that never justice knew, for whose impiety she asked if with his wished love herself might free the field of him. He bade her rather move Athenia to the charge she sought, who'd used of old to be the bane of Mars, and had as well the gift of spoil as he. This grace she slacked not, but her horse scourged, that in nature flew betwixt the cope of stars and earth, and how far at a view a man into the purple sea may from a hill descry, so far a high neighing horse of heaven at every jump would fly. Arrived at Troy, where broke in curls the 2 floods mixed their force, Scamander and bright Simois, Saturnia stayed her horse, took them from chariot, and a cloud of mighty depth diffused about them, and the verdant banks of Simois produced in nature what they eat in heaven. Then both the goddesses marched like a pair of timorous doves in hasting their access to the Argive succour, being arrived where both the most and best were heaped together, showing all, like lions at a feast, of new slain carcasses, or boars, beyond encounter strong. There found they Diomed, and there, midst all the admiring throng, Saturnia put on Stentor's shape, that had a brazen voice, and spake as loud as 50 men, like whom she made a noise, and chid the Argives, O ye Greeks, in name and outward right, but princes only, not in act, what scandal, what despite, use ye to honour? All the time the great Aeacides was conversant in arms, your foes durst not a foot address without their ports, so much they feared his lance, that all controlled, and now they outrage to your fleet. This did with shame make bold the general spirit and power of Greece, when with particular note of their disgrace Athenia made Tydeus' issue hot. She found him at his chariot, refreshing of his wound, inflected by slain Pandarus, his sweat did so abound. It much annoyed him underneath the broad belt of his shield, with which, and tired with his toil, his soul could hardly yield his body motion. With his hand he lifted up the belt, and wiped away the clottered blood, the fervent wound did melt. Minerva leaned against his horse, and near their withers laid her sacred hand, then spake to him, Believe me, Diomed, Tydeus exampled not himself, in thee his son not great, but yet he was a soldier, a man of so much heat, that in his embassy for Thebes, when I forbade his mind to be too venturous, and when feasts his heart might have declined, with which they welcomed him, he made a challenge to the best, and foiled the best. I gave him aid, because the rust of rest that would have seized another mind, he suffered not, but used the trial I made like a man, and their soft feasts refused. Yet when I set thee on, thou faint'st. I guard thee, charge, exhort, that I abetting thee thou shouldst be to the Greeks a fort, and a dismay to Ilion, yet thou obey'st not. Afraid or slothful, or else both, henceforth renounce all thought, that ever thou wert Tydeus' son. He answered her, I know thou art Jove's daughter, and for that in all just duty owe thy speeches reverence, yet affirm ingenuously that fear doth neither hold me spiritless nor sloth. I only bear thy charge in zealous memory, that I should never war with any blessed deity, unless, exceeding far the limits of her rule, the queen that governs chamber sport should press to field, and her thy will enjoin my lance to hurt. But he whose power hath right in arms I knew in person here, beside the Cyprian deity, and therefore did forbear. And here have gathered in retreat these other Greeks you see, with note and reverence of your charge. My dearest mind, said she, what then was fit is changed. 'Tis true, Mars hath just rule in war, but just war, otherwise he raves, not fights, he's altered far. He vowed to Juno and myself that his aid should be used against the Trojans, whom it guards, and therein he abused his rule in arms, infringed his word, and made his war unjust. He is inconstant, impious, mad. Resolve then, firmly trust my aid of thee against his worst, or any deity. Add scourge to thy free horse, charge home, he fights perfidiously. This said, as that brave king, her knight, with his horse guiding friend, were set before the chariot, for sign he should descend, that she might serve for wagoness, she plucked the wagoner back, and up into his seat she mounts, the beechen tree did crack beneath the burthen, and good cause, it bore so huge a thing, a goddess so replete with power, and such a puissant king. She snatched the scourge up and the reins, and shut her heavenly look in hell's vast helm from Mars's eyes, and full career she took at him, who then had newly slain the mighty Periphas, renowned son to Ochesius, and far the strongest was of all the Aetolians, to whose spoil the bloody god was run. But when this man-plague saw the approach of godlike Tydeus' son, he let his mighty Periphas lie, and in full charge he ran at Diomed, and he at him, both near the god began, and thirsty of his blood he throws a brazen lance that bears full on the breast of Diomed, above the reins and gears. But Pallas took it on her hand, and strook the eager lance beneath the chariot. Then the knight of Pallas doth advance, and cast a javelin off at Mars, Minerva sent it on, that, where his arming girdle gilt, his belly grazed upon. Just at the rim, and wranched the flesh, the lance again he got, but left the wound that stung him so, he laid out such a throat, as if 9 or 10,000 men had brayed out all their breaths, in one confusion, having felt as many sudden deaths. The roar made both the hosts amazed. Up flew the god to heaven, and with him was through all the air as black a tincture driven to Diomed's eyes, as when the earth, half choked with smoking heat of gloomy clouds that stifle men, and pitchy tempests threat, ushered with horrid gusts of wind, with such black vapours plumed, Mars flew to Olympus and broad heaven, and there his place resumed. Sadly he went, and sat by Jove, showed his immortal blood, that from a mortal man-made wound poured such an impious flood, and weeping poured out these complaints: O Father, storm'st thou not to see us take these wrongs from men? Extreme griefs we have got, even by our own deep counsels, held for gratifying them. And thou, our council's president, concludest in this extreme, of fighting ever, being ruled by one that thou hast bred, one never well, but doing ill, a girl so full of head, that though all other gods obey, her mad moods must command, by thy indulgence, nor by word, nor any touch of hand, correcting her. Thy reason is she is a spark of thee, and therefore she may kindle rage in men 'gainst gods, and she may make men hurt gods, and those gods that are besides thy seed. First in the palms hit Cyprides, then runs the impious deed on my hurt person, and could life give way to death in me, or had my feet not fetched me off, heaps of mortality had kept me consort. Jupiter, with a contracted brow, thus answered Mars: Thou many minds, inconstant changeling thou, sit not complaining thus by me, whom most of all the gods, inhabiting the starry hill, I hate, no periods being set to thy contentions, brawls, fights, and pitching fields. Just of thy mother Juno's moods, stiff-necked and never yields, though I correct her still in chide, nor can forbear offence, through to her son, this wound I know taste of her insolence. But I will prove more natural, thou shalt be cured, because thou comest of me. But hadst thou been so cross to sacred laws, being born to any other god, thou hadst been thrown from heaven long since, as low as Tartarus, beneath the giants driven. This said, he gave his wound in charge to Paeon, who applied such sovereign medicines that as soon the pain was qualified, and he recured, as nourishing milk, when runnet is put in, runs all in heaps of tough thick curd, though in his nature thin. Even so soon his wound's parted sides ran close in his recure, for he, all deathless, could not long the parts of death endure. Then Hebe bathed, and put on him fresh garments, and he sate, exulting by his sire again, in top of all his state. So having from the spoils of men made his desired remove, Juno and Pallas reascend the starry court of Jove. End of the 5th book, Part 2. The 6th book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The sixth book of Homer's Iliads. The argument. The gods now leaving an indifferent field, the Greeks prevail, the slaughtered Trojans yield. Hector, by Helenus' advice, retires in haste to Troy, and Hecuba desires to pray Minerva to remove from fight the son of Tydeus, her affected knight, and vow to her for favour of such price 12 oxen should be slain in sacrifice. In mean space Glaucus and Tydides meet, and either other with remembrance greet of old love twixt their fathers, which inclines their hearts to friendship, who change arms for signs of a continued love for either's life. Hector, in his return, meets with his wife, and taking in his armed arms his son, he prophesies the fall of Ilion. Another argument. In Zeta, Hector prophesies, prays for his son, wills sacrifice. The stern fight freed all the gods. Conquest with doubtful wings flew on their lances. Every way the restless field she flings, betwixt the floods of Simois and Xanthus, that confined all their affairs of Ilion, and round about them shined. The first that weighed down all the field, of one particular side, was Ajax, son of Telamon, who like a bulwark plied the Greeks' protection, and of Troy the knotty orders brake, held out alike to all the rest, and showed them how to make way to their conquest. He did wound the strongest man of Thrace, the tallest and biggest set, Eusorion Acamas. His lance fell on his casque's plumed top. In stooping, the fell head drave through his forehead to his jaws, his eyes night-shadowed. Tydides slew Teuthronides Axylus, that did dwell in fair Arisba's well-built towers. He had of wealth a well, and yet was kind and bountiful. He would a traveller pray to be his guest. His friendly house stood in the broad highway, in which he all sorts nobly used. Yet none of them would stand twixt him and death, but both himself and he that had command of his fair horse, Calesius, fell lifeless on the ground. Euryalus, Opheltius, and Dresus dead did wound, nor ended there his fiery course, which he again begins, and ran to it successfully upon a pair of twins, Aesepus and bold Pedasus, whom good Bucolion, that first called father, though base-born, renowned Laomedon, on Neus Abarbaria got, a nymph that, as she fed her curled flocks, Bucolion wooed and mixed in love and bed. Both these were spoiled of arms and life by Megistiades. Then Polypœtes, for stern death, Astyalas did seize. Ulysses slew Percosius, Teucer Ereteon, Antilochus, old Nestor's joy, Ablerus, the great son of Atreus and king of men, Elytus, whose abode he held at Upper Pedasus, where Satnius' river flowed. The great hero Leitus stayed Phylacus in flight from further life. Eurypylus, Melanthius reft of light, the brother to the king of men, Adrestus took alive, whose horse, affrighted with the flight, their driver now did drive amongst the low-grown tamarisk trees. And at an arm of one the chariot in the draught-tree brake, the horse brake loose and run. The same way other flyers fled, contending all to town. Himself close at the chariot wheel, upon his face was thrown, and there lay flat, rolled up in dust. Atrides inwards drave, and holding at his breast his lance, Adrestus sought to save his head by losing of his feet, and trusting to his knees, on which the same parts of the king he hugs, and offers fees of worthy value for his life, and thus pleads their receipt. Take me alive, O Atreus' son, and take a worthy weight of brass, elaborate iron, and gold. A heap of precious things are in my father's riches hid, which when your servant brings news of my safety to his ears, he largely will divide with your rare bounties. Atreus' son thought this the better side, and meant to take it, being about to send him safe to fleet. Which when, far off, his brother saw, he winged his royal feet, and came in threatening, crying out, "O soft heart, what's the cause thou sparest these men thus? Have not they observed these gentle laws of mild humanity to thee, with mighty argument why thou shouldst deal thus, in thy house, and with all precedent of honoured guest rights, entertained? Not one of them shall fly a bitter end for it from heaven, and much less, dotingly, scape our revengeful fingers. All, even the infant in the womb, shall taste of what they merited, and have no other tomb than raised Ilion, nor their race may have more fruit than the dust." This just cause turned his brother's mind, who violently thrust the prisoner from him, in whose guts the king of men impressed his ashen lance, which, pitching down his foot upon the breast of him that upwards fell, he drew. Then Nestor spake to all, "O friends and household men of Mars, let not your pursuit fall with those ye fell, for present spoil, nor, like the king of men, let any scape unfelled, but on dispatch them all, and then ye shall have time enough to spoil." This made so strong their chase that all the Trojans had been housed, and never turned a face, had not the Priamist Helenus, an augur most of name, willed Hector and Aeneas thus: "Hector, Anchises' fame, since on your shoulders with good cause the weighty burden lies of Troy and Lycia, being both of noblest faculties for counsel, strength of hand, and apt to take chance at her best in every turn she makes, stand fast, and suffer not the rest, by any way searched out for scape, to come within the ports, lest, fled into their wives' kind arms, they there be made the sports of the pursuing enemy. Exhort and force your bands to turn their faces, and while we employ our ventured hands, though in a hard condition, to make the other stay, Hector, go thou to Ilion, and our queen mother pray to take the richest robe she hath, the same that's chiefly dear to her court fancy, with which gem assembling more to her of Troy's chief matrons, let all go, for fear of all our fates, to Pallas' temple, take the key, unlock the levy gates, enter, and reach the highest tower, where her palladium stands, and on it put the precious veil with pure and reverend hands, and vow to her, besides the gift, a sacrificing stroke of 12 fat heifers of a year, that never felt the yoke, most answering to her maiden state, if she will pity us, our town, our wives, our youngest joys, and him that plagues them thus, take from the conflict, Diomed, that fury in a fight, that true son of great Tydeus, that cunning lord of flight, whom I esteem the strongest Greek. For we have never fled Achilles, that is prince of men, and whom a goddess bred. Like him, his fury flies so high, and all men's wraths commands. Hector intends his brother's will, but first through all his bands he made quick way, encouraging, and all, to fear afraid, all turned their heads, and made Greece turn. Slaughter stood still dismayed on their parts, for they thought some god, fallen from the vault of stars, was rushed in to the Ilion's aid, they made such dreadful wars. Thus Hector, toiling in the waves, and thrusting back the flood of his ebbed forces, thus takes leave. So now runs your blood in this right current. Forwards now, Trojans, and far-called friends, a while hold out, till, for success to this your brave amends, I haste to Ilion, and procure our counsellors and wives to pray, and offer hecatombs for their states in our lives." Then fair-helmed Hector turned to Troy, and as he trode the field, the black bull's hide, that at his back he wore about his shield, in the extreme circumference, was with his gait so rocked, that being large, it both at once his neck and ankles knocked. And now betwixt the hosts were met Hippolochus's brave son Glaucus, who in his very look hope of some wonder won, and little Tydeus' mighty heir, who, seeing such a man offer the field for usual blows, with wondrous words began. What art thou, strongest of mortal men, that put'st so far before, whom these fights never showed mine eyes? They have been evermore sons of unhappy parents born, that came within the length of this Minerva-guided lance, and durst close with the strength that she inspires in me. If heaven be thy divine abode, and thou a deity thus informed, no more with any god will I change lances. The strong son of Dryas did not live long after such a conflict dared, who godlessly did drive Nicias' nurses through the hill made sacred to his name, and called Niceias. With a goad he punched each furious dame, and made them every one cast down their green and leafy spears. This the homicide Lycurgus did, and those ungodly fears he put the froze in, seized their god. Even Bacchus he did drive from his Niceias, who was fain, with huge exclaims, to dive into the ocean. Thetis there in her bright bosom took the flying deity, who so feared Lycurgus' threats he shook. For which the freely living gods so highly were incensed, that Saturn's great son strook him blind, and with his life dispensed, but small time after. All because the immortals loved him not, nor loved him since he strived with them. And his end hath begot fear in my powers to fight with heaven. But if the fruits of earth nourish thy body, and thy life be of our human birth, come near, that thou mayest soon arrive on that life-bounding shore, to which I see thee hoist such sail. Why dost thou so explore, says Glaucus, of what race I am, when like the race of leaves the race of man is, that deserves no question, nor receives my being any other breath? The wind in autumn strows the earth with old leaves, then the spring the woods with new endows, and so death scatters men on earth, so life puts out again man's leafy issue. But my race, if, like the course of men, thou seek'st in more particular terms, 'tis this, to many known. In midst of Argos, nurse of horse, there stands a walled town, Ephyra, where the mansion house of Sisyphus did stand, of Sisyphus Aeolides, most wise of all the land. Glaucus was son to him, and he begat Bellerophon, whose body heaven endued with strength, and put a beauty on, exceeding lovely. Proetus yet his cause of love did hate, and banished him the town. He ruled the Argive state. The virtue of the one Jove placed beneath the other's power. His exile grew, since he denied to be the paramour of fair Antea, Proetus' wife, who felt a raging fire of secret love to him. But he, whom wisdom did inspire as well as prudence, one of them advising him to shun the danger of a princess's love, the other not to run within the danger of the gods, the act being simply ill, still entertaining thoughts divine, subdued the earthly still. She, ruled by neither of his wits, preferred her lust to both, and false to Proetus would seem true with this abhorred untroth. Proetus, or die thyself, said she, or let Bellerophon die. He urged dishonored to thy bed, which since I did deny, he thought his violence should grant, and sought thy shame by force. The king, incensed with her report, resolved upon her course, but doubted how it should be run. He shunned his death direct, holding a way so near not safe, and plotted the effect by sending him with letters sealed, that, hoped, touched his life, to Ruins, king of Lycia, and father to his wife. He went, and happily he went, the gods walked all his way, and being arrived in Lycia, where Xanthus does display the silver ensigns of his waves, the king of that broad land received him with a wondrous free and honourable hand. 9 days he feasted him, and killed an ox in every day, in thankful sacrifice to heaven for his fair guest, whose stay with rosy fingers brought the world the 10th well-welcomed morn. And then the king did move to see the letters he had borne from his loved son-in-law, which seen, he wrought thus their contents. Chimera, the invincible, he sent him to convince, sprung from no man, but mere divine, a lion's shape before, behind a dragon's, in the midst a goat's shagged form she bore, and flames of deadly fervency flew from her breath and eyes. Yet her he slew, his confidence in sacred prodigies rendered him victor. Then he gave his second conquest way against the famous Solymi, when, he himself would say, reporting it, he entered on a passing vigorous fight. His third huge labour he approved against a woman's spite, that filled a field of Amazons. He overcame them all. Then set they on him sly deceit, when force had such a fall. An ambush of the strongest men that spacious Lycia bred was lodged for him, whom he lodged sure they never raised a head. His deeds thus showing him derived from some celestial race, the king detained and made amends, with doing him the grace of his fair daughter's princely gift, and with her for a dower gave half his kingdom, and to this the Lycians on did pour more than was given to any king, a goodly planted field, in some parts thick of groves and woods, the rest rich crops did yield. This field the Lycians futurely, of future wanderings there and other errors of their prince, in the unhappy rear of his sad life, the errant called. The princess brought him forth 3 children, whose ends grieved him more, the more they were of worth. Isander, and Hippolochus, and fair Laodame, with whom even Jupiter himself left heaven itself to lie, and had by her the man-at-arms, Sarpedon, called divine. The gods then left him, lest a man should in their glory shine, and set against him, for his son, Isandrus, in a strife against the valiant Solymi, Mars reft of light and life. Laodamia, being envied of all the goddesses, the golden bridle handling queen, the maiden patroness, slew with an arrow, and for this he wandered evermore alone through all his Ilian field, and fed upon the core of his sad bosom, flying all the loathed consorts of men. Yet had he one survived to him of those 3 children, Hippolochus, the root of me, who sent me here with charge that I should always bear me well, and my deserts enlarge beyond the vulgar, lest I shamed my race, that far excelled all that Ephyra's famous towers or ample Lycia held. This is my stock, and this am I. This cheered Tydides' heart, who pitched his spear down, leaned, and talked in this affectionate part. Certes, in thy great ancestor, and in mine own, thou art a guest of mine, right ancient. King Oeneus 20 days detained with feast Bellerophon, whom all the world did praise, betwixt whom mutual gifts were given. My grandsire gave to thine a girdle of Phoenician work, empurpled wondrous fine. Thine gave a 2-necked jug of gold, which, though I use not here, yet still it is my gem at home. But if our fathers were familiar, or each other knew, I know not, since my sire left me a child at siege of Thebes, where he left his life's fire. But let us prove our grandsire's sons, and be each other's guests. To Lycia when I come, do thou receive thy friend with feasts. Peloponnesus with the like shall thy wished presence greet. Mean space, shun we each other here, though in the press we meet. There are enow of Troy beside, and men enow renowned to right my powers, whomever heaven shall let my lance confound. So are there of the Greeks for thee, kill who thou canst. And now, for sign of amity twixt us, and that all these may know, we glory in the auspicious rites our grandsires did commend. Change we our arms before them all. From horse then both descend, join hands, give faith, and take. And then did Jupiter elate the mind of Glaucus, who, to show his reverence to the state of virtue in his grandsire's heart, and gratulate beside the offer of so great a friend, exchanged in that good pride curats of gold for those of brass, that did on Diomed shine, one of 100 oxen's price, the other but of 9. By this had Hector reached the ports of Scia and the towers. About him flocked the wives of Troy, the children, paramours, inquiring how their husbands did, their fathers, brothers, loves. He stood not then to answer them, but said, It now behooves ye should all go to implore the aid of heaven in a distress of great effect and imminent. Then hasted he access to Priam's goodly builded court, which round about was run with walking porches, galleries, to keep off rain and sun. Within, of one side, on a roue of sundry coloured stones, 50 fair lodgings were built out for Priam's 50 sons, and 4 as fair sort of their wives, and in the opposite view 12 lodgings of like stone, like height, were likewise built a roue, where with their fair and virtuous wives 12 princes, sons-in-law to honourable Priam lay, and here met Hecuba, the loving mother, her great son, and with her needs must be the fairest of her female race, the bright Laodice. The queen gripped hard her Hector's hand, and said, O worthiest son, why leav'st thou field? Is not because the cursed nation afflict our countrymen and friends? They are their moans that move thy mind to come and lift thy hands in his high tower to Jove. But stay a little, that myself may fetch our sweetest wine, to offer first to Jupiter, then that these joints of thine may be refreshed, for woe is me, how thou art toiled and spent. Thou for our city's general state, thou for our friends far sent, must now the press of fight endure, now solitude, to call upon the name of Jupiter, thou only for us all. But wine will something comfort thee, for to a man dismayed with careful spirits, or too much with labour overlaid, wine brings much rescue, strengthening much the body and the mind. The great helm mover thus received the authoress of his kind. My royal mother, bring no wine, lest rather it impair than help my strength, and make my mind forgetful of the affair committed to it. And to pour it out in sacrifice, I fear with unwashed hands to serve the pure-lived deities. Nor is it lawful thus imbrued with blood and dust to prove the will of heaven, or offer vows to cloud-compelling Jove. I only come to use your pains, assembling other dames, matrons, and women honoured most with high and virtuous names, with wine and odours, and a robe most ample, most of price, and which is dearest in your love, to offer sacrifice in Pallas's temple, and to put the precious robe ye bear on her palladium, vowing all 12 oxen of a year, whose necks were never wrung with yoke, shall pay her grace their lives, if she will pity our siege town, pity ourselves, our wives, pity our children, and remove from sacred Ilion the dreadful soldier Diomed. And when yourselves are gone about this work, myself will go to call into the field, if he will hear me, Helen's love, whom would the earth would yield, and headlong take into her gulf, even quick before mine eyes, for then my heart, I hope, would cast her load of miseries, born for the plague ye hath been born, and bred to the deface by great Olympius, of Troy our sire, and all our race. This said, grave Hecuba went home, and sent her maids about to bid the matrons. She herself descended and searched out, within a place that breathed perfumes, the richest robe she had, which lay with many rich ones more, most curiously made by women of Cydonia, which Paris brought from thence, sailing the broad sea, when he made the voyage of offence, in which he brought home Helena. That robe, transferred so far, that was the undermost, she took, it glittered like a star, and with it went she to the fane, with many ladies more. amongst whom fair-cheeked Theano unlocked the folded door, chaste Theano, Antenor's wife, and of Cisseus's race, sister to Hecuba, both born to the great king of Thrace. Her the Ilions made Minerva's priest, and her they followed all, up to the temple's highest tower, where on their knees they fall, lift up their hands, and fill the fane with ladies' piteous cries. Then lovely Theano took the veil, and with it she implies the great Palladium, praying thus: Goddess of most renown, in all the heaven of goddesses, great guardian of our town, revered Minerva, break the lance of Diomed, seize his grace, give him to fall in shameful flight, headlong and on his face, before our ports of Ilion, that instantly we may 12 unyoked oxen of a year in this thy temple slay. To thy sole honour take their bloods, and banish our offence. Accept Troy's zeal, her wives, and save her infants' innocence. She prayed, but Pallas would not grant. Mean space was Hector come where Alexander's lodgings were, that many a goodly room had built in them by architects of Troy's most curious sort, and were no lodgings but a house, nor no house but a court, or had all these contained in them, and all within a tower. Next Hector's lodgings and the king's. The loved of heaven's chief power, Hector, here entered. In his hand a goodly lance he bore, 10 cubits long. The brazen head went shining ill before, helped with a burnished ring of gold. He found his brother then amongst the women, yet prepared to go amongst the men. For in their chamber he was set, trimming his arms, his shield, his cuirass, and was trying how his crooked bow would yield to his straight arms. Amongst her maids was set the Argive queen, commanding them in choicest words. When Hector's eye had seen his brother thus accompanied, and that he could not bear the very touching of his arms, but where the women were, and when the time so needed men, right cunningly he chid, that he might do it bitterly, his cowardice he hid, that simply made him so retired, beneath an anger feigned in him by Hector, for the hate the citizens sustained against him, for the foil he took in their cause, and again for all their general foils in his. So Hector seems to plain of his wrath to them, for their hate, and not his cowardice, as that were it that sheltered him in his effeminacies, and kept him in that dangerous time from their fit aid in fight. For which he chid thus: Wretched man, so timeless is thy spite, that 'tis not honest, and their hate is just, 'gainst which it bends. War burns about the town for thee, our slaughtered friends besiege Troy with their carcasses, on whose heaps our high walls are overlooked by enemies. The sad sounds of their falls without are echoed with the cries of wives and babes within, and all for thee. And yet for them thy honour cannot win head of thine anger. Thou shouldst need no spirit to stir up thine, but thine should set the rest on fire, and with a rage divine chastise impartially the best, that impiously forbears. Come forth, lest thy fair towers in Troy be burned about thine ears. Paris acknowledged as before all just that Hector spake, allowing justice, though it were for his injustice's sake. And where his brother put a wrath upon him by his art, he takes it, for his honour's sake, as sprung out of his heart, and rather would have anger seem his fault than cowardice. And thus he answered: Since with right you join check with advice, and I hear you, give equal ear, it is not any spleen against the town as you conceive that makes me so unseen, but sorrow for it, which to ease, and by discourse digest within myself, I live so close, and yet, since men might rest my sad retreat, like you, my wife with her advice inclined this my addression to the field, which was mine own free mind, as well as the instance of her words. For though the foil were mine, conquest brings forth her wreaths by turns. Stay then this haste of thine, but till I arm, and I am made a consort for thee straight. Or go, I'll overtake thy haste. Helen stood at receipt, and took up all great Hector's powers, to attend her heavy words, by which had Paris no reply. This vent her grief affords. Brother, if I may call you so, that had been better born a dog than such a horrid dame, as all men curse and scorn, a mischief-maker, a man-plague. Or would to God the day that first gave light to me had been a whirlwind in my way, and borne me to some desert hill, or hid me in the rage of earth's most far resounding seas, ere I should thus engage the dear lives of so many friends. Yet since the gods have been helpless foreseers of my plagues, they might have likewise seen that he they put in yoke with me to bear out their award had been a man of much more spirit, and or had noblier dared to shield my honour with this deed, or with his mind have known much better the upbraids of men, that so he might have shown, more like a man, some sense of grief for both my shame and his. But he is senseless, nor conceives what any manhood is, nor now, nor ever after will, and therefore hangs, I fear, a plague above him. But come near, good brother, rest you here, who of the world of men stands charged with most unrest for me, vile wretch, and for my lover's wrong, on whom a destiny so bitter is imposed by Jove, that all succeeding times will put to our unended shames in all men's mouths our crimes. He answered, Helen, do not seek to make me sit with thee. I must not stay, though well I know thy honoured love of me. My mind calls forth to aid our friends, in whom my absence breeds longings to see me, for whose sakes importune thou to deeds this man by all means, that your care may make his own make haste, and meet me in the open town, that all may see at last he minds his lover. I myself will now go home and see my household, my dear wife and son, that little hope of me. For, sister, 'tis without my skill, if I shall evermore return and see them, or to earth her right in me restore. The gods may stoop me by the Greeks. This said, he went to see the virtuous princess, his true wife, white-armed Andromache. She with her infant son and maid was climbed the tower about, the sight of him that sought for her, weeping and crying out. Hector, not finding her at home, was going forth, retired, stood in the gate, her woman called, and curiously inquired where she had gone. Bade tell him true, if she were gone to see his sisters or his brothers' wives, or whether she should be at temple with the other dames, to implore Minerva's ruth. Her woman answered, since he asked, and urged so much the truth was she was neither gone to see his brothers' wives, his sisters, nor to implore the ruth of Pallas on their lives, but she advertised of the bane Troy suffered, and how vast conquest had made herself for Greece, like one distraught, made haste to ample Ilion with her son and nurse, and all the way mourned and dissolved in tears for him. Then Hector made no stay, but trod her path, and through the streets magnificently built, all the great city passed, and came where, seeing how blood was spilt, Andromache might see him come, who made as he would pass the ports without saluting her, not knowing where she was. She, with his sight, made breathless haste to meet him, she whose grace brought him withal so great a dower, she that of all the race of King Eetion only lived, Eetion, whose house stood beneath the mountain Placius, environed with the wood of Theban Hypoplace, being court to the Cilician land. She ran to Hector, and with her, tender of heart and hand, her son, born in his nurse's arms, when, like a heavenly sign, compact of many golden stars, the princely child did shine, whom Hector called Scamandrius, but whom the town did name Astyanax, because his sire did only prop the same. Hector, though grief bereft his speech, yet smiled upon his joy. Andromache cried out, mixed hands, and to the strength of Troy thus wept forth her affection. O noblest in desire, thy mind, inflamed with others' good, will set thyself on fire. Nor pitiest thou thy son, nor wife, who must thy widow be, if now thou issue, all the field will only run on thee. Better my shoulders underwent the earth than thy decrease, for then would earth bear joys no more. Then comes the black increase of griefs, like Greeks on Ilion. Alas, what one survives to be my refuge? One black day bereft 7 brothers' lives by stern Achilles. By his hand my father breathed his last. His high-walled, rich Cilician Thebes sacked by him and laid waste. The royal body yet he left unspoiled. Religion charmed that act of spoil. And all in fire he burned him complete armed, built over him a royal tomb, and to the monument he left him the Oreades, that are the high descent of Aegis bearing Jupiter. Another of their own did add to it, and set it round with elms, by which is shown in theirs the barrenness of death. Yet might it serve beside to shelter the sad monument from all the ruffinous pride of storms and tempests, used to hurt things of that noble kind. The short life yet my mother lived he saved, and served his mind with all the riches of the realm, which not enough esteemed. He kept her prisoner, whom small time, but much more wealth redeemed. And she in sylvan Hippoplaci Cilicia ruled again, but soon was overruled by death. Diana's chaste disdain gave her a lance, and took her life. Yet all these gone from me, thou amply renderest all. Thy life makes still my father be, my mother, brothers, and besides thou art my husband too. Most loved, most worthy, pity them, dear love, and do not go. For thou gone, all these go again. Pity our common joy, lest of a father's patronage, the bulwark of all Troy, thou leav'st him a poor widow's charge. Stay, stay then in this tower, and call up to the wild fig tree all thy retired power. For there the wall is easiest scaled, and fittest for surprise. And there the Ajaces, Idomen, the Atrides, Diomed thrice, have both surveyed and made attempt. I know not if induced by some wise augury, or the fact was naturally infused into their wits or courages. To this great Hector said, Be well assured, wife, all these things in my kind cares are weighed. But what a shame and fear it is to think how Troy would scorn, both in her husbands and her wives, whom long trained gowns adorn, that I should cowardly fly off. The spirit I first did breathe did never teach me that, much less, since the contempt of death was settled in me, and my mind knew what a worthy was, whose office is to lead in fight, and give no danger pass, without improvement. In this fire must Hector's trial shine. Here must his country, father, friends, be in him made divine. And such a stormy day shall come, in mind and soul I know, when sacred Troy shall shed her towers for tears of overthrow. When Priam, all his birth and power, shall in those tears be drowned. But neither Troy's posterity so much my soul doth wound, Priam, nor Hecuba herself, nor all my brothers' woes, who though so many and so good, must all be food for foes. As thy sad state, when some rude Greek shall lead thee weeping hence, these free days clouded, and a night of captive violence loading thy temples, out of which thine eyes must never see, but spin the Greek wives' webs of task, and there fetch water be to Argos from Messiades, or clear Hyperia's spring, which howsoever thou abhorr'st, fate such a shrewish thing, she will be mistress, whose cursed hands, when they shall crush out cries from thy oppressions, being held by other enemies, thus they will nourish thy extremes. This dame was Hector's wife, a man that at the wars of Troy did breed the worthiest life of all their army. This again will rub thy fruitful wounds, to miss the man that to thy bands could give such narrow bounds. But that day shall not wound mine eyes. The solid heap of night shall interpose, and stop mine ears against thy plaints and plight. This said, he reached to take his son, who of his arms afraid, and then the horsehair plume with which he was so overlaid, nodded so horribly, he clinged back to his nurse and cried. Laughter affected his great sire, who doffed and laid aside his fearful helm, that on the earth cast round about it light. Then took and kissed his loving son, and balancing his weight in dancing him, these loving vows to living Jove he used, and all the other bench of gods. O you that have infused soul to this infant, now set down this blessing on his star. Let his renown be clear as mine, equal his strength in war, and make his reign so strong in Troy that years to come may yield his facts this fame, when rich in spoils he leaves the conquered field, sown with his slaughters. These high deeds exceed his father's worth, and let this echo praise supply the comforts to come forth of his kind mother with my life. This said, the heroic sire gave him his mother, whose fair eyes fresh streams of love's salt fire billowed on her soft cheeks, to hear the last of Hector's speech, in which his vows comprised the sum of all he did beseech in her wished comfort. So she took into her odorous breast her husband's gift, who, moved to see her heart so much oppressed, he dried her tears, and thus desired, Afflict me not, dear wife, with these vain griefs. He doth not live that can disjoin my life and this firm bosom, but my fate, and fate whose wings can fly. Noble, ignoble, fate controls. Once born, the best must die. Go home and set thy housewifery on these extremes of thought, and drive war from them with thy maids. Keep them from doing naught. These will be nothing. Leave the cares of war to men and me, in whom, of all the Ilian race, they take their highest degree. On went his helm, his princess home, half cold with kindly fears, when every fear turned back her looks, and every look shed tears. Foe-slaughtering Hector's house soon reached, her many women there wept all to see her. In his life great Hector's funerals were. Never looked any eye of theirs to see their lord safe home, 'scaped from the gripes and powers of Greece. And now was Paris come from his high towers, who made no stay when once he had put on his richest armor, but flew forth. The flints he trod upon sparkled with lustre of his arms. His long-ebbed spirits now flowed the higher for their lower ebb, and as a fair steed proud, with full given mangers, long tied up, and now his headstall broke, he breaks from stable, runs the field, and with an ample stroke measures the centre, neighs and lifts aloft his wanton head. About his shoulders shakes his crest, and where he hath been fed, or in some calm flood washed, or stung with his high plight, he flies amongst his females, strength put forth his beauty beautifies, and like life's mirror bears his gait. So Paris from the tower of lofty Pergamus came forth. He showed a sun-like power in carriage of his goodly parts, addressed now to the strife, and found his noble brother near the place he left his wife. Him thus respected he salutes, Right worthy, I have fear that your so serious haste to field my stay hath made forbear, and that I come not as you wish. He answered, Honored man, be confident, for not myself nor any others can reprove in thee the work of fight, at least not any such as is an equal judge of things, for thou hast strength as much as serves to execute a mind very important, but thy strength too readily flies off. Enough will is not put to thy ability. My heart is in my mind strife sad, when Troy, out of her much distress, she and her friends have had, by thy procurement, doth deprave thy noblesse in mine ears. But come, hereafter we shall calm these hard conceits of theirs, when from their ports the foe expulsed, high Jove to them hath given wished peace, and us free sacrifice, to all the powers of heaven. End of the 6th book. The 7th book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 7th book of Homer's Iliads. The argument. Hector, by Helenus' advice, doth seek adventurous combat on the boldest Greek. 9 Greeks stand up, acceptance every one, but lot selects strong Ajax Telamon. Both with high honor stand the important fight, till heralds part them by approached night. Lastly, they grave the dead. The Greeks erect a mighty wall, their navy to protect, which angers Neptune. Jove, by hapless signs, in depth of night, succeeding woes divines. Another argument. In Eta, Priam's strongest son, combats with Ajax Telamon. This said, brave Hector through the ports, with Troy's bane bringing night, made issue to the insatiate field, resolved to fervent fight. And as the weather-wielder sends to seamen prosperous gales, when with their sallow-polished oars, long lifted from their falls, their wearied arms, dissolved with toil, can scarce strike one stroke more, like those sweet winds appeared these lords, to Trojans tired before. Then fell they to the works of death. By Paris' valour fell King Areithous' hapless son, that did in Arna dwell, Menestheus, whose renowned sire a club did ever bear, and of Philomedusa gat, that had her eyes so clear. This slaughtered issue. Hector's dart struck Ioneus dead. Beneath his good steel casque it pierced, above his gorget stead. Glaucus, Hippolochus' son, that led the Lycian crew, Iphinomus Dixiades, with sudden javelin slew. As he was mounting to his horse, his shoulders took the spear, and ere he sate, in tumbling down, his powers dissolved were. When grey-eyed Pallas had perceived the Greek so fall in fight, from high Olympus' top she stooped, and did on Ilion light. Apollo, to encounter her, to Pergamus did fly, from whence he, looking to the field, wished Trojans victory. At Jove's broad beach these godheads met, and first Jove's son objects, "Why, burning in contention thus, do thy extreme effects conduct thee from our peaceful hill? Is it to oversway the doubtful victory of fight, and give the Greeks the day? Thou never pitiest perishing Troy, yet now let me persuade that this day no more mortal wounds may either side invade. Hereafter, till the end of Troy, they shall apply the fight, since your immortal wills resolve to overturn it quite." Pallas replied, "It likes me well, for this came I from heaven, but to make either armies cease. What order shall be given?" He said, "We will direct the spirit that burns in Hector's breast, to challenge any Greek to wounds, with single powers impressed, which Greeks, admiring, will accept, and make some one stand out so stout a challenge to receive, with a defence as stout. It is confirmed, and Helenus, King Priam's loved seed, by augury discerned the event that these 2 powers decreed, and greeting Hector asked him this, "Wilt thou be once advised? I am thy brother, and thy life with mine is evenly prized. Command the rest of Troyan Greece to cease this public fight, and, what Greek bears the greatest mind, to single strokes excite. I promise thee that yet thy soul shall not descend to fates. So heard I thy survival cast by the celestial states." Hector with glad allowance gave his brother's counsel ear, and fronting both the hosts, advanced just in the midst his spear. The Trojans instantly sure cease, the Greeks Atrides stayed. The god that bears the silver bow, and war's triumphant maid, On Jove's beach, like two vultures sat, pleased to behold both parts flow in to hear, so sternly armed with huge shields, helms, and darts, and such fresh horror as you see, driven through the wrinkled waves by rising Zephyr, under whom the sea grows black and raves. Such did the hasty gathering troops of both hosts make to hear, whose tumult settled 'twixt them both. Thus spake the challenger: "Hear, Trojans, and ye well-armed Greeks, what my strong mind diffused Through all my spirits, commands me speak. Saturnius hath not used his promised favour for our truce, but studying both our ills, will never cease, till Mars by you his ravenous stomach fills With ruined Troy, or we consume your mighty sea-borne fleet. Since then the general peers of Greece in reach of one voice meet, amongst you all, whose breast includes the most impulsive mind, let him stand forth as combatant, by all the rest designed, before whom thus I call high Jove, to witness of our strife. If he with home-thrust iron can reach the exposure of my life, spoiling my arms, let him at will convey them to his tent. But let my body be returned, that Troy's two sex descent may waste it in the funeral pile. If I can slaughter him, Apollo honouring me so much, I'll spoil his conquered limb, and bear his arms to Ilion, where in Apollo's shrine I'll hang them, as my trophies do. His body I'll resign to be disposed by his friends in flamy funerals, and honoured with erected tomb, where Hellespontus falls into Aegeum, and doth reach even to your naval road, that when our beings in the earth shall hide their period, survivors sailing the Black Sea may thus his name renew. This is his monument, whose blood long since did fates imbrue, whom, passing far in fortitude, illustrate Hector slew. This shall posterity report, and my fame never die." This said, dumb silence seized them all, they shamed to deny, and feared to undertake. At last did Menelaus speak, checked their remissness, and so sighed, as if his heart would break. "Ah me, but only threatening Greeks, not worthy Grecian names. This more and more, not to be borne, makes grow our huge defames, if Hector's honourable proof be entertained by none. But you are earth and water all, which symbolized in one, have framed your faint and fiery spirits, ye sit without your hearts. Grossly inglorious, but myself will use exceptive darts, and arm against him, though you think I arm 'gainst too much odds. But conquest garlands hang aloft amongst the immortal gods." He armed, and gladly would have fought, but Menelaus then, by Hector's far more strength thy soul had fled the abodes of men. Had not the kings of Greece stood up, and thy attempt restrained, and even the king of men himself, that in such compass reigned, who took him by the bold right hand, and sternly plucked him back. Mad brother, 'tis no work for thee, thou seek'st thy wilful wrack. Contain, though it despite thee much, nor for this strife engage Thy person with a man more strong, and whom all fear turn rage. Ye whom Aeacides himself, in men renowning war, makes doubt to encounter, whose huge strength surpasseth thine by far. Sit thou then by thy regiment, some other Greek will rise, though he be dreadless, and no war will his desire suffice, that makes this challenge to our strength, our valours to avow, to whom, if he can scape with life, he will be glad to bow. This drew his brother from his will, who yielded, knowing it true, and his glad soldiers took his arms. When Nestor did pursue the same reproof, he set on foot, and thus supplied his turn: "What huge indignity is this? How will our country mourn? Old Peleus, that good king, will weep, that worthy counsellor, that trumpet of the Myrmidons, who much did ask me for. All men of name that went to Troy, with joy he did inquire their valour and their towardness, and I made him admire. But that ye all fear Hector now, if his grave ears shall hear, how will he lift his hands to heaven, and pray that death may bear his grieved soul into the deep. O would to heaven's great king, Minerva, and the god of light, that now my youthful spring did flourish in my willing veins, as when at Pheera's towers, about the streams of Jardanus, my gathered Pylian powers and dart-employed Arcadians fought near raging Celadon, amongst whom first of all stood forth great Ereuthalion, who the arms of Areithous wore, brave Areithous, and since he still fought with a club, surnamed Clavigerus. All men, and fair-girt ladies both, for honour called him so. He fought not with a keep-off spear, or with a far-shot bow, but with a massy club of iron he broke through armed bands. And yet Lycurgus was his death, but not with force of hands. With sleight, encountering in a lane where his club wanted sway, he thrust him through his spacious waist, who fell and upwards lay. In death not bowing his face to earth, his arms he did despoil, which iron Mars bestowed on him, and those in Mars's toil Lycurgus ever after wore. But when he aged grew, and forced to keep his peaceful house, their use he did renew on mighty Ereuthalion's limbs, his soldier loved well, and with these arms he challenged all that did in arms excel. All shook, and stood dismayed, none durst his adverse champion make. Yet this same forward mind of mine of choice would undertake to fight with all his confidence, though youngest enemy of all the army we conduct, yet I fought with him. I, Minerva made me so renowned, and that most tall strong peer I slew, his big bulk lay on earth, extended here and there, as it were covetous to spread the centre everywhere. Oh, that my youth were now as fresh, and all my powers as sound! Soon should bold Hector be impugned, yet you that most are crowned with fortitude of all our host, even you, methinks, are slow, not free, and set on fire with lust, to encounter such a foe. With this 9 royal princes rose, Atrides for the first, then Diomed, the Ajaces then, that did the encounter thirst, King Idomen and his consorts, Mars-like Meriones, Evaemon's son, Eurypylus, and Andromedides, whom all the Grecians Thoas called, sprung of Andremon's blood, and wise Ulysses, every one proposed for combat stood. Again Gerenius Nestor spake, Let lots be drawn by all, his hand shall help the well-armed Greeks, on whom the lot doth fall. And to his wish shall he be helped, if he escape with life the harmful danger-breathing fit of his adventurous strife. Each marked his lot, and cast it into Agamemnon's cask. The soldiers prayed, held up their hands, and this of Jove did ask, with eyes advanced to heaven. O Jove, so lead the herald's hand, that Ajax, or great Tydeus' son, may our wished champion stand, or else the king himself, that rules the rich Mycenaean land. This said, old Nestor mixed the lots. The foremost lot surveyed, with Ajax Telamon was signed, as all the soldiers prayed. One of the heralds drew it forth, who brought it and showed it round, beginning at the right hand first, to all the most renowned. None knowing it, every man denied, but when he forth did pass, to him which marked and cast it in, which famous Ajax was, he stretched his hand, and into it the herald put the lot, who viewing it, the inscription knew, the Duke denied not, but joyfully acknowledged it, and threw it at his feet, and said, O friends, the lot is mine, which to my soul is sweet. For now I hope my fame shall rise in noble Hector's fall. But whilst I arm myself, do you on great Saturnius call, but silently, or to yourselves, that not a Trojan hear, or openly, if you think good, since none alive we fear. None with a will, if I will not, can my bold powers affright, at least for plain fierce swing of strength, or want of skill in fight. For I will well prove that my birth and breed in Salamine was not all consecrate to meat, or mere effects of wine. This said, the well-given soldiers prayed, up went to heaven their eyne. O Jove, that Ida dost protect, most happy, most divine, send victory to Ajax's side, fame, grace his goodly limb. Or, if thy love bless Hector's life, and thou hast care of him, bestow on both like power, like fame. This said, in bright arms shone the good strong Ajax, who, when all his war attire was on, marched like the hugely figured Mars, when angry Jupiter, with strength on people proud of strength, sends him forth to infer wreakful contention, and comes on with presence full of fear. So the Argive rampire Telamon did twixt the hosts appear, smiled, yet of terrible aspect, on earth, with ample pace, he boldly stalked, and shook aloft his dart with deadly grace. It did the Grecians good to see, but heartquake shook the joints of all the Trojans. Hector's self felt thoughts, with horrid points, tempt his bold bosom, but he now must make no counter-flight, nor with his honour now refuse that had provoked the fight. Ajax came near, and like a tower his shield his bosom barred, the right side brass, and 7 oxides within it quilted hard. Old Tychius, the best courier, that did in Hyla dwell, did fame it for exceeding proof, and wrought it wondrous well. With this stood he to Hector close, and with this brave began. Now, Hector, thou shalt clearly know, thus meeting man to man, what other leaders arm our host, besides great Thetis' son, who with his hardy lion's heart hath armies overrun. But he lies at our crooked stern fleet, a rival with our king, in height of spirit. Yet to Troy he many knights did bring, co-equal with Aeacides, all able to sustain all thy bold challenge can import. Begin then, words are vain. The helm-graced Hector answered him, Renowned Telamon, prince of soldiers, came from Greece. Assay not me like one young and immartial, with great words, as to an Amazon dame. I have the habit of all fights, and know the bloody frame of every slaughter. I well know the ready right-hand charge, I know the left, and every sway of my secure full targe. I triumph in the cruelty of fixed combat fight, and manage horse to all designs. I think then, with good right, I may be confident as far as this my challenge goes, without being taxed with avaunt, borne out with empty shows. But being a soldier so renowned, I will not work on thee with least advantage of that skill I know doth strengthen me, and so, with privity of sleight, win that for which I strive. But at thy best, even open strength, if my endeavours thrive. Thus he sent his long javelin forth. It struck his foe's huge shield, near to the upper skirt of brass, which was the 8th it held. 6 folds the untamed dart struck through, and in the 7th tough-hide the point was checked. Then Ajax threw. His angry lance did glide quite through his bright orbicular targe, his cuirass, shirt of mail, and did his manly stomach's mouth with dangerous taint assail. But in the bowing of himself, Black Death too short did strike. Then both, to pluck their javelins forth, encountered, lion-like, whose bloody violence is increased by the raw food they eat, or boars, whose strength wild nourishment doth make so wondrous great. Again Priamides did wound in midst his shield of brass, yet pierced not through the upper plate, the head reflected was. But Ajax, following his lance, smote through his target quite, and stayed bold Hector rushing in. The lance held way outright, and hurt his neck, out gushed the blood. Yet Hector ceased not so, but in his strong hand took a flint, as he did backwards go. Black, sharp, and big, laid in the field, the sevenfold target smit full on the boss, and round about the brass did ring with it. But Ajax a far greater stone lift up, and wreathing round with all his body laid to it, he sent it forth to wound, and gave unmeasured force to it. The round stone broke within his rundled target, his loved knees to languish did begin, and he leaned, stretched out on his shield, but Phoebus raised him straight. Then had they laid on wounds with swords, in use of closer fight, unless the heralds, messengers of gods and godlike men, the one of Troy, the other Greece, had held betwixt them the imperial sceptres, when the one, Idaeus, grave and wise, said to them, Now, no more, my sons, the sovereign of the skies doth love you both. Both soldiers are, all witness with good right. But now night lays her mace on earth, 'tis good to obey the night. Idaeus, Telamon replied, to Hector speak, not me. He that called all our Argive peers to station fight, 'twas he. If he first cease, I gladly yield. Great Hector then began, Ajax, since Jove to thy big form made thee so strong a man, and gave thee skill to use thy strength so much, that for thy spear thou art most excellent of Greece, now let us fight forbear. Hereafter we shall war again, till Jove our herald be, and grace with conquest which he will. Heaven yields tonight, and we. Go thou and comfort all thy fleet, all friends and men of thine, as I in Troy my favourers, who in the fane divine have offered orisons for me, and come, let us impart some ensigns of our strife, to show each other's suppled heart, that men of Troy and Greece may say, thus their high quarrel ends. Those that encountering were such foes are now, being separate, friends. He gave a sword, whose handle was with silver studs through driven, scabbard and all, with hangers rich. By Telamon was given a fair well-glossed purple waist. Thus Hector went to Troy, and after him a multitude, filled with his safety's joy, despairing he could ever scape the puissant fortitude and unimpeached Ajax's hands. The Greeks like joy renewed for their reputed victory, and brought him to the king, who to the great Saturnides preferred an offering, an ox that fed on 5 fair springs. They flayed and quartered him, and then in pieces cut on spits they roasted every limb, which neatly dressed they drew it off. Work done, they fell to feast. All had enough, but Telamon, the king had passed the rest, with good large pieces of the chine. Thus thirst and hunger stayed. Nestor, whose counsels late were best, vows new, and first he said, Atrides, and my other lords, a sort of Greeks are dead, whose black blood near Scamander's stream inhuman Mars hath shed. Their souls to hell descended are. It fits thee then, our king, to make our soldiers cease from war, and by the day's first spring, let us ourselves assemble all, the bodies bear to fire, with mules and oxen near our fleet, that when we home retire, each man may carry to the sons of fathers slaughtered here their honoured bones. One tomb for all, for ever, let us rear, circling the pile without the field, at which we will erect walls and a ravelin, that may safe our fleet and us protect. And in them let us fashion gates, solid and barred about, through which our horse and chariots may well get in and out. Without all, let us dig a dike, so deep it may avail our forces 'gainst the charge of horse and foot that come to assail. And thus the attempts that I see swell in Troy's proud heart shall fail. The kings do this advice approve. So Troy doth court convent at Priam's gate in the Ilian tower, fearful and turbulent. Amongst all wise Antenor spake, Trojans and Dardan friends, and peers' assistants, give good ear to what my care commends. To your consents, for all our good, resolve let us restore the Argive Helen with her wealth to him she had before. We now defend but broken faiths. If therefore ye refuse, no good event can I expect of all the wars we use. He ceased, and Alexander spake, husband to the Argive queen. Antenor, to mine ears thy words harsh and ungracious been. Thou canst use better if thou wilt, but if these truly fit thy serious thoughts, the gods with age have reft thy graver wit. To warlike Trojans I will speak. I clearly do deny to yield my wife, but all her wealth I render willingly. Whatever I from Argos brought, and vow to make it more, which I have ready in my house, if peace I may restore. Priam, surnamed Dardanides, godlike, in councils grave, in his son's favour well advised, this resolution gave. My royal friends of every state, there is sufficient done for this late council we have called, in the offer of my son. Now then, let all take needful food, then let the watch be set, and every court of guard held strong, so when the morn doth wet the high-raised battlements of Troy, ideas shall be sent to the Argive fleet, and Atreus' sons, to unfold my son's intent, from whose fact our contention springs, and if they will, obtain respite from heat of fight, till fire consume our soldiers slain. And after our most fatal war let us importune still, till Jove the conquest have disposed to his unconquered will. All heard, and did obey the king, and in their quarters all that were to set the watch that night did to their suppers fall. Ideas in the morning went, and the Argives' peers did find, in council at Atrides' ship, his audience was assigned. And in the midst of all the kings, the vocal herald said, Atrides, my renowned king, and other kings his aid, propose by me in their commands the offers Paris makes, from whose joy all our woes proceed. He princely undertakes that all the wealth he brought from Greece, would he had died before, he will, with other added wealth, for your amends restore. But famous Menelaus' wife he still means to enjoy, though he be urged the contrary by all the peers of Troy. And this beside I have in charge, that if it please you all, they wish both sides may cease from war, that rites of funeral may on the bodies be performed, that ill the fields lie slain, and after, to the will of fate, renew the fight again. All silence held at first. At last Tydides made reply, Let no man take the wealth or dame, for now a child's weak eye may see the imminent black end of Priam's empery. This sentence, quick and briefly given, the Greeks did all admire. Then said the king, Herald, thou hear'st the voice entire of all our peers, to answer thee for that of Priam's son. But for our burning of the dead, by all means I am one, to satisfy thy king therein, without the slenderest gain made of their spoiled carcasses, but freely being slain. They shall be all consumed with fire, to which I cite high thundering Jove, that is the king of Juno's delight. With this he held his sceptre up to all the sky-throned powers, and grave ideas did return to sacred Ilion's towers, where Ilians and Dardanians did still their counsels ply, expecting his return. He came and told his legacy. All whirlwind-like assembled then, some bodies to transport, some to hew trees. On the other part, the Argives did exhort their soldiers to the same affairs. Then did the new-fired sun smite the broad fields, ascending heaven, and the ocean smooth did run. When Greece and Troy mixed in such peace, you scarce could either know. Then washed they off their blood and dust, and did warm tears bestow upon the slaughtered, and in cars conveyed them from the field. Priam commanded none should mourn, but in still silence yield their honoured carcasses to fire, and only grieve in heart. All burned, to Troy, Troy's friends retire, to fleet the Grecian part. Yet doubtful night obscured the earth, the day did not appear, when round about the funeral pile the Grecians gathered were. The pile they circled with a tomb, and by it raised a wall, high towers to guard the fleet and them, and in the midst of all they built strong gates, through which the horse and chariots passage had. Without the rampire a broad dike, long and profound, they made, on which they palisadoes pitched, and thus the Grecians wrought. Their huge works in so little time were to perfection brought, that all gods, by the lighteners set, the frame thereof admired. Mongst whom the earthquake-making god this of their king inquired. Father of gods, will any man of all earth's grassy sphere ask any of the gods' consents to any actions there? If thou wilt see the shag-haired Greeks with headstrong labours frame so huge a work, and not to us do offerings first and flame, as far as white Aurora's dews are sprinkled through the air, fame will renown the hands of Greece for this divine affair. Men will forget the sacred work the sun and I did raise for King Laomedon, bright Troy, and this will bear the praise. Jove was extremely moved with him, and said, What words are these, thou mighty shaker of the earth, thou lord of all the seas? Some other god, of far less power, might hold conceits dismayed with this rare Grecian stratagem, and thou rest well apaid. For it will glorify thy name as far as light extends, since, when these Greeks shall see again their native soil and friends, the bulwark battered thou mayest quite devour it with thy waves, and cover with thy fruitless sands this fatal shore of graves, that what their fiery industries have so divinely wrought, in raising it, thy power will prove it not. Thus spake the gods among themselves. Set was the fervent sun, and now the great work of the Greeks was absolutely done. Then slew they oxen in their tents, and strength with food revived, when out of Lemnos a great fleet of odorous wine arrived, sent by Aeneas, Jason's son, born of Hypsipyle. The fleet contained 1,000 ton, which must transported be to Atreus' sons, as he gave charge, whose merchandise it was. The Greeks bought wine for shining steel, and some for sounding brass, some for oxides, for oxen some, and some for prisoners. A sumptuous banquet was prepared, and all that night the peers and fair-haired Greeks consumed in feast, so Trojans and their aid. And all that night Jove thundered loud, pale fear all thoughts dismayed. While they were gluttonous in earth, Jove wrought their banes in heaven. They poured full cups upon the ground, and were to offerings driven. Instead of quaffings and to drink, none durst attempt, before in solemn sacrifice they did almighty Jove adore. Then to their rest they all repaired, bold zeal their fear bereaved, and sudden sleep's refreshing gift securely they received. End of the 7th book. The 8th book of the Iliads of Homer, by Homer, translated by George Chapman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Schempf. The 8th book of Homer's Iliads. The argument. When Jove to all the gods had given command that none to either host should helpful stand, to Ida he descends, and seize from thence Juno and Pallas haste the Greeks' defence, whose purpose his command, by Iris given, doth intervent. Then came the silent even, when Hector charged fires should consume the night, lest Greeks in darkness took suspected flight. Another argument. In Theta, gods a council have, Troy's conquest, glorious Hector's brave. The cheerful lady of the light, decked in her saffron robe, dispersed her beams through every part of this enflowered globe, when thundering Jove a court of gods assembled by his will, in top of all the topful heights that crown the Olympian hill. He spake, and all the gods gave ear. Hear how I stand inclined, that god nor goddess may attempt to infringe my sovereign mind, but all give suffrage, that with speed I may these discords end. What god soever I shall find endeavour to defend, or Troy or Greece, with wounds to heaven he, shamed, shall reascend. Or, taking with him his offence, I'll cast him down as deep as Tartarus, the brood of night, where Barathrum doth steep torment, in his profoundest sinks, where is the floor of brass, and gates of iron, the place for depth, as far doth hell surpass, as heaven for height exceeds the earth. Then shall he know from thence how much my power, past all the gods, hath sovereign eminence. Endangereth the wiles and sea. Let down our golden chain, and at it let all deities their utmost strength constrain, to draw me to the earth from heaven. You never shall prevail, though with your most contention ye dare my state assail. But when my will shall be disposed to draw you all to me, even with the earth itself and seas, ye shall enforced be. Then will I to Olympus' top our virtuous engine bind, and by it everything shall hang, by my command inclined. So much I am supreme to gods, to men supreme as much. The gods sat silent, and admired his dreadful speech was such. At last his blue-eyed daughter spake, O great Saturnides, O Father, O heaven's highest King, well know we the excess of thy great power, compared with all. Yet the bold Greeks' estate we needs must mourn, since they must fall beneath so hard a fate. For if thy grave command enjoin, we will abstain from fight. But to afford them such advice as may relieve their plight, we will, with thy consent, be bold, that all may not sustain the fearful burthen of thy wrath, and with their shames be slain. He smiled and said, Be confident, thou art beloved of me. I speak not this with serious thoughts, but will be kind to thee. This said, his brass-hoofed winged horse he did to chariot bind, whose crests were fringed with manes of gold, and gold garments shined on his rich shoulders. In his hand he took a golden scourge, divinely fashioned, and with blows their willing speed did urge, midway twixt earth and heaven. To Ida then he came, abounding in delicious springs, and nurse of beasts untame, where on the mountain Gargarus men did a fane erect, to his high name, and altars sweet, and there his horse he checked, dissolved them from his chariot, and in a cloud of jet he covered them, and on the top took his triumphant seat, beholding Priam's famous town, and all the fleet of Greece. The Greeks took breakfast speedily, and armed at every piece. So Trojans, who, though far fewer, yet all to fight took arms. Dire need enforced them to avert their wives' and children's harms. All gates flew open, all the host did issue, foot and horse, in mighty tumult. Straight one place adjoined each adverse force. Then shields with shields met, darts with darts, strength against strength opposed. The boss-piked targets were thrust on, and thundered as they closed, in mighty tumult. Groan for groan, and breath for breath did breathe, of men then slain and to be slain. earth flowed with fruits of death. While the fair morning's beauty held, the day increased in height. Their javelins mutually made death transport an equal freight. But when the hot meridian point bright Phoebus did ascend, then Jove his golden balances did equally extend, and of long rest conferring death put into bitter fates for Troy and Greece. He held the midst, the day of final dates fell on the Greeks. The Greeks' hard lot sunk to the flowery ground, the Trojans leapt as high as heaven. Then did the claps resound of his fierce thunder, lightning leapt amongst each Grecian troop. The sight amazed them, pallid fear made boldest stomachs stoop. Then Idomen durst not abide, Atrides went his way, and both the Ajaces. Nestor yet against his will did stay, that grave protector of the Greeks. For Paris with a dart enraged one of his chariot horse. He smote the upper part of all his skull, even where the hair that made his foretop sprung. The hurt was deadly, and the pain so sore the courser stung, pierced to the brain, he stamped and plunged. One on another bears entangled round about the beam. Then Nestor cut the gears with his new-drawn authentic sword. Meanwhile the fiery horse of Hector brake into the press, with their bold ruler's force. Then good old Nestor had been slain, had Diomed not espied, who to Ulysses, as he fled, importunately cried, "Thou that in counsels dost abound, O Laertiades, why fliest thou? Why thus, coward-like, shunn'st thou the honoured priests? Take heed thy back take not a dart. Stay, let us both intend to drive this cruel enemy from our dear aged friend." He spake, but wary Ithacus would find no patient ear, but fled forthright, even to the fleet. Yet though he single were, brave Diomed mixed amongst the fight, and stood before the steeds of old Neleides, whose estate thus kingly he areeds. "O father, with these youths in fight thou art unequal placed. Thy willing sinews are unknit, grave age pursues thee fast, and thy unruly horse are slow. My chariot therefore use, and try how ready Trojan horse can fly him that pursues. Pursue the flyer, and every way perform the varied fight. I force them from Anchises' son, well skilled in cause of flight. Then let my squire lead hence thy horse, mine thou shalt guard, whilst I, by thee advanced, essay the fight, that Hector's self may try if my lance dote with the defects that fail best minds in age, or finds the palsy in my hands that doth thy life engage." This noble Nestor did accept, and Diomed's two friends, Eurymedon that valour loves, and Sthenelus, ascends old Nestor's coach. Of Diomed's horse Nestor the charge sustains, and Tydeus' son took place of fight. Neleides held the reins, and scourged the horse, who swiftly ran direct in Hector's face, whom fierce Tydides bravely charged, but he turned from the chase. His javelin Enopeus smit, mighty Thebæus' son, and was great Hector's charioteer. It through his breast did run, near to his pap, he fell to earth, back flew his frighted horse. His strength and soul were both dissolved. Hector had deep remorse of his mishap, yet left he him, and for another sought. Not long his steeds did want a guide, for straight good fortune brought bold Archiptolemus, whose life did from Iphitus spring. He made him take the reins and mount, then souls were set on wing. Then high exploits were undergone, then Trojans in their walls had been enfolded like meek lambs, had Jove winked at their falls, who hurled his horrid thunder forth, and made pale lightnings fly into the earth before the horse that Nestor did apply. A dreadful flash burnt through the air, that savoured sulphur like, which down before the chariot the dazzled horse did strike. The fair reins fell from Nestor's hand, who did in fear entreat, renowned Tydides into flight to turn his fury's heat. For know'st thou not, said he, our aid is not supplied from Jove? This day he will give fame to Troy, which when it fits his love, we shall enjoy. Let no man tempt his unresisted will, though he exceed in gifts of strength, for he exceeds him still. Father, replied the king, 'tis true, but both my heart and soul are most extremely grieved to think how Hector will control my valour with his vaunts in Troy, that I was terror-sick with his approach, which when he boasts, let earth devour me quick. Ah, warlike Tydeus' son, said he, what needless words are these? Though Hector should report thee faint and amorous of thy ease, the Trojans, nor the Trojans' wives, would never give him trust, whose youthful husbands thy free hand hath smothered so in dust. This said, he turned his one-hoofed horse to flight, and troop did take, when Hector and his men with shouts did greedy pursuit make, and poured on darts that made air sigh. Then Hector did exclaim, O Tydeus' son, the kings of Greece do most renown thy name, with highest place, feast, and full cups, who now will do thee shame? Thou shalt be like a woman used, and they will say, Depart, immartial minion, since to stand Hector thou hadst no heart. Nor canst thou scale our turrets' tops, nor lead the wives to fleet of valiant men, that wife-like fears my adverse charge to meet. This two ways moved him, still to fly, or turn his horse and fight. Thrice thrust he forward to assault, and every time the fright of Jove's fell thunder drave him back, which he proposed for sign, to show the change of victory, Trojans should victors shine. Then Hector comforted his men, All my adventurous friends, be men, and of your famous strength think of the honoured ends. I know benevolent Jupiter did by his beck profess conquest and high renown to me, and to the Greeks distress. O fools, to raise such silly forts, not worth the least account, nor able to resist our force, with ease our horse may mount quite over all their hollow dike. But when their fleet I reach, let memory to all the world a famous bonfire teach. For I will all their ships inflame, with whose in festive smoke, fierce shrunk and hidden near their keels, the conquered Greeks shall choke. Then cherished he his famous horse. O Xanthus now, said he, and thou, Podargus, Ethon too, and Lampus dear to me, make me some worthy recompense for so much choice of meat, given you by fair Andromache, bread of the purest wheat, and with it for your drink mixed wine, to make ye wished cheer, still serving you before myself, her husband young and dear. Pursue, and use your swiftest speed, that we may take for prize the shield of old Neleides, which fame lifts to the skies, even to the handles telling it to be of massy gold. And from the shoulders let us take, of Diomed the bold, the royal cuirass Vulcan wrought, with art so exquisite. These if we make our sacred spoil, I doubt not but this night, even to their navy to enforce the Greeks' unturned flight. This Juno took in high disdain, and made Olympus shake, as she but stirred within her throne, and thus to Neptune spake. O Neptune, what a spite is this, thou god so huge in power? Afflicts it not thine honoured heart to see rude spoil devour these Greeks that have in Helicè and Ægæ offered thee so many and such wealthy gifts? Let them the victors be. If we that are the aids of Greece would beat home these of Troy, and hindered broad-eyed Jove's proud will, it would abate his joy. He, angry, told her she was rash, and he would not be one of all the rest should strive with Jove, whose power was matched by none. Whiles they conferred thus, all the space the trench contained before, from that part of the fort that flanked the navy anchoring shore, was filled with horse and targeteers, who there for refuge came. By Mars swift Hector's power engaged, Jove gave his strength the fame, and he with spoilful fire had burned the fleet, if Juno's grace had not inspired the king himself to run from place to place, and stir up every soldier's power to some illustrious deed. First, visiting their leaders' tents, his ample purple weed he wore, to show all who he was, and did his station take at wise Ulysses' sable barks, that did the battle make of all the fleet, from whence his speech might with more ease be driven to Ajax and Achilles' ships, to whose chief charge were given the vanguard and the rearguard both for their force of hand and trusty bosoms. There arrived, thus urged he to withstand the insulting Trojans. Oh, what shame, ye empty-hearted lords! Is this to your admired forms? Where are your glorious words, in Lemnos vaunting you the best of all the Grecian host? We are the strongest men, ye said, we will command the most, eating most flesh of high-horned beeves, and drinking cups full crowned. And every man 100 foes, 200 will confound. Now all our strength, dared to our worst, one Hector cannot tame, who presently with horrid fire will all our fleet inflame. O Father Jove, hath ever yet thy most unsuffered hand afflicted with such spoil of souls the king of any land, and taken so much fame from him, when I did never fail, since under most unhappy stars this fleet was under sail? Thy glorious altars, I protest, but, above all the gods, have burnt fat thighs of beeves to thee, and prayed to raise the abodes of rape-defending Ilions. Yet grant, almighty Jove, one favour, that we may at least with life from hence remove, not under such inglorious hands the hands of death employ. And where Troy should be stooped by Greece, let Greece fall under Troy. To this even weeping king did Jove remorseful audience give, and shook great heaven to him for sign his men and he should live. Then quickly cast he off his hawk, the eagle prince of air, that perfects his unspotted vows, who seized in her repair a suckling hind-calf, which she trussed in her enforcive seers, and by Jove's altar let it fall amongst the amazed peers, where the religious archive kings with sacrifice did please the author of all oracles, divine Saturnides. Now, when they knew the bird of Jove, they turned courageous head. When none, though many kings put on, could make his vaunt, he led Tydides to renewed assault, or issued first the dike, or first did fight, but far the first, stone dead his lance did strike, armed Agelaus, by descent surnamed Phrasmonides. He turned his ready horse to flight, and Diomed's lance did seize his back betwixt his shoulder blades, and looked out at his breast. He fell, and his arms rang his fall. The Atrides next addressed themselves to fight. The Ajaces next, with vehement strength endued, Idomeneus and his friend, stout Merion, next pursued, and after these Eurypylus, Evaemon's honoured race. The ninth, with backward wreathed bow, had little Teucer place. He still fought under Ajax's shield, who sometimes held it by, and then he looked his object out, and let his arrow fly, and whomsoever in the press he wounded, him he slew. Then under Ajax' sevenfold shield he presently withdrew. He fared like an unhappy child that doth to mother run for succour, when he knows full well he some shrewd turn hath done. What Trojans then were to their deaths by Teucer's shaft impressed? Hapless Orsilochus was first, Ormenus, Opheltus, Dieter and hardy Chromius, and Lycophon divine, and Amopaon that did spring from Polyemon's line, and Menalippus, all on heaps he tumbled to the ground. The king rejoiced to see his shafts the Phrygian ranks confound, who straight came near and spake to him, O Teucer, lovely man, strike still so sure, and be a grace to every Grecian, and to thy father Telamon, who took thee kindly home, although not by his wife his son, and gave thee foster room. Even from thy childhood, then, to him, though far from hence removed, make good fame reach, and to thyself I vow what shall be proved. If he that dreadful aegis bears, and Pallas grant to me the expungence of well-builded Troy, I first will honour thee, next to myself with some rich gift, and put it in thy hand, a 3-foot vessel that for grace in sacred fanes doth stand, or 2 horse and a chariot, or else a lovely dame, that may ascend on bed with thee, and amplify thy name. Teucer right nobly answered him, Why, most illustrate king, I being thus forward of myself, dost thou adjoin a sting? Without which all the power I have, I cease not to employ. For from the place where we repulse the Trojans towards Troy, I all the purple field have strewed, with one or other slain. 8 shafts I shot, with long steel heads, of which not one in vain. All were in youthful bodies fixed, well skilled in war's constraint. Yet this wild dog, with all my aim, I have no power to taint. This said, another arrow forth from his stiff string he sent, at Hector, whom he longed to wound, but still amiss it went. His shaft smit fair Georgithion, of Priam's princely race, who in Epina was brought forth, a famous town in Thrace, by Castianeira, that for form was like celestial breed, and as a crimson poppy flowered, surcharged with his seed, and vernal humours falling thick, declines his heavy brow, so of one side his helmet's weight his fainting head did bow. Yet Teucer would another shaft at Hector's life dispose, so fain he such a mark would hit, but still beside it goes. Apollo did avert the shaft, but Hector's charioteer, bold Archeptolemus, he smit, as he was rushing near to make the fight. To earth he fell, his swift horse back did fly, and there were both his strength and soul exiled eternally. Huge grief for Hector's slaughtered friend pinched in his mighty mind, yet was he forced to leave him there, and his void place resigned to his sad brother, that was by Cebriones, whose ear receiving Hector's charge, he straight the weighty reins did bear, and Hector from his shining coach with horrid voice leaped on, to wreak his friend on Teucer's hand, and up he took a stone, with which he at the archer ran, who from his quiver drew a sharp-piled shaft, and knocked it sure, but in great Hector flew, with such fell speed that in his draught his right shoulder strook, where twixt his neck and breast the joint his native closure took. The wound was wondrous full of death, his string in sunder flees, his numbed hand fell strengthless down, and he upon his knees. Ajax neglected not to aid his brother thus depressed, but came and sapped him with his shield, and 2 more friends addressed to be his aid, took him to fleet, Mecisteus, Echius' son, and gay Alastor. Teucer sighed for all his service done, then did Olympius with fresh strength the Trojan powers revive, who to their trenches once again the troubled Greeks did drive. Hector brought terror with his strength, and ever fought before, as when some highly stomached hound that hunts a sylvan boar, or kingly lion, loves the haunch, and pinches oft behind, bold of his feet, and still observes the game to turn inclined. Not utterly dissolved in flight, so Hector did pursue, and whosoever was the last he ever did subdue. They fled, but when they had their dike and palisadoes passed, A number of them put to sword, at ships they stayed at last. Then mutual exhortations flew, then all with hands and eyes advanced to all the gods their plagues, wrung from them open cries. Hector with his 4 rich-maned horse, assaulting always rode. The eyes of Gorgon burnt in him, and war's vermilion god, the goddess that all goddesses for snowy arms outshined, thus spake to Pallas, to the Greeks with gracious ruth inclined. O Pallas, what a grief is this! Is all our succour past to these our perishing Grecian friends, at least withheld at last, even now, when one man's violence must make them perish all, in satisfaction of a fate so full of funeral? Hector Priomedes now raves, no more to be endured, that hath already on the Greeks so many harms inured. The azure goddess answered her, This man hath surely found his fortitude and life dissolved, even on his father's ground, by Grecian valour, if my sire, infested with ill moods, did not so dote on these of Troy, too jealous of their bloods. And ever an unjust repulse stands to my willing powers, little remembering what I did, in all the desperate hours, of his affected Hercules, I ever rescued him, in labours of Eurystheus, untouched in life or limb, when he, heaven knows, with drowned eyes, looked up for help to heaven, which ever, at command of Jove, was by my suppliants given. But had my wisdom reached so far to know of this event, when to the solid ported depths of hell his son was sent, to hale out hateful Pluto's dog from darksome Erebus, he had not scaped the streams of Styx, so deep and dangerous. Yet Jove hates me, and shows his love in doing Thetis' will, that kissed his knees, and stroked his chin, prayed and importuned till, that he would honour with his aid her city-raising son. Displeased Achilles, and for him our friends are thus undone. But time shall come again, when he, to do his friends some aid, will call me his Glaucopides, his sweet and blue-eyed maid. Then harness thou thy horse for me, that his bright palace gates I soon may enter, arming me to order these debates. And I will try if Priam's son will still maintain his cheer, when in the crimson paths of war I dreadfully appear. For some proud Trojans shall be sure to nourish dogs and fowls, and pave the shore with fat and flesh, deprived of lives and souls. Juno prepared her horse, whose manes ribbons of gold enlaced. Pallas her party-coloured robe on her bright shoulders cast, divinely wrought with her own hands, in the entry of her sire. Then put she on her ample breast her under-arming tire, and on it her celestial arms. The chariot straight she takes, with her huge heavy violent lance, with which she slaughter makes of armies fatal to her wrath. Saturnia whipped horse, and heaven's gates, guarded by the hours, oped by their proper force, through which they flew, whom when Jove saw set near the Idalian springs, highly displeased, he Iris called, that hath the golden wings, and said, Fly, Iris, turn them back, let them not come at me. Our meetings, severally disposed, will nothing gracious be. Beneath their overthrown chariot I'll shiver their proud steeds, hurl them down themselves, their wagon break, and for their stubborn deeds, in 10 whole years they shall not heal the wounds I will impress with horrid thunder, that my maid may know when to address arms 'gainst her father, for my wife she doth not so offend. 'Tis but her use to interrupt whatever I intend. Iris, with this, left Ida's hills, and up to Olympus flew, met near heaven's gates the goddesses, and thus their haste withdrew. What course intend you? Why are you rapt with your fancy's storm? Jove likes not ye should aid the Greeks, but threats and will perform, to crush in pieces your swift horse beneath their glorious yokes. hurl down yourselves, your chariot break, and those empoisoned strokes his wounding thunder shall imprint in your celestial parts. In tenfold springs he shall not cure that she that tames proud hearts. Thyself, Minerva, may be taught to know for what and when thou dost against thy father fight, for sometimes children may with discretion plant themselves against their father's wills, but not where humours only rule in works beyond their skills. For Juno, she offends him not, nor vexeth him so much, for 'tis her use to cross his will, her impudence is such. The habit of offence in this she only doth contract, and so grieves or incenseth less, though ne'er the less her fact. But thou most griev'st him, dogged dame, whom he rebukes in time, lest silence should pervert thy will, and pride too highly climb. In thy bold bosom, desperate girl, if seriously thou dare, lift thy unwieldy lance 'gainst Jove, as thy pretences are. She left them, and Saturnia said, Ah me, thou seed of Jove, by my advice we will no more unfit convention move. With Jupiter, for mortal men, of whom let this man die, and that man live, whoever he pursues with destiny. And let him plotting all events dispose of either host, as he thinks fittest for them both, and may become us most. Thus turned she back, and to the Hours her rich maned horse resigned, who them to mortal mangers bound, the chariot they inclined, beneath the crystal walls of heaven, and they in golden thrones consorted other deities, replete with passions. Jove in his bright-wheeled chariot his fiery horse now beats up to Olympus, and aspired the gods' eternal seats. Great Neptune loosed his horse, his car upon the altar placed, and heavenly linen coverings did round about it cast. The Far-seer used his throne of gold, the vast Olympus shook, beneath his feet his wife and maid apart places took. Nor any word afforded him, he knew their thoughts, and said, Why do you thus torment yourselves? You need not sit dismayed with the long labours you have used in your victorious fight, destroying Trojans, 'gainst whose lives you heap such high despite. Ye should have held your glorious course, for be assured, as far as all my powers by all means urge could have sustained the war, not all the hosts of deities should have retired my hand from vowed inflictions on the Greeks, much less you two withstand. But you, before you saw the fight, much less the slaughter there, had all your goodly lineaments possessed with shaking fear, and never had your chariot borne their charge to heaven again, but thunder should have smit you both, had you one Trojan slain. Both goddesses let fall their chins upon their ivory breasts, set next to Jove, contriving still afflicted Troy's unrests. Pallas for anger could not speak, Saturnia, contrary, could not for anger hold her peace, but made this bold reply: Not to be suffered, Jupiter, what needs thou still enforce thy matchless power? We know it well, but we must yield remorse to them that yield us sacrifice, nor needst thou thus deride our kind obedience, nor our gifts, but bear our powers applied to just protection of the Greeks, that anger tomb not all in Troy's foul gulf of perjury, and let them stand should fall. Grieve not, said Jove, at all done yet, for if thy fair eyes please, this next red morning they shall see the great Saturnides bring more destruction to the Greeks, and Hector shall not cease till he have roused from the fleet swift-foot Aeacides. In that day, when before their ships, for his Patroclus slain, the Greeks in great distress shall fight, for so the fates ordain. I weigh not thy displeased spleen, though to the extremest bounds of earth and seas it carry thee, where endless night confounds. Japhet and my dejected sire, who sit so far beneath, they never see the flying sun, nor hear the winds that breathe near to profoundest Tartarus, nor thither if thou went, would I take pity of thy moods, since none more impudent. To this she nothing did reply, and now Sol's glorious light fell to the sea, and to the land drew up the drowsy night. The Trojans grieved at Phoebus' fall, which all the Greeks desired, and sable night so often wished to earth's firm throne aspired. Hector, intending to consult, near to the gulfy flood, far from the fleet, led to a place pure and exempt from blood the Trojans' forces. From their horse all lighted, and did hear the oration Jove-loved Hector made, who held a goodly spear, 11 full cubits long, the head was brass, and did reflect a wanton light before him still, it round about was decked with strong hoops of new burnished gold. On this he leaned and said, Hear me, my worthy friends of Troy, and you our honoured aid. A little since I had conceit we should have made retreat, by light of the inflamed fleet, with all the Greeks as cheat. But darkness hath prevented us, and saft with special grace these archives and their shore-hailed fleet. Let us then render place to sacred night, our suppers dress, and from our chariot free our fair-maned horse, and meet them well. Then let their convoyed be from forth the city presently, oxen and well-fed sheep, sweet wine and bread, and fell much wood, that all night we may keep plenty of fires, even till the light bring forth the lovely morn, and let their brightness glaze the skies, that night may not suborn the Greeks escape, if they for flight the sea's broad back would take. At least they may not part with ease, but as retreat they make, each man may bear a wound with him, to cure when he comes home, made with a shaft or sharpened spear, and others fear to come with charge of lamentable war 'gainst soldiers bred in Troy. Then let our heralds through the town their offices employ, to warn the youth, yet short of war, and time white fathers past, that in our God-built towers they see strong courts of guard be placed about the walls, and let our dames, yet flourishing in years, that having beauties to keep pure, are most inclined to fears. Since darkness in distressful times more dreadful is than light, make lofty fires in every house, and thus the dangerous night, held with strong watch, if the enemy have ambuscados laid near to our walls, and therefore seem in flight the more dismayed, intending a surprise while we are all without the town, they every way shall be impugned to every man's renown. Perform all this, brave Trojan friends. What now I have to say is all expressed. The cheerful morn shall other things display. It is my glory, putting trust in Jove and other gods, that I shall now expulse these dogs fate sent to our abodes, who bring us stents of destiny, and black their threatening fleet. But this night let us hold strong guards. Tomorrow we will meet with fierce-made war before their ships, and I'll make known to all, if strong Tydides from their ships can drive me to their wall, or I can pierce him with my sword, and force his bloody spoil. The wished morn shall show his power, if he can shun his foil. I running on him with my lance, I think, when day ascends, he shall lie wounded with the first, and by him many friends. Oh, that I were as sure to live immortal and sustain no frailties with increasing years, but evermore remain adored, like Pallas or the sun, as all doubts die in me, that heaven's next light shall be the last the Greek shall ever see. This speech all Trojans did applaud, who from their traces loosed their sweating horse, which severally with headstalls they reposed, and fastened by their chariots when others brought from town fat sheep and oxen, instantly bread, wine, and hewed down. Huge store of wood the winds transferred into the friendly sky, their supper's savour, to the which they sat delightfully, and spent all night in open field. Fires round about them shined, as when about the silver moon, when air is free from wind, and stars shine clear, to whose sweet beams high prospects and the brows of all steep hills and pinnacles thrust up themselves for shows, and even the lowly valleys joy to glitter in their sight, when the unmeasured firmament bursts to disclose her light, and all the signs in heaven are seen that glad the shepherd's heart. So many fires disclose their beams, made by the Trojan part, before the face of Ilion, and her bright turrets showed 1,000 courts of guard-kept fires, and every guard allowed 50 stout men, by whom their horse ate oats and hard white corn, and all did wishfully expect the silver-throned morn. End of the 8th book.